names, but it was actually 2 apartments.
I mean, I'm not a fan of paper, but I did enjoy that. I still like getting my annual report in paper, so.
Okay, so everybody, we're in agreement. Everybody wants to see a paper.
I'm happy to make it. I had fun doing it.
Okay, so please, we're
Yeah.
gonna make it. We're gonna include the whole budget. Everybody agreed to that. We'll have to see, pardon?
Dates are critical.
The dates are important, but the dates and the dates and times and locations. I think, we can waste a couple pictures on the front cover. The back cover pretty much has to be the mailing portion, right?
Right, the only reason I put pictures there is because you can't put anything else there. You can only have,
So we really, out of the 12 pages, we lose 2 pages, the front and rear cover, because you don't want to put much on that. So that leaves you 10. 6 of it's a budget, so that leaves you 4. Locations take up half a page, 3.5.
the
Bills.
articles.
The articles are 2 pages. Well, the articles are actually a page and a half.
Right, and if I could make that smaller font, last year I did all this in 11-point font, I could go down to 10.
Yeah, I
But like
think they're
these
recommending
pages,
12 because people are getting older and can't see.
these pages could be like a column for the Wyndham Central letter, a column for the board letter, a column for the Dover letter.
If we're gonna kill a tree, let's make it so that the tree didn't die in vain.
Yeah.
And that somebody can actually read it.
Just
I'm with you.
saying.
Really?
This, like, yeah, see, like, I made it extra spaces also.
Hey, you guys are the ones that are making this meeting go forever. You just let me do whatever I want to do.
All right.
Raina said,
Well,
would you?
Okay.
Let's leave it up to Anita.
Anita, yeah, so Anita, we're gonna get you something from the principal's bill, the board itself.
Yep,
We'll get you the dates, the agendas, and the budgets.
yep,
And then let's see where we stand, and you give me a call, and the board's gonna give me permission with Rick to approve whatever gets sent out, they don't care.
all right.
But we're gonna look at it
I
at the
feel like
7th,
that might be too strongly worded.
but we're gonna look at it as a group on the meeting on the 6th.
Yeah, I can have a definite, like, if you and I talk about it once beforehand, I can have like a
Yep,
final-ish
yeah,
thing
and,
at that
and
time.
Bill will write my letter, I'll write my letter tonight, tomorrow night. Can you contact a printer? I noticed that there's another guy doing printing over there on Canal Street. He prints banners and stuff. I wonder if he could do it.
I don't know, I'll make a couple phone calls.
There's a graphics guy where the motorcycle, where D&D,
Oh, it's been for a while. Lotus?
Lotus. Do they do
Oh, yeah,
these?
we've used Lotus a lot. I find that Minuteman is a little bit less complicated.
Okay.
You're talking to the owner himself all the time,
We
and you
don't have
get
to do
really
it
fast
after.
answers.
No, it's
So-
under 2,000, $3,000.
But, yeah, I like Lotus. So you're gonna
You're
work on
okay,
the,
right? Bill?
you're gonna work on the
Thanks.
mailing list again?
I'm not gonna work in the mailing list. I'm not gonna take responsibility for that.
How do we do that then?
I think we're just gonna have to plan on mailing a bunch more.
It'll end up being close to 5,000 pieces.
It's, you know what, it's not my right to take somebody off the mailing list.
Well, we weren't taking them off, really. We were trying not to take them
Yes.
off. We were trying to.
Yeah.
One to an
Yeah.
address. One to an address, as opposed to one for you and Regina.
Okay,
But you don't
I'll
need
give
to
you the
know
list and
an
you can
address
cross
of
it
the
No.
village.
because it's not just taking them off, it's adding the name. So, if there's,
We can give the list to.
where I got in trouble was I maybe sent it to Laura Sibilia. I didn't include Laura, TJ, and Junior, or.
See, and when I did the Wardsboro list, I tried to like type in every
Right,
name
and,
and all.
and in Dover, that will take you forever.
Right, it took me forever in Wardsboro because I didn't know enough people.
And it took me forever, and I just don't have the time. If I have to write a
Can
letter.
we do postal patron?
I don't think you can with this kind of document, but I will find out.
I think that's a puzzle.
Because I think that Bucketville News looked into how to not have to put addresses on it and it didn't work. So, and then in
And I
that
think
case.
you're actually gonna wind up with a whole bunch more because there's so many people in West Dover that are, you know, so many, I go in the West Dover post office with 15 keys. So I'll get 15 of them.
I am not going to agree that I should take on the deduplication.
Well, I can talk to Andy, I'll give Andy.
Andy's not gonna take it on either.
No,
because
I'll just ask him if there's some way that he can think of that we can make these lists clean.
Can we send it
and-
to text? We can't send it to the text, but so we can.
Again, and
Registered
it's,
voters, right? Registered voters.
right, but
Yeah.
the problem is if there's, you know, a
Right.
couple kids in the house, I mean, there were some houses that, like, I think there was 8 or 10 of them going to the house.
And I pulled dozens out of the trash in the Wardsboro post office. And I just crossed out the address and put them around where people could pick them up.
Okay.
Right,
It's not an easy task.
No?
Okay, so we'll talk on the 7th. You and I will email,
yes, we will.
okay, and then, and we'll have something for the 6th, the meeting on the 6th. But you'll at least get somebody lined up and let them know we're looking at for 12
Yep, I'll
pages.
talk to a couple people.
And we're looking to get it out ASAP.
Okey dokey.
Okay, cool. We're having a blast. Okay, I know, that's why you guys are just enjoying the meeting.
All right, Matt.
Old business,
Stepping it up.
equity, calendar for discussion, it's just a placeholder. Website design, placeholders, we're gonna talk about tonight. Residency policy, F-13 action, so,
There are no changes to either the Wardsboro and Dover. It's just been reformatted to be under River Valley, so it's the exact same policy.
thank you, Anita.
Wardsboro and Dover had a line theirs 3 years ago.
You're gonna hate me.
No, it's
I've gotten lots and lots and lots of comments.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
comment away,
I
man.
did homework.
That's good. That makes me
Bad
feel
last
good.
meeting.
Rich, can I open up the discussion with a question to
Guilt
Bill?
set in.
Would you like to ask Bill a question?
Go for
I
it.
would, yeah.
Ask Wild Willie a
Good, I'm
question.
glad you did.
It is,
You guys have one of these?
it is clear that F-13 and, I think the affidavit,
You go to the
are
after.
written for, non-operating districts.
That is the model in which we
Have
used it
taken
from.
So we have some work to do there.
Okay,
Um,
great.
I have, do you want small little, like,
No.
editorial
Yeah.
What I,
changes
Yeah.
in addition to content?
Where are you?
Okay, so hang on then. Are you serious when you say a lot? Like, do you have more than 5 or 6?
Oh, yeah.
How many do you have?
I had about that, 5 or 6.
Do we wanna maybe just, do you wanna type an email? Do you wanna go through and edit that and then get that to me so we get it to Bill?
Sure.
And maybe that would be the better thing to do, just to save time. If,
and then I can bring it back in January.
right, because if everybody can send me your edits or send them to Bill, send your edits directly to Bill, let him edit it and bring it back to us.
I think mine weren't so much edits, I just had some questions.
Okay, go ahead. So, Mark, any questions you have other than
I'm looking to
edits?
see which, I want to go ahead with.
Okay.
That's great. Oh, first of all, thank you both very much.
Yeah, I mean,
Outstanding.
so for the Dover Wardsboro policy, 2 of the criteria, I guess, for being a resident are 5 and 6, a recent bank statement and a packing slip from like UPS or FedEx. I don't know if, you know, first of all, a packing slip from FedEx, is that something that pretty much anyone, that being president, if you could get something shipped to you?
Well, usually it's like an electrical bill or it's a,
Yeah.
It's two separate.
So I didn't think that was really a
That's
good,
fine.
The DMV does that also.
what's that?
The DMV uses that as one of their criteria.
Really?
well, it's usually a
Just a
utility
packing
bill.
slip
In
from
addition,
UPS?
in addition to utility bill, they want some other piece of
Yeah, but-
semi-official mail.
Okay, but my only question is like a packing slip you could ship, you put your name on any address, I would think you ship it somewhere, so that was my question on that. Bank statement, I don't know if that tells you anything either, because you could set up a bank account with any address, I would think. So that, I don't know if those are good good ways of, proving.
Indicators, I think, of commitment.
Maybe,
to the region.
yeah, but if, but what they're, maybe.
Do you have a bank in Connecticut, or do
But
you have
these
a
are-
bank?
These
that you
are,
could possibly visit
they're,
here?
like, what they're saying is that this is the following, use these as proof of residency, but not just an indicator
Yeah.
where they're at. So I don't think, my only concern is these don't prove residency, those two things. That's my
Well,
only
there's-
concern there.
Right, because it's all, it's subjective.
Yeah, so I don't, and I,
So it's just how many pieces can you produce?
right, the other ones are great, but that, those two I think are, like, maybe you'd be thrown out, or, I thought maybe a tax return would be better, but anyway,
Well, tax return that shows where you filed, because, you know, part of it is you're claiming residency for your,
mhm,
so that you pay taxes.
yeah.
You pay your school tax by income versus.
Yeah, I think, was it in the other one, was the declaration, was in the other,
And the affidavit.
affidavit, so I would think the declaration would be much better to be put in that.
You're gonna email me these.
Sure.
They're great.
A number of questions. One, the homestead. My house is owned by a trust.
Okay.
I don't fill out a homestead. I couldn't prove residency.
You don't fill out a homestead?
I did not fill out a homestead.
Okay.
A new house, I will, but where I live now, I wouldn't be able to. So that's just something to consider.
Yeah, that's
So
just
you're,
one,
you're a tenant, then you, in your house, you really don't own it, because,
No,
Trust owns it.
Trust owns it.
right, so you pay rent on it? You don't reimburse the trust or anything? Okay. Because we had that one time, and that's what the person was able to do, was show that they wrote checks to the trust for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also the trustee, so I could write a letter saying that I'm the tenant, but, I mean, that doesn't, again, that doesn't prove. I'm just raising
Yeah.
possible issues. I know a number of people that live in homes and apartments, happens all the time in New York City, that are owned by trusts.
Yeah, that's
or
just-
other family members.
and that's just one example of, but I think a declaration is stronger than a UPS tracking, so that's my only point, is one option to prove residency.
Well, I wasn't disagreeing with
Yeah,
you
okay, all
on that. I personally couldn't present a bank statement for one of the bank because I bank in
Right,
a bank that
that's
doesn't
true
have a
too.
Vermont branch. But that's just me. I have no problem asking for those things
Yeah.
because I think that it helps the people making the decisions as to whether or not you are a resident.
Right.
I don't think they can be exclusionary.
Thank you.
Same thing with utilities. Somebody can live in a house and the utilities could not be in their name.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think those are things that just, they're good to ask for, I just don't think they can be exclusionary.
Short story, I share a well with my neighbor, he's getting older, so I decided it was in his name, so I thought I'd have to go through hoops, I just called up the electric company and said, can I put it in my name? They said, sure. They didn't ask anything.
And I had to change the meters for Trail's Edge out of the developer's names, and it took me a year. It
Really?
took me like about 100 phone calls and letters and emails.
They could care less, as long as you're gonna pay the bill, great. So, anyway,
Yes. Well, let Dwight, are you?
I have some others, but if anyone wants.
No, why don't we let Dwight finish, and then we'll go to.
So I guess
Mark.
other than that, I thought that was great, the actual policy. So then the affidavit, just, some questions I just don't know. So question 7, is this a continuous, regular, and adequate residence? I'm not sure, what that really even means or in what, and I guess I understand the meaning or the reason behind it, what they're trying to get at, but I don't know what it's even, maybe I'm not quite sure. What is a continuous, regular, and adequate?
So I set up my, my pickup camper in the backyard, and me and 5 kids are living in it for the
Right.
summer, because we're
Yeah.
kind of camping
It's not
out.
adequate.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that means, but I don't know if that's necessary. And then the next one is it a primary nighttime residence? I'm not sure what that means either. And how many nights are spent in this I mean, I get the intent, the questions seem kind of vague to me, and I'm not quite sure I understand that. And then number 10, what brings the guardian to this area of the town? Is that something we can ask? I guess we can ask it. It's on the.
You can ask anything.
You can ask anything. So you're asking why are they moving here?
Can
don't
I ask a
know.
question related to that? It was unclear to me whether, in number 9 says, if no, please skip next question. So, and the question is, do you own, rent, existing living arrangement with any properties other than the one listed above? So, if they say no, then are they meant to skip question 10? Or are they
Trying to
just-
get to the point of, I own a home in New Jersey,
Mhm.
and I purchase or rent a condo in Wardsboro. Am I staying there, or did I just purchase it? Or
If it's
rent
your
it?
only house,
I understand the question, I
Good chance.
think it should just say skip question 10.
I pulled stuff out, so that could easily be edited.
Yeah.
But please mark that.
Don't get me wrong, I'm completely in favor of this, I'm just trying to figure
No, I
out
think
if
it's great.
fair and equitable
Yeah, yeah.
questions and necessary questions. So then on page 3, so it says, I certify that students residents within the RSU has not been established solely for the purpose of attending the schools thereof. What would be the harm if it was the primary reason that they came here? They came here because they wanted to go to school.
I think that goes to Mark's.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people that move to school districts because they like the school.
Yeah,
So I'm not sure why that question is in there.
well, the
So-
difference is
Yeah.
if
this is, we like the tuition that you pay to the private
Maybe.
schools.
Maybe, I'm just, that could be a valid reason for someone moving to an area and they.
No, we're not asking, we're not saying it's valid or invalid. We're
It's
asking
just a
to
question.
attest that that is correct or incorrect.
Yeah, so, anyway, and this one, I certify that I have intent to maintain a principal dwelling place in the school district indefinitely.
That's directly from the law.
Yeah.
So what does that mean from the law,
Copies
what
of
do you mean in
people
terms
want.
of, so you have to testify that you're planning on staying here indefinitely, right?
That is the quote from the law.
Okay, all right,
If you were to challenge
well, that's their intent,
residency,
so I guess.
you have to challenge that fact.
Yeah, so that their intention is to stay here and, okay. That's all I really had, I think.
That's really good. It's very
That's my
helpful.
homework, see?
I appreciate it. All right, board.
Alright, so in F13. Lloyd pretty much brought up most of my questions.
Did you guys have like a party and
Yeah,
stuff?
that's right. It was a crazy, it was a rager.
On page, what is page 3? Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
No, but
No? Okay.
you're gonna send me the edits.
There's a line in regards to if a pupil resides in the Dover wards area as emancipated minor. Next sentence is, the natural parent or legal guardian and the emancipated minor must complete an affidavit concerning pupil residence. Why would a natural parent or guardian need to require an affidavit for an emancipated?
Highlight that.
What's that?
Highlight that. You're right.
Okay.
Grammatically. Because if you're emancipated,
You
you're
are.
you're legally
your own
making your own
guardian.
call.
Yeah. Kind of a stupid question, but there's a phone number in here, which I believe is probably the Dover School, 5386.
I brought that one up too. I called it to see if it was River Valley's, and it was answered Dover School.
Pretty sure the 464 it gives it away.
I called Lori on staff.
Uh-huh.
She tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bill, we need to decide, when I call 464-5386, I don't care if that's a number, but it shouldn't be answered Dover School, it should be answered River Valley's Unified School District.
If it's in this policy. But in general, it should be answered the Dover School, because this is the Dover School, and that is the number from the Dover School. Until the board decides that this isn't the Dover School, that would be my recommendation, that you would answer the phone, this is the Dover School.
We can't have two places that are being answered the same.
Why not?
Two separate buildings that are being answered the same?
Well, they don't have to be exactly the same, it
So-
could be River Valley's Unified School District, Dover,
Okay, well, that's not
but
exactly
it's
the
not
same.
Dover School, it's River Valley's Unified School.
Then I think there should be a separate RVU or something. Phone number. Parents are gonna wanna call the school. They're not, parents aren't calling the district.
On this one, they're calling for the district.
You're right. No, for here, that's, right, there probably should be a number for the school.
They don't have a number.
I'm fine with it. We have to say Dover or Wardsboro though, because you can't answer it the same for both buildings.
No.
I answer the same, no matter what building I'm in.
Hello?
What do you want? No, I'll start using hello, that's so much nicer.
No, but that's a good catch, because I would like to have two numbers, yes.
I'm assuming it was just a typo.
Bill's humoring me.
The actual, VSA law number was
Oh,
left out, the 3016.
Yeah.
I also would like to, I would like to see the actual laws included in this packet and not just the one
The
sentence,
citation.
not just the one, number 2 that starts with section 3, which is the, for the purposes of this title, resident. But right, but that's only the first line of the entire law, and I think there are other relevant parts to that law. So I think we should just have a page where the relevant laws are included.
You wouldn't cite it at the bottom.
I would not cite it at the bottom. I don't want them to have to go look it up. They're also not the easiest things to look up.
You all set?
I'm all set, yes.
You all good, Bill?
As long as the two of you.
I'm fine.
No,
You're sending me,
Oh, I know,
you're,
Just submit
trust me, you're gonna get it.
No, I mean, is Bill all set with what Mark? Okay, your turn.
So the citations
Yes.
can change, the law can change every year.
The citation law. Well, the laws
Well, the
have.
section
yeah, they have-
usually, the individual, usually the chapter will stay the same. Residency will always be under
I
that
mean,
chapter.
sometimes you just change a word,
Right.
sometimes you change a phrase, but the citation will likely remain the same.
Okay.
That's, otherwise you're gonna be,
You'd have to update it.
It'll
We'd
be
have to update it
stale,
every
yeah.
year. Okay.
it would be nicer to have the whole law there.
it was a great discussion.
Well, it's not that
Maybe
hard
just
to
look-
find.
include
If you
include a
go into
link.
Vermont statutes, Title 16, VSA.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a hard time doing it.
If I can do it on my flip phone, almost anybody.
You can do it on your
cannot
phone?
No, he can't. No, he's lying. No, he can't.
Yeah, I do. Hey, Bill, what's the law? Matt, can you do me a favor? You call me again? Are you all good, Lord?
Yes.
The only thing I had was the phone number, because I actually called the number figuring I was gonna talk to somebody in River Valley's Unified School District, and
You need to get that.
hey,
back.
I'm talking.
Something very important.
You need a gavel, Mr. Chair.
I want an oak gavel that I can wrap somebody in the knuckles with. Can I get a ruler? Okay,
Or your last meeting.
annual meeting, discussion we covered. Mark, you wanna bring up transportation under old business?
Yeah, we can discuss the warning, because I had a couple of comments on the warning also.
Yeah. But do
But
the,
first,
do
okay.
the, do transportation.
Okay, we got well, Bill and I got an email from Chris, on his discussion with Mark at, deal with it,
Those muskies?
DBA. And the crux of it is that DBA wants us to pay for a bus.
That they're not gonna help.
That's what it looks like to me.
Well, they
I
will
was-
organize it,
They-
they will
right.
arrange it, and they will invoice for it.
They will definitely invoice
Gotta
for
pay
it.
for it.
There are, I believe Chris mentioned, that there is one district where, parents can pay like $800 a year to use the bus. Bill, am I
Yeah.
right?
They pick the bus up at the Stratton town offices.
Is it the welcome sign?
Yeah. I think it was $8 or $900.
So, my only question for the board is that something we even want to consider allowing parents, giving parents that option? If not, I'm not even gonna convene another transportation committee meeting because,
Well, I think Wardsboro, we're allowed to opt into that if we want to.
Right.
I don't know about, well, I don't know why
Guess you
Dover
could.
would be any different.
It just leaves so early
That-
that
that
hardly
bus-
anyone
that-
takes
that
it.
bus
Leaves
is
like
full.
6
And
in
it
the
was,
morning.
it is full.
It was
yeah.
at capacity, yeah.
It was at capacity, right,
Right.
yeah.
Where was this bus coming to?
This particular one was going to Dots.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
and it was $32,000. And that only covers morning.
That's just a morning.
Right.
Yes.
I think if we hear clamor from the public demanding that we do this, then we should move forward. Other than that, we should just leave it.
Well, it's good to know,
Yeah.
right?
And
Yeah.
we now have
Now
an
we
answer.
have a
We
number.
now
You
have
have
an
a
answer.
number,
Now we have
you
a
have
number.
you have a distance, you have a number, you have.
And I think you should share with the committee.
I was gonna share, I just wasn't gonna call a meeting to discuss just the numbers. But that was all.
Okay. Are you good then, sir?
I am good. yes.
Everybody on board good? Okay, so back to the annual meeting. So, Matt just passed around, the warning, so this is the latest and greatest from Andrew. So, legal voters, town of Dover, everything there was good. Article 14, that was my type vote, to be voted by Australian ballot at town meeting Dover and from the floor at town meeting in Wardsboro on March 3rd. The polls will be open for Australian voting. The town meeting starts at blank in Wardsboro.
Here's a color copy coming.
Oh, you brought a color copy?
Wow.
Well, Andy colored them, so I figured.
Okay, so
Reds
anyways,
and
what time
yellows
does the
and-
town meeting start in Wardsboro? Anybody?
Town meeting? 10 a.m.?
Is it 10 a.m.? Can you find out, Bill?
Yeah.
Dwight, you didn't sound real positive.
Thanks. 10 a.m.?
Are you sure?
You know, I think it does, yeah.
Okay. You want to just go with it? Huh? Okay, so anyways, Article 1, I don't think anybody has any problem with. Article 2, Article 3, Article 4, Article 5, Article 6, Article 7.
Article 7 looks a lot like Article 6.
Article 7 is Article 6.
I left those in.
Did you do that on
I
purpose?
noticed that.
Did we both get it? You got it?
You guys
So
both,
we both did
you
it.
both let me know. I was impressed.
Was that a test?
That was a
It's
test.
not a test.
I also have a question in regards to that. Who does that apply to?
That applies to anybody that gets mileage reimbursement.
Which is whom?
Well, the board can get mileage reimbursement if you go to training. The school personnel get mileage, like if they go make a deposit somewhere. It's anybody that's allowed to get mileage reimbursement. So Article 6 should be mileage reimbursement. Article 7 shall the voters
Yeah.
authorize the school directors to withdraw money from the capital reserve fund, but not more than, and we're gonna change that to 200. Okay, so Andy's suggestion is swap Article 9 and 10 in case 10 needs to be adjusted if the voters amend 9,
Which was the,
which was just the opposite of what
Opposite of
Rick
what-
wanted.
yeah.
So I think we can just go back and swap them again.
Yeah, I believe it.
Is that 17,850 and a final number, Bill?
We have not
Best guess.
received our letter. We'll get a letter
So we're gonna put,
No, that's exactly what,
very soon.
no,
that's exactly what Rick said.
Right,
Put the budget first and then do the tuition rate.
right, so we want, which is the opposite we have. We have the tuition rate first and the budget second.
I know, but that's not what he wanted.
I know, that's what I'm saying, that's what we said, we're gonna switch them. So Article 7 is gonna be the old Article 8. And Peter, I will send you this, so don't get too worked up. And then Article 8 will be the actual budget,
It's in Article 10, yeah.
and which I can also insert that, what was that number, 5?
5680223. It's already in there.
No, the per pupil.
Oh,
That you gave, Lori
it's
just,
19868. That includes the penalty.
yeah,
That's what you have to.
right. Okay, and then Article Article 9 will be what he has for Article 9 now.
Ah, yeah. Right.
And we'll leave that 17,850, because again, we can suggest that be amended from the floor.
Oh, it says 19 to 20 in there.
Okay. Don't worry, there'll be some mistakes going forward. Article 10 will be, so the voters establish reserve accounts as set forth by the school directors and fund each account as follows. So it's going to be, we're gonna call the first one, nope, it was, hang on.
The operational one, the general fund?
Okay, yeah, but we don't, because that they vote on for the budget. So, so it's gonna be reserve fund, and we're gonna fund that one at, that one's gonna be funded at, so it wasn't 400, because we moved that.
369, right?
No, 569, because we got the 200 from last year.
Right, but by the time these guys vote on it, that money's gone.
No, it isn't.
Oh, right, because you're gonna do it before.
569, 143. And then we're gonna have a capital improvement fund,
It's the 200,000.
improvement fund, buildings. And that's gonna be at 200.
Rich, that was 64, wasn't it? Not 69?
Transportation, hang on. Yeah, let's go back to that. Transportation's gonna be at 100. So there is. Jeez, crap. There's 300 right there. There's 30 in the miscellaneous one, and that's just gonna stay. And then we have, so that's 330. And we have a total of
564, 143.
94, 143. So it's gonna be 143, it should be 4, 6, 564, 143?
Yeah.
Okay. 564, 143. And then dedicated,
Plus you.
dedicated, special revenue, I'm sorry. Revenue, and that's roughly 29, 424. And then what we'll do is we'll have a handout to give everybody for that. So they'll be able to see.
One sheeter.
Huh?
One sheeter kind of
Right.
explains that.
So is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so the voters of the Riverside Unified School District move the district annual meeting to the second Tuesday in April, which would be actually Article 11. And then Article 12, any other business that may legally become. And then Article 13 to be voted at town meeting in Dover and wards, where Randy said to cross all the rest of that crap out. So we have to change on the front page 14 to 13. And then Article 13, and then Article 14, so the voters adjourn and reconvene at Dover and Wardsboro for election of officers on town meeting day. Everybody, yes?
So one issue is if you do this in April, town meeting will have already happened.
Well, that's next year. we have
Mid-year,
to-
okay.
Don't worry,
Don't worry about
don't
that.
confuse things, right?
Got it.
So wait, the directors of Dover's town meeting is voted at town meeting as well? I thought you guys said
Right, we do it by ballot, you guys do it from the floor.
floor.
Right,
But
and the
usually you don't
ballot's
need
on
that.
town meeting.
Exactly. Okay.
And he said it didn't, he just
Didn't
put
matter.
for election of officers.
Okay.
That was Andy, he's our clerk.
Trust it in.
So you end on Article 14.
Right,
Okay.
everybody good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you for everybody's help on that.
Everybody's name spelled on the last page.
Mark, I took Mark's off, I couldn't take it off the tax bills, I took his off his letter to me. Figured he knew how to spell his name. because I sure didn't have it spelled like that. I was close, I was really, really close, Mark.
Could've taken off of one of Warren's articles.
And then you would've yelled at me if it was wrong, and I would've gone home and cried. Okay, so is everybody good? Dwight, you set?
Yeah, this is gonna be 3 pages in our,
No, it'll get down to
You can get
2, because
two.
remember, I have to cross
yeah.
something off on the first page.
Okay.
And you have to publish the signature
Signatures.
lines.
And remember too, that's why we did the signatures on a whole separate page, so that he could start posting that, and then we could get the signatures later. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have that all prepared, so plan on signing at the next meeting. Lori, you gonna be here at the next meeting, right? Because you don't go up till
Yes.
Tuesday.
Yeah, well, theoretically, I'll be done with that now.
After the meeting.
Yes.
How do you spell extraordinaire?
Right.
Just write it down on a piece of paper. Okay, so all,
Extraordinaire?
extraordinaire, yes. Okay, because I don't have spell check on my flip phone.
You don't?
No. Any other old business? We're running a little late. So new business, FERPA report from the administration. This was something requested at the last meeting. Supervisory union ensures all employees are aware of the details covered by FERPA and the Education Rights and Privacy Act 1970 law. Through an annual training procedure that includes a study guide and a quiz required by all employees. FERPA includes 3 major rights to students' records, to inspect records, to challenge the content, and to consent to the disclosure of educational records. Principals review the results of the quiz for each employee and reviews whether or not employees require further instruction. Supervising all employees. So that means even like people that don't have contact with students. Custodial staff. Interesting.
All employees.
If FERPA rights are not properly observed, the administration can pursue disciplinary action with an employee. In the event of a violation of your rights, the administration may also seek further education for all employees in an effort to avoid any future lack of clarity relating to the law. So we had to go to a driving class one time, and they said to me, "Why are you here?" And I pointed over to a fellow employee and said, "Because he couldn't keep his car on the road."
You have to go to training.
So I have to go to training. It was not fair. So, is everybody okay with that?
I just got a quick question.
Go ahead.
If it's all employees and it includes janitorial staff, Wardsboro outsources that, do they have to go through this as well?
And if you're
I
not
don't
sure,
know, I'd have to ask.
yeah, just find out for us.
Yeah.
And what about people like that do specials, you know, like, when I was doing Dare in the building, or you have the winter sports program people, or you have people going to Kuwait as chauffeurs or chaperones. I can't spell
I
that
did
either. You had to go through the training?
No, I went to UA.
So,
Go for it.
You know, when people say, "How come you're such a bad with grammar and spelling and stuff?" and I just say, "I'm a proud graduate of the university."
yeah, there's no
Yeah, they don't really have access to the records, there's confidentiality issues.
So this is all about just being
But
the
this is
records.
FERPA. This is about this is a specific act.
Okay, which is specific to student records.
Correct.
Okay. Well, a janitor who has keys to the principal's office could have access to student records.
Yes.
Are
Yeah.
student records kept locked up separately, like employee personnel files?
They are kept locked.
Just in the office or in a separate,
In
is there
my
a locked?
Is the cabinet itself locked? No, the door is locked.
So if I have a key to your door, I know I saw Peter, hang on a second.
Yes, if you have a key to my door, you have access to the records.
Okay. Go ahead, boss.
Knowing the names of my passengers on the bus is access to student records, I think.
Names are considered directory information by FERPA, which is handled a little differently.
On the other hand, special needs kids on my bus are a case.
If you were informed of their case.
If you're aware of it.
I was
Yeah.
instructed that that was the case.
Oh, so that was, you did do FERPA training then?
I don't know if I did FERPA training or not. I think I probably did, whatever they called it. But
Yeah,
because we had so many special needs kids on the bus, I was roped into FERPA whenever FERPA came up.
Okay, interesting.
Which was 1974.
At least since 19.
That was when he was in middle school.
The year I was born.
Yeah, rubbing in.
No, I think I was first married in 1974.
Okay, so that's something we asked Matt. So is there anything else we want Matt to bring back to us, or are we satisfied with Matt's
Yeah.
response here? Is everybody okay? Okay. Matt, thank you. I think that covers that. IB Assessment Practices Report, which is the next. Reporting on IB attributes. Each grade includes information about IB learner profile, including a 3-point scale for the following learner attributes. 3 always demonstrates, 2 sometimes, 1 not. And you've got all those things that you've used at the last few graduations. I think, Bill, you used it at your last graduation here too, didn't you?
I never got the opportunity.
Oh. Students are rated on how often they demonstrate these characteristics through their work in and out of school. Always, sometimes, never. Okay, so is this put on a report card?
This is sent home on report cards.
Okay, but again, so this would be covered under the FERPA, so this would only go. Okay. Anybody any questions on that? Is everybody okay with that? Now, do the parents get it? Do the parents get this? Has this been sent home?
Yeah, this goes home twice a year on report cards for all grades.
But, I mean, the summary here.
Yeah, this wording is exactly what parents see on the report card. Well, they get the attribute, they get a brief description of the attribute, and then they get a teacher's rating on a student's progress in that area.
Wow, okay. And the FERPA, does that go out to parents?
Parents each year have receive notice as part of our fall data collection. They receive various notices about FERPA and their protections under it.
So, I thought there was something a few years ago that we had an issue because there was a photograph from a photographer, or somebody like this gentleman back here. This happens to be videotaping, and students walk by, and then you have to blur out the student because unless the parents sign, but that wasn't part of FERPA, that must be a whole different thing.
No, I think it's still part of FERPA, jump in if I'm wrong, but it's a little gray on video versus photography. But most schools observe video in the same way that they do photography. Video's not explicitly noted in the law, but it's treated the same way by most schools.
But that has nothing to do, because it's not a record, you're not,
Right.
We do an opt-out. So every guardian or parent gets an opportunity to opt their student out of photographic images. And we do our best to treat video exactly the same.
we all good with that?
Yes.
Okay, moving right along, budget presentation, communication, discussions, all done. We already did that. Contractual review, contractual issue. I think I'm gonna ask that maybe we do that next meeting. That's okay with everybody?
I got my packet, I keep bringing it.
Yeah. And I think just we can say that the letter from our last executive session has been mailed.
No.
Okay, make sure you mail that.
I just
We
got,
only
I
have
just
10
realized you
days
guys
to do that.
emailed me back with my answer to my questions, I saw that.
Okay, yeah, definitely get that out if you can, because that is somewhat time
Tomorrow morning.
sensitive. Okay. Unless anybody really wants to stay and hang out with the audience, I would say that our next meeting's January 6th in Wardsboro, the 27th, again, down, When do you all wanna meet, the 20th or the 27th?
27.
Okay. So we'll meet on the 27th, and we have February 3rd, we'll be in Wardsboro again, and February 11th will be the annual meeting. So remember, the important thing is at the 6th, we have to sign the warning, and we also have to approve the packet to get mailed out. So can we make sure, Peter, that's in the minutes? Bill, can you make sure that's on the agenda? The packet to go out and sign the warning.
For the 27th and the 3rd, we're starting those meetings at the same time as normal?
6:30. And we'll, use the at least dedicated, at a minimum, the first hour. If it goes a little longer, it goes a little longer.
The 11th is at 7.
The annual meeting's at 7.
That's in the school board box.
Agenda for the 6th?
Oh, well, we do have some correspondence really quick. I'm sorry, Peter.
On the agenda for the 6th, sign the warning.
Right.
Got it, thanks.
And also, sign the warning and approve the communications for the budget in the annual meeting.
Got it.
Okay. Well, this has to go in executive session. This is 2 months old. Do we?
I just saw it.
We got a letter from a student saying the student council had their first meeting this year. I don't know when this is from. We thought of an ice cream social would be fun. On October 23rd, we're gonna sell ice cream at lunchtime. We're gonna have a bake sale at Morning Sing on November 14th for adults only. Each of us will bake.
How'd it go?
Went well.
Here, give them one.
Can't wait to hear it. Sounds like fun.
We just got a copy of the audit, if anybody wants to look at it. Okay,
The one that we've been waiting for?
no, this is 2 years
The
ago.
Dovers.
So, that seems like a system that might need to change.
Yeah, there is no school board box in either building anymore. You need to send a letter out to all the staff
And the students,
that any correspondence to the River Valley's board needs to be, can be put in a sealed envelope if it's personal and confidential, and needs to get delivered to either the superintendent or the administrator in the appropriate, or either building.
or they can mail it to us.
Mail it where? There's no River Valley's Unified School District building. There's no PO box, there's no address.
Or a phone number.
They should send it to the principal and to the attention of.
Yeah,
That's the best way to get it.
yeah.
And we just need, it's new, so we just need to communicate.
Yes.
Right.
No more than 12, I guarantee it. Okay, is everybody good?
That's it.
Can you imagine when I get old and crotchety?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
I love you guys, but I'm out of here. So somebody make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you, team.
Dwight, you'll send it to me? Happy
Good morning. I want to start by thanking this group for being here with me this morning, including General Knight and members of the Vermont National Guard, Dr. Rush and his team from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, and Mental Health Commissioner Sarah Squirrel, representatives from our hardworking congressional delegation, including John Tracy on behalf of Senator Leahy, Catherine Van Haste on behalf of Senator Sanders, and Ryan McLaren on behalf of Congressman Welch. We're all here today to bring attention to the serious issue of suicide and to share details on what's available for help to those who need it. Because suicide is preventable, and we all have a role in preventing it. Suicide is a public health issue that does not discriminate. It touches people from all walks of life in every community, and unfortunately, that includes too many of our veterans. This is why General Knight, Dr. Rush, and I have joined together to reach out to Vermont's veterans, service members, and families to ensure they know the resources available to them and their loved ones if they're having thoughts of ending their life. We'll be signing a letter today which provides that information. The message we want to send is that there is hope and there is help. Those who step forward to serve our country are the best amongst us. They often put their lives on hold, get sent thousands of miles away in order for us here at home to be safe and enjoy the freedoms we have. We owe our veterans so much, and that includes providing the support when they return from battle and care need when they come back home as well. Because we're all in this together, and no one should feel alone in time of crisis. This group will be sharing more details, and a list of contacts and resources will be sent with our letter today. And I just want to encourage anyone who is having thoughts of taking their life, or those who know someone in crisis, to use these services. And know we're here for you. I'll now invite General Knight to share more about the Guard's work in preventing this from happening to one of our own. General Knight.
Thanks, Governor. Governor, thank you for hosting us here today. And thank you to everybody who made the trek. I know the roads can be a little bit of a challenge this time of year. Suicide is a sobering topic, and it's not one that I take lightly. I wish I could say that I've never known someone that committed suicide, but I can't. I've lost soldiers, friends, and colleagues to suicide, and countless others of our brothers and sisters in the Vermont National Guard share similar experiences. Understand this problem is not unique to Vermont, and it's a concern that reaches across all military branches and components. It's important to note, in 2018, the National Guard had a higher suicide rate than any other military component within the Department of Defense. It's unacceptable. One death by suicide is one too many, and we're working to prevent it from happening. Not minimize it, prevent it. We must do better, and we will. We consistently work to communicate available resources to service members, veterans, and their families. As leaders, we must be ready to recognize when someone is in need of help and know how to react. We must see that need and understand it, even when someone may not want to reach out for that help. Excuse me. First line supervisors, soldiers, and airmen have and will continue to receive the training necessary to look out for their colleagues. Every soldier is also required to receive resiliency training. This training provides tools to help soldiers cope with difficult situations. It identifies their strengths and weaknesses and helps them to improve their overall mental strength. We do, however, need to improve the availability of resources for those facing challenges. There's much work to do, as Vermont simply does not have a robust network of specialists that focus on post-traumatic stress or adjustment disorder. No one comes back from deployment the same, and those changes impact everybody differently. Our vet centers are a great resource, with one in White River and one in South Burlington. When I returned from Ramadi, Iraq in 2006, that was where I went to work through some of my life-changing experiences. I, the Adjutant General of Vermont, have personally sought help to cope with the stress that comes from military service. Seeking help does not make someone weak, and I don't believe it had any bearing on my military career. We need to work hard to eliminate that stigma and recognize that there is no shame in seeking help. I'm here with Lieutenant Trevor Pittock, who's the Vermont National Guard Resilience, Risk Reduction, and Suicide Prevention Coordinator. His team provides multiple resources for those in need, and they're included in the letter that we've drafted for today. Additionally, the National Guard offers a National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-8255. This is not a problem we can fix overnight, and we can't fight this alone. I'm thankful to have such great resources and people, in addition to our own, to help solve this horrible epidemic. For those struggling, I encourage you to reach out for assistance. You have options. Tomorrow won't be the same without you. Now, my pleasure to introduce Dr. Bratt from our White River Junction VA, and I'd like to take the opportunity, sir, to thank you very much for what you do for us.
First, I just want to say thank you to Governor Scott and General Knight for joining me on the stage here today and giving us this opportunity to speak together as a unified voice. As a psychiatrist, have spent my life working in the realm of suicide and mental illness. It is hard to overstate how unique and special this is to have the VA and the state of Vermont and the Guard and the all standing together in unison with a single voice, bringing a message like this together. Suicide is a national public health issue, and as General Knight just told us, Vermont has more than its fair share of this struggle. The tragedy of suicide is not limited to the person that dies. It affects our families, it affects our towns, it affects our communities. And so this really is something that affects all of us. I believe that Vermont is actually really well equipped to take this issue head on because of the way our communities are constructed. Our communities are tight-knit. We have relationships that are the foundations of these communities. And it is on that foundation that our efforts to eliminate suicide will succeed. We're here together to show you that we care, that treatment is available, and that it works. Over 45,000 Americans died by suicide in 2017, and of that, 6,000 of them were veterans. These are preventable deaths. Suicide prevention is the VA's highest priority. We've made great strides, especially in crisis intervention. However, we need to go beyond engaging mental health providers in the community to move forward on this. We need to engage everybody to join together in this mission. We want to reach veterans where they live, where they work, and where they thrive. As a national leader in suicide prevention and as the nation's largest integrated healthcare system, the VA cannot do this alone. We encourage veterans to seek and use our services and our benefits. However, the reality is maybe 50% of veterans are getting services through the VA. If we want to reach every veteran, we need your help. We need to work together. To serve all veterans, we have to build effective networks of support, communication, and care across the communities in Vermont where veterans live and where they work. And again, this is where I believe that Vermont is uniquely well equipped because of how our communities are built to succeed in this mission. No one organization can tackle veteran suicide alone. To save lives, multiple systems must work in a coordinated way to reach veterans. The VA is broadening its efforts, and we need partners from like-minded groups from all sectors, not just healthcare, but also faith-based organizations, community organizations, state and local government to work with us in reaching all veterans wherever they may be. Coordinated resources across our state will help to prevent these tragic deaths. As the 86th Infantry Brigade combat team begins ramping up for their likely 2021 deployment, please know that we are here as an additional resource to support soldiers and their families. Before our next speaker, Megan Snicken, a suicide prevention coordinator from White River Junction, takes the podium, I want to leave you with one final remark. We are here today, united for you, the state of Vermont. Together, we will be an example of how a community prevents suicide.
Thank you, Governor Scott, General Knight, and Dr. Rush. I'm honored to be here today to talk about suicide prevention and the VA and its resources. As the previous speakers have said, suicide prevention is a public health issue that we're dealing with across the state and in our own communities, and it's affecting veterans in our own states. As Dr. Rush mentioned, suicide prevention is a top priority for the VA, and on average, across our country, we lose about 6,000 veterans a year to suicide. So here in Vermont, I want you to know that the VA is here as a resource and as a community partner in this effort to prevent suicide. So I want to mention a few things about the VA. As Dr. Rush said, it's an integrated healthcare system. I like to think about it as a holistic healthcare system. We don't just serve your medical needs and your mental health needs, but we have a social mission. We work on things such as housing and transportation, financial resources, employment, peer support services. These are all very important to us and very important to serve the whole person so that they can have positive coping skills and move forward in their life. Additionally, we have an entire suicide prevention team, and as Dr. Rush said, I'm the suicide prevention coordinator for the VA. I coordinate services, I provide education, I work with you all in the community. We have a dedicated team of case managers at the VA who are there to provide ongoing support and resources to you, to our veterans, to their families. They reach out to families, they reach out to veterans to keep in touch, to keep them connected. They help coordinate their care, all the services they need to live a healthy and productive life. Additionally, the VA has 7 outpatient clinics, 5 of which are spread across the state of Vermont. They're in your communities, close to where you are. They provide many of the services that I mentioned earlier, in addition to walk-in mental health services. So that's one of the things that I want to say is that we have easy access to care. You do not need an appointment to get mental health services. And I'm going to give you a number that you can walk in, but the best way and the easiest way to get connected is to call 802-295-9363, extension 6961. We screen for suicide at all access points in the VA. So if a veteran were to come in and end up in our emergency department or on one of our inpatient units, we screen for suicide. We think that's extremely important so that the veterans can get connected to the care and resources that they need. Additionally, we've been expanding access to care to a program called VA Video Connect, which is essentially a program where veterans can be in the comfort of their own home or in their car or on vacation, and they can connect with their providers through their smart device or through their computer. And I also want to share that, and I believe that General Knight mentioned this, but the VA has a 24/7, 365 days a year Veterans and Military Crisis Line and Text Line. This is a wonderful resource for veterans who are struggling, family members who are concerned, community members who need support and consultation and resources. That number is 1-800-273-8255, and you would press 1 to reach the Veterans and Military Crisis Line. They also have a text option, and that number is 255. And I'll share that the Veterans and Military Crisis Line has a very strong connection with the VA medical centers and outpatient clinics. And if somebody's calling that crisis line and they feel like they need to get connected to care or they need follow-up, even if they're not connected to the VA, we get a message at our VA and me and my team follow up with those veterans or family members directly. And lastly, this was mentioned earlier, but I just really want to share that partnerships is a critical piece of this approach to care. As partners, we're able to expand our reach and deliver care and support to veterans where they live, work, and thrive. Why is this important? Because we have 20 million veterans nationwide, and only about 30% of those veterans are accessing VA health care. This makes it extremely challenging for the VA to identify veterans who may be at risk for suicide and to connect them with mental health care, peer networks, employment, and other resources to help with coping and restore a sense of purpose. So we know that reaching beyond the VA system of care and into the communities is one of the key ways that we can support all at-risk veterans, families, and caregivers across the state. So we need to partner with you, with veterans, with caregivers, with family members, with community organizations, state and local government, as we're doing here today, to reach all the veterans across the state of Vermont. We need all of your support and collaboration so together we can and we will save veterans' lives. Thank you. It's now my honor to introduce Vietnam veteran John Tracy from Senator Leahy's office, who will now say a few words on behalf of the Senator.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Senator Leahy in appreciation of the combined effort and that we're taking on suicide prevention as a public health issue. When you enter the military, your life changes. When you go to basic training, you're already in the subsection of society that the general population really has no idea. When you're deployed, you experience things that you just don't experience as part of the general population. When you're deployed to a combat zone, it's a different lens. Depending on what you do when you're in that combat zone, it's a different lens. And the transition back is hard for people. Your lens and how you view the world is a perspective that the general population doesn't have. The additional challenge we have in the National Guard in particular is while we don't have a major military installation in Vermont, where other states do, I remember seeing when they came back from Afghanistan after the families, the troops gathered, they departed, they got into their individual cars and literally drove off into the midst. They didn't have a compound they were going to. Now, the delegation has worked very hard with the Guard and the military to work on how to reintegrate troops when we get back from deployment, spend time, trying to find out, do an evaluation, see what's going on. But when you go home to the private life in your community with your family, it's a different world. And so the fact that there's a focus on the prevention is significant. Senator Leahy has worked to direct funding to the National Center for Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, which is located at the VA Medical Center campus down White River Junction, where they're working on evidence-based practices to help treat people with PTSD, including funding for a brain bank. As often is the case, there are medical advancements made on the battlefield that have benefits to the civilian population down the road. This will be another example of the fact that we're identifying veterans, but for the broader population. And so on behalf of Senator Leahy, thank you very much for this combined effort, putting a face on it. And we all have what work we can do. It's how we treat each other as young kids, as young adults, as seniors. A lot of this interaction in Vermont's a small state. There are only 2 or 3 degrees of separation on a good day. That's a benefit for us, but thank you for this combined effort. We appreciate it. And I'd like to introduce Catherine Becker-Andrews.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Governor, and everyone else who's here today. On behalf of Senator Sanders, I just want to highlight the importance of this conversation that we're having here today. Back in 2007, Senator Sanders saw this need that John was just describing about our Vermont Guard members coming home and dispersing to every corner of the state. And working with the TAG at the time, created the Vermont Veterans Outreach Program. We have a couple members of that team here today. They are a phenomenal resource that I just want to mention. They are folks who can go into the homes of our veterans, our Guard members, and talk to them where they're at. I know from their stories, they have literally stopped potential suicides with a gun on the table. And their work is so critical, which is why Bernie has always fought to continue that funding year after year in Congress, and we look forward to continuing to do so for years to come, and making sure that more states have this same resource. I would also say that we know how important it is to have the data from the VA on suicide. One of the best ways that we can do prevention is to know what we've seen in the past. And one of the things that the most recent national report on suicide shows is that one of the groups at the highest risk for suicide are members of the National Guard who have never deployed. Think about that. Members of the National Guard who have never deployed. That means because of Congress's rules, they are not eligible to receive care from the VA. In Vermont, we're working hard to find ways to bridge those gaps for those folks and get them to care, and it's one of the things that Bernie is working on in Congress with both DOD and VA to make sure our Guard members who go through training shoulder to shoulder with their colleagues who have deployed have the same resources available to them. As we prepare for deployment, it's also absolutely critical that our community mental health providers are able to sign up for TRICARE so that those mental health providers can see our Guard members as they get ready to deploy. Having those resources in the community, in addition to the resources at the VA, will make sure that access is available when it's needed. I want to commend the VA for their tremendous mental health access. It is some of the best in the country, not just in the VA, but in any healthcare system in this country. It is absolutely phenomenal that you can walk in and get the care you need. And in Congress, Bernie is working hard to make sure that the VA has all the resources it needs to meet the promises that we've made to the members of our military and to our veteran community, including the families. I just want to close with one request because we have so many members of the press here today. There are guidelines put out by the VA and by the CDC in terms of how to talk about suicide. This is all evidence-based research that's very important in helping make sure that we talk about suicide and deaths by suicide in the right way. This is evidence-based, scientific, federally funded research. Please use it to make sure that your reporting is done in an accurate, factual way that makes sure that we help prevent suicides. So on behalf of Senator Sanders, thank you to everyone for being here today. Thank you, Governor, Adjutant General, Dr. Rush, Megan, my colleagues in the delegation. This is really an impressive effort that we're all here together on behalf of such an important issue. It's my now pleasure to turn it over to Ryan McLaren from Congressman Peter Welch's office.
Thank you, Katie. I'm really happy to be here, and I think Governor Scott mentioned two reasons why we're here today. And the first is help. And it's actually fairly serendipitous that I'm here today, because in just a few hours, the House Committee on Veterans Affairs will be taking up the Improved Wellbeing for Veterans Act, which is aimed at utilizing a public health approach to help connect veterans with existing community resources in an effort to provide key services before a veteran reaches a point of crisis. So this bill is really written to address a lot of what Dr. Rush is talking about. Connecting veterans with resources already available in the community and strengthen coordination and capacity of community-based organizations that veterans serve. So we'll be doing outreach to community members to get feedback on this bill. But this is exactly the sort of community-based and public health-based approach that Peter has supported throughout his career and is critical to rural communities in Vermont and across the country. So we really need to be we need to be all in, reaching out to veterans and addressing their needs at any opportunity. So with the VA's leadership and with partners across the state, many of which are in this room, we hope to reach veterans where they are and prevent tragedies of hopelessness and isolation that befall way too many veterans. But the second reason we're here that Governor Scott mentioned, and I think the most important reason, is hope. It's to honor the service and sacrifice of our veterans. I really feel like it's our duty as civilians to bear witness to their experiences and make sure they know how much we value their commitment to us and that that commitment will be reciprocated in kind. So what I want to say from Peter is that you're not alone. And I want to say thank you to Governor Scott, to Adjutant General Knight, and to everyone else here for spreading that message today and every day. Thank you.
Going to sign the letter at this point.
So at this point in time, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. If we could stick to on topic first, and then other questions you might want to ask. If we could do those first, I'd appreciate it.
Dr. Rush, you mentioned faith-based organizations. As we head into the holidays, successful times for families, and also perhaps more connection with churches, what can faith-based organizations do to help you help veterans?
So specifically as it relates to what we're talking about today, which is the risk of suicide and that tragedy, the driving factor in suicide in many cases, if not most cases, is loneliness and isolation. Faith-based communities are perfectly suited to help veterans see the extent to which they are not alone and that they are part of a community. And those are powerful communities that carry a tremendous amount of meaning in people's lives, and to see one's connection and that you are not isolated through the caring of a faith-based organization is a tremendously powerful response to that feeling.
Other questions?
It seems like way back when all, a decade or more ago, when all the soldiers were coming back from when the deployments were at the top of our mind, I know there were so many programs like this that I remember being talked about. Too many to even be specific, but did those work? And are they still in practice? Are they still being used?
That I don't know.
Speak to a little bit of, I can speak to my personal experience. When we got back, it was very difficult to get soldiers who just returned to speak about their experiences. So the guidance that we received from Colonel Coffin was our state psychiatrist at the time, who was very gracious in sitting us down, knowing what we've been through. It wasn't a formal program, but he encouraged us to keep an eye on each other, keep an eye on ourselves, and know that it manifests differently in everybody. And you wouldn't see things for 5 or 6 months down the road. I think what we've done since then, and of course my experience is dated at this juncture, I think we've just made exponential leaps forward with communicating all the resources, our outreach specialists within family programs, the VA, our vet centers, and we're going to continue that. I think it comes down to communication, ensuring people know there is hope and they have an avenue for assistance.
General, on that issue as a veteran, and there are several of them, we always talk, the guys who aren't talking are the guys that saw the most action or saw the really bad stuff. And it's the same with the guys that have come back lying. And they're pretty stubborn. How do you crack that nut?
I think we need more people to be the example. And if I can be that example, I will. I would share my experiences. As I said before, there's no shame in it. You've got to get rid of that stigma. and ensure, at least within our own organization, that when somebody seeks help, it doesn't have an impact, a negative impact on the career. And we give them the options they need to seek the help that they require. That's our responsibility. We've asked a lot of folks, and I would go back to what Katie said about the number of suicides that happen in veterans, National Guard veterans particularly, that haven't deployed. We've got to get after that as well, because being in the Guard is different. And we ask a lot of folks, and they have pressures outside the Guard, and being in the Guard is at times stressful. We ask a lot of folks, so we need to give them all the assistance and resources they need and make sure they know how to communicate.
Any other on topic? With that, you may want to move off to the side.
Late yesterday, your Secretary of Human Services said that you had instructed him to thoroughly investigate allegations that 7 Days published about Chipping Regional Correctional Facility. I'm wondering if you could describe in more detail what precisely it is you are hoping the Secretary will do. What is the nature of this investigation? How long do you hope it will take? What specific things are you hoping you will look at?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you for investigating and writing the article. I read the article, was alarming and eye-opening, and I felt that there was enough evidence there that we needed to move forward and do something. So having a new secretary on board with his background in turnaround operations and so forth, I thought he was the right person to take a look and gather facts and see where we go from here. I'm hoping that this won't take long. When I say not long, I would hope within the next couple of weeks we come to some conclusion as to where we go next. The Attorney General reached out this morning as well, offered his assistance, and working together on this. Inevitably, I believe that there's going to be enough evidence here that we're going to have to move forward with something. So his assistance is greatly appreciated, and I'm sure we'll be working together, as well as with the legislature when we come back in January, if there's anything that we need to do in that regard. But whether it's personnel, whether it's procedure, there are things that I believe that we'll have to change in the future based on what I read.
Such as what?
Well, I don't know yet. We have to gather the facts, make sure that we know where we're going, and then take the actions needed. There's all kinds of things that the article brought up, and I thought it was again interesting, and we're taking this very seriously. And I guarantee we'll get to the bottom of it because it's unacceptable.
You receive weekly reports from your cabinet members, pretty detailed ones. Have you ever heard any of these allegations? Any of these things been reported to you in your time as governor?
I have not, and that's concerning as well. And so that's one of the areas we want to make sure that we get to the root, at the bottom of this, so that we can take action to make sure that I'm getting the information that I need in order to make the changes that I think will be necessary.
I want to read you, if I could. I apologize for springing this on you, but I just received it about an hour ago. This is a copy of a formal complaint that was filed by a corrections officer directly to Mike Touchette, who at the time was deputy commissioner, in June 2017. And it's a lengthy report. I certainly won't read the whole thing. I'll forward it to your staff afterward. In this report, the corrections officer alleges to the deputy commissioner multiple instances of suspected retaliation against guards for reporting various things at the facility. And I'm going to just read one specific thing as it relates to focus of the story, the alleged actions of Daniel Zorzi, the second shift supervisor who guards and inmates say was using drugs on duty for years. This corrections officer reported again to Mike Touchette in June 2017. Several second shift staff have noticed a huge increase in corrective action being taken against them that correspond with making allegations of the second shift supervisor using cocaine and Ritalin while running shift. Staff have reported seeing white powder around the brim of his nose and behavior consistent with the use of stimulants. When officers initially approached myself and the other stewards about the observations,
We reported to management on their behalf, and management, the superintendent, the assistant superintendent at the time, advised us to have the staff report the incident. Personally, said they were not in violation of mandatory reporting policy. It goes on a bit longer, but essentially it alleges the people who reported that behavior, suspected behavior, were retaliated against for reporting it. What do you make of that, given that the person who received this report is now your corrections?
Yeah, well, again, concerning. We want to investigate this, get to the facts, and find out if what action was taken as a result of situations such as that. But I can assure you, I had not received any weekly report with any of that information.
Do you still have confidence in the commissioner?
Well, again, we'll go through and gather the facts. We'll learn a lot over the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we'll make determinations at that point.
Some prosecutions against former corrections officers at that facility have fallen apart for multiple reasons. We don't always know why. It seems that it may have to do with whether the alleged victim was able to testify. In one case recently, just last week, prosecution was dropped because the alleged victim died of an overdose. Do you believe that any action should be taken in the law enforcement realm against these officers who have not been fully prosecuted?
That's something that I'll be talking with the Attorney General about, but personally, I believe that we should continue to make the case so that the general public is protected and action is taken. But again, I don't know about that particular issue, but that's something that I would be talking to the Attorney General about.
The Chittenden County State's Attorney said yesterday that she plans to review the sentences of all the inmates serving that facility who her office has sent to the facility, and she may seek to reduce their sentences if she deems that appropriate. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly appropriate to go back and take a look at some of those cases, including, I think she had a couple of the correctional officers as well that were dismissed. Taking a look at those, as well as those females who were incarcerated, to make sure that when they're under the supervision of the Department of Corrections, that there wasn't anything that would prevent them from coming forward, or in terms of their rehabilitation, affecting that in any way. So I think it's appropriate for them to take a look.
Do you believe that the employment requirements for corrections officers in Vermont are appropriate? For one thing, there are no drug tests required of COs.
Yeah, I thought that was, again, something that I learned from your article. I didn't know that previous to that. It's something that we'll take a look at. I'd like to see what other states do, so that we make sure that we have the best there that are overseeing our offender population.
Does that mean you support drug tests?
I would like to see what other states do, but I was surprised to see that it wasn't there, and I'm not sure why. And that's part of why one of the areas that I'd like Mike to take a look at as well, to see how we stack up against other states and why we don't have some of those provisions. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's two separate issues from my standpoint. I still believe the facility's outdated. We need to move forward with something at some point. But we're looking at different models. We've looked at a model in Maine, a step-down kind of facility, as well as Connecticut, and we'll take a look and see where that goes. But they are two separate issues. I wouldn't want to use this as a reason to move forward with a new facility, because that's not the problem. I would say it's more of a personnel problem and maybe an adjudication problem.
Final question from me, and I swear I'll let other people ask questions, but and this is actually more of a statement. A number of the people that I've spoken to about this situation, inmates and guards who are still working there, are quite fearful of being retaliated against for speaking to the press about these matters. What can you do to ensure that there is no further retaliation or retribution against both employees and inmates?
Yeah, I think it's important as we move forward to set up some sort of a way for people to voice their opinions anonymously in some way, because when they're reporting to their superiors, that doesn't always get to
the conclusion that I think is appropriate. So we had this. We're going to make sure that nobody is retaliated against. We're going to pay attention to this, and we'll get to the bottom of it.
You will personally ensure that nobody is.
I will personally ensure that anyone comes forward with factual information on this is there's no retribution.
What's happening today with the Agency of Human Resources, Agency of Human Services, to ensure that none of the current inmates that we're looking for are being subjected to abuses or detail?
Well, again, we're in this first 24 hours here.
And that's the first 24 hours. Right. What's happening right now?
Yeah, Commissioner or Secretary Smith is probably, I'm hoping, will take action on this. He has his plate full, but we want to make sure that, that this doesn't continue. And then we do, research as to how we got to the position we're in today. So I'm sure he's taking appropriate action to be sure that this isn't happening as we speak.
It's happening under the watch of the Agency of Human Services, under the watch of your governorship, previous governorships. Yeah. Why shouldn't we have confidence in an internal probe that's being taken by the same people who were in control when all this happened?
Yeah, and I understand that. And this is just the first step. Maybe this may lead us to another, like a blue ribbon commission of some sort. I don't know. But I understand. We have to first understand what's happening and then determine what steps we take next, which may include some sort of a neutral body that would take a look at this to give everyone the sense of trust in their government, so to speak. But first of all, we need to figure this out and make sure that it's not continuing to happen.
What's your specific directions to Mike Smith?
Get to the bottom of this. This is unacceptable.
If your investigation verifies the allegations it's reporting, are you going to still have any confidence in the current leaders of DOC and of prison in particular?
We should step back. And I read a couple of the comments on the article, and there was one person who was incarcerated and talked about, or previously incarcerated, and talked about the fact that there are some good COs, correctional officers, and some bad. But we don't want to throw everyone out with this. We have good people there, and we have some bad ones as well, apparently. And that's what we want to find out, who the bad ones are, and make sure that we prevent them from continuing in that position. So it's on us to reinstill the faith and trust people should have in any government agency. And this one in particular is something that we're paying attention to as we speak.
This work going on under the leadership of people at the top who would imagine.
Well, again, we'll see when we take a look at this as to how far this went, and we'll go from there.
Another topic. Do you think the president should be informed?
I've said before that I think there should be a process, and they've opened this process up. I thought it should be transparent, and they're doing that at this point in time. It appears the House will take a vote on impeachment. I would imagine that this will happen in the next few weeks. But we have a long ways to go. I look forward to the Senate, their hearings, and how that will go from there, and determine. From my standpoint, I think the president took some steps that were inappropriate, and I think it's up to the Senate after the House takes the action that I think they will. To investigate further and convince us, the general public, as to what should happen from there.
But do you think we should be impeached?
After the Senate hearings, I'll continue to watch.
But the House impeached?
Well, they bring the allegations and they cite the president in some respects, and then it goes on to a trial after that. So I don't want to get ahead of the trial.
You appointed a new Supreme Court justice today. You, in the past, have criticized the Judicial Nominating Board for failing to send enough female candidates for the judiciary. I'm struck by the fact that, in appointing a male, you've returned the court to a male-dominated body. Can you address that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to give great credit to the Judicial Nominating Board. They've turned the corner in a lot of respects. We're seeing a very diverse group of candidates at this point in time. It should be noted, just last month, I appointed 2 Superior Court judges who are female, and we had some great candidates in this round for Supreme Court justice. It wasn't easy. A lot of good, qualified candidates came forward. But I had to, at the end of the day, I had to pick the person that I thought had the background, the temperament, and was connected enough to Vermont to do this in this position at this point in time. And I thought Judge Cohen was the appropriate person.
What is it about Cohen's philosophy, judicial philosophy?
He's just a common type of person. He explains things well, so the average Vermonter can understand it. And I think that his upbringing in the Rutland area and his, again, his humbleness, I think will suit him well in this role as Supreme Court Justice. He doesn't take himself as being any better than anyone else, and I think that's important for anyone in a position of power.
It's interesting. You just cited largely personal characteristics, nothing about his legal record. Is that
well, he's been a judge that's been well respected for over 20 years.
But I'm just in describing your process. Our personal attributes, the way people conduct themselves, where they're from. That's
part of it. You know, you probably heard my 4 C's, right?
I've heard your 4 C's.
All right. So I mean, that's what I use when I try and hire anyone and look to see if they have the talent and the capability needed, and they have to have that character integrity. They have to be competent, and they have to be committed to the process. It's difficult being a judge of any sort, and particularly a Supreme Court justice. But then they have to have the chemistry needed for the team that they're going to be a part of, and be independent enough, but yet at the same time see what the court needs, what the judicial system needs, because they oversee that. So I thought he had 20 years of experience in the Superior Court. And again, I thought he had all the legal background and all the attributes, and the other. I mean, he had even he has a degree in environmental studies of some sort, and I thought that was good as well. I thought that was an attribute.
We heard this morning about one type of preventable death. I want to ask you about another, those in Vermont's elderly homes. Last week, 7 days, and DPR published findings from an investigation based primarily on state sent records, and those records showed dozens of instances of harm, abuse, and neglect in these state-regulated facilities, as well as at least 5 preventable deaths in the last 5 years, and scores of homes that have failed to meet some basic regulations designed to protect residents, like conducting background checks before you hire an employee. Yet the state regulators only check in on these homes once every 2 years, even as they are enabled to watch over some of the most frail people in the state, hundreds who would qualify for nursing homes. And even in the vast majority of even repeat violations are going unpunished, unfined, or otherwise unsanctioned in these homes. I'm wondering if any of this is surprising to you, and what if anything, you plan to do.
Well, I know we're struggling in the state on many different perspectives. Our demographics are shifting. We're getting older. There are more people in care than ever before. We're struggling to find the help needed to be a part of these facilities. So I'm again disappointed, maybe not as surprised, but as well. I haven't circled around with our folks at AHS, determine what the steps are next in trying to make sure that we protect the most vulnerable, the seniors that have given so much to us.
Do you think the state can be doing better on this project?
Obviously, we can. I mean, we should, because we have an obligation to make sure that we protect those across the board, Vermonters of all walks of life, and our seniors are amongst the most vulnerable.
Do you think this is worthy of consideration of additional funding, whether so regulators can go out more frequently? Or?
We'll determine that. I'm sure that there'll be provisions that move forward with the legislature, work together in order to provide the oversight needed.
It sounds kind of passive, especially when you compare it to what you were just saying about the Department of Corrections. I mean, you're reporting that DPR in 7 days that found that there were at least 5 preventable deaths in the period that they were looking at.
I would say it's a much different situation. We have people in power that are using their power to take advantage of someone in their confines. And I think it's a totally different situation than in some of our elder care facilities.
But are you going to take action?
Well, obviously we'll take action, but this the story that came out yesterday about the abuse of power in some of these facilities is concerning to me. I don't see the same abuse of power in some of our elder care facilities.
You said you were concerned but not surprised about the findings in elder care?
Only because we have so many people. Our demographics, again, are shifting. And as I stated before, we're having trouble hiring people in all different sectors of Vermont, that included. So now I know they're struggling in that respect. We need to do better. We're trying to do whatever we can to attract more people to the state, and we're trying to do whatever we can to make sure that we protect people. But I'm sure there'll be steps that will need to be taken in order to do so.
Are you willing to expand the Division of Licensing Protection's authority to issue sanctions or fines? I mean, we tally 150 repeat problems at homes, and yet the state has only issued 6 fines for about $8,000 in the last 5 years. Is that something you're willing to take a look at, or do you think that
obviously we'll take a look at anything that will help rectify the situation?
I mean, I get a fine for getting the quarter in the meter on the street because homes who let down these residents usually face no such penalty. Is that?
We are not fearful of penalizing people in the state with fines in all different areas. So I would be surprised to see that there isn't fines that are being issued.
Do you think
I think Derek's just telling you that they're not.
I know. And I'm saying that I haven't looked into that enough to know whether we have or should or haven't followed through or what the issue is. But I haven't done that.
The State House leaders signaled that they're going to send you a minimum wage that you don't like and a mandatory paid leave bill that you don't like. Earning property taxes and protecting the law quite a bit next year. What will your response be to those things?
Well, again, probably no different than before. I believe that supply and demand will work in terms of minimum wage. I think they already have an effect on wages. That we don't need to artificially raise the minimum wage. We're already one of the highest in the country at this point in time. We have a state right next door that has a minimum wage of $7.25, and their economy is doing quite well. In terms of the paid family leave, I think we all agree that this would be helpful. I have a different approach, and I believe a voluntary approach is the first step necessary. It could create the structure needed as we move forward. Whatever we do, even if it's in the future they determine it to be mandatory, I believe that this is the right approach. So I'm going to continue to work with them, trying to argue our point, convince them that this is a better step in the right direction without a payroll tax that could be anywhere from $20 to $50 million or $20 to $80 million for paid family leave, when we are already seeing pressures in so many different areas, whether it's in education, another $80 to $100 million of new expenses in education as our student population continues to drop.
I mean, this sets the stage for what kind of session?
Well, probably no different than any others. We have our differences of opinion. We'll try and work through them as best we can. We'll disagree on many. I'll look for opportunities to work together on common goals.
So that sounds like they've settled, leadership has settled on a minimum wage increase in the $12 to $13 range. Before we were talking about $15. Is any mandated increase in the minimum wage and non-starter fee?
Again, we'll take a look at whatever they pass. I haven't seen anything in writing at this point. I haven't seen either body
that has agreed to that. So we'll take a look.
Your tax commission is forecasting a 6% increase in property tax rates next year. Will we see any proposals from you to reduce or eliminate that increase?
Yeah, based on projections as we see them today. That's what the letter is statutorily obligated to do. I vetoed 3 budgets over property taxes over the last 3 years. So suffice it to say, I'm sensitive to property tax rate increases. We've taken different approaches. In the first year, we tried to force through something that they weren't willing to do. In the second year, we had a whole list of different approaches that we would like them to consider, and that didn't work. So I need a willing partner. We're willing to have the conversation. I believe we're going in the wrong direction. We're spending over $1.7 billion now, or probably over $1.8 billion at this point for education for about 75,000 kids. So we have a structural problem on our hands that needs to be addressed. And we can't continue, even with everything that's been done in terms of finding different alternatives to the property tax increases, sales and use and so forth. And even with the grand list growing because of all the new building and improvements that we're doing across the state, I think that in itself, the grand list is growing by $50 million. So that should take care of the ongoing increased expense, but it's not. So that's why the property tax rate will increase if we do nothing. And I just think that we can do better. But I need them to work with me in order to do so.
So will we see a specific proposal?
I think there are going to be some of the same proposals we've seen before. Healthcare is one area that is concerning. I think that's driving some of the increase, not all of it. I think the inefficient system is really the culprit. But we have some ideas. But again, they have to be willing to work with us on that. I can't drive this. Obviously, I've tried that 3 times. So we'll do what we can to work with them to try and give some relief to Vermonters.
And back to Derek's line of questioning, on the other issue, I just want to be clear on that. Is there a plan of action right now in your administration to address some of the issues that were covered in that investigation?
I am not aware of what we're doing, but I'm confident that we're doing something. But I haven't addressed that personally myself at this point in time.
This week, there's 2 juveniles that are back in Woodside after the alleged home invasion. Do you still stand by your administration's proposal to shut down Woodside?
Yeah, well, again, it's a facility that is geared towards having a population of 30. So the problem still exists. So that's an area that I think that we'll be able to work with the legislature on. I think we're both at the point where we think the Woodside should close. Maybe not everyone, but many in positions of leadership have signaled that they think we have to do something. So we're willing to work with them on that. But we have to take some other approach. I mean, we do have need in the state.
Have you spoken to Commissioner Touchette? And is he on?
I have not.
You've not?
I have not spoken to Commissioner Touchette. You mean in the last 24 hours?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Does he remain on the job?
He does.
Vermont's Department of Motor Vehicles has been making a lot of money selling personal information. Do you support that practice?
Well, it's been going on for a long time. Some of it is in statute, actually, interestingly enough. I did take some action last week and told them to stop with private investigators accessing that information. So we put a hold on that for now. That seems to be the biggest sticking point. The rest is some from insurance companies and so forth in determining rates, and they have to make sure that those with licenses agree to that before they can access the information. So some of it's in statute. There's no choice. But I am a little concerned about privacy. And the private investigators is an area that I think we should take a step back and take a look at. So I told them to stop that practice.
Why does that concern you?
Well, it's just that, I'm not sure what they use the information for.
And I just think it's an area that we should just, let's take a step back and take a look and make sure we know what we're doing with that, and talk with the legislature to see where we want to go from there.
Besides private investigators, there are other corporations that receive this information, purchase it, that are not insurance companies. Are you interested in reviewing this practice holistically?
I'm sure it will lead to that, but the private investigators was an area that I was most concerned with.
You've already started fundraising for 2020. Can we expect an announcement soon? Are you planning on an announcement?
I'll be making that determination in the spring after the legislature is out of session. But I always want to be prepared. You never know. So we want to get started whenever we can.
People who are not running for election don't raise money.
Oh, I don't know that for sure, but I haven't seen any data on that.
Senator Baruch, he's going to be introducing legislation banning semi-automatic firearms in some public spots. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I think we've taken a lot of steps in this regard over the last 2 years, as you might recall. And I think there's an opportunity for us to take the laws that we passed, make them better, and make sure that we're putting them into practice, and making sure that we're educating people on how to use particularly the red flag laws. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to do better with what we have right now, rather than stepping out and passing new legislation.
So you oppose the idea, it sounds like.
Well, I'm not sure what the issue is they're trying to solve, but again, I'll listen to anything. We'll see where it goes in the legislature, but should be an interesting session.
Is it a solution to a problem that doesn't exist?
Don't know that. I mean, that's something that we'll take a look at, and I'm sure it'll be debated within the legislature themselves.
Secretary Moore yesterday said TCI might not be a carbon tax if the proceeds are allocated for economic development and affordability. Is that right?
I'm not sure. We'll see when the proposal comes out sometime in December, I believe. I'm not sure what it is at this point in time, but we have a seat at the table. We'll reflect on that. I've been consistent in my belief that a carbon tax isn't what Vermont needs. So I would not support it if it was a carbon tax. Okay. Thank you very much.
David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Very quietly and without much notice or fanfare from corporate media, Bernie Sanders has taken a pretty decisive position in second place of the 2020 Democratic primary, ahead of Elizabeth Warren, and is actually even statistically tied for first place with Joe Biden in admittedly just one recent poll. If you look at the last 8 polls as of a few hours ago, Bernie Sanders is either statistically tied for second place with Elizabeth Warren in 2 of the polls, 14-13 and 16-17, or in second place behind Joe Biden. Bernie polling as high as 25 in the latest Emerson poll, as low as 14 in the latest USA Today poll. But in that USA Today poll, where Bernie polls 14, Elizabeth Warren polls 13. This has not been covered very much, or even really almost at all by corporate media. I took a look at Google News and saw that there's an article from Vox saying most voters haven't picked anybody yet. I saw an article from Newsweek, which accurately says Joe and Bernie are pulling away. There's one good piece in the Boston Globe saying Bernie is back and has a shot at this thing. Now, of course, we don't know what will happen, but Bernie Sanders is suddenly in a very strong position in national polling with all of the normal caveats. The caveat, of course, is much like with national polling related to Donald Trump, we need to understand that this is an electoral college race in the end. The primary also is made up of delegates that are garnered looking at each individual state's primary or caucus. So let's look at some of those first primary states. And, you know, when you do that, it's also not looking bad for Bernie in those first primary states. Bernie is in a statistical tie for first place in Iowa, which is the first state to vote. Bernie is in third place in New Hampshire behind Biden and Buttigieg. Bernie's tied with Elizabeth Warren for second place in Nevada. And Bernie is tied with Elizabeth Warren for second place in South Carolina, which will be the fourth state to vote. So I get a lot of emails that are, you know, this black and white thinking of it's either all this or all that. Bernie's going to win all of these. Bernie's going to win none of these. This could go any number of ways, and it's going to be based on the momentum set by the early states. So if you're with Bernie, start to focus on Iowa and New Hampshire and subsequently Nevada and South Carolina. If you are with whoever, increasingly that is the strategy. We had debate number 6 last night. We have debate number 7 on January 14th. And then voting starts on February 3 with the Iowa caucuses. 8 days later, it will be the New Hampshire primary on February 11th. So can Bernie Sanders win? That's one question that's often discussed. The answer is yes, he can win. What are you getting at when you ask that question? Are you alluding to DNC opposition to Bernie? Are you alluding to voters taking to the ideology espoused by Bernie Sanders? Depending on what you're asking, there's a different political analysis to be made. Will Bernie win? Anybody claiming that definitively is operating in mere speculation. So I get a lot of Andrew Yang supporters who will get in touch and say, David, Yang will win the nomination and is the only person who can defeat Donald Trump. Neither one of those claims is based in fact. I get people who say, David, Tulsi Gabbard is being railroaded, but she would have won, obviously, if it weren't for the smears against her. And she is the only one who can defeat Donald Trump. We went through some of these claims before. These are all mere speculation. What we can say about Bernie Sanders is that he is in this thing. He is in this thing even within the first 4 primary states that will be sort of like the momentum setters. And at least in hypothetical polling with Donald Trump, Bernie does well. He does better than many candidates, and he does worse than Joe Biden, and in some polls, worse than Elizabeth Warren. Nationally, although I'm trying to be as full as possible here and thorough, in some key states, Bernie Sanders does better than Elizabeth Warren in a hypothetical matchup against Donald Trump. So go and work for it, because it's going to take work. This is going to be, if you were to say, will we know by March 1st who the nominee is going to be and whether it's going to be Bernie Sanders? I don't know that we will know by March 1st, but I think that by March 15th we will know. I'm going from memory. I believe very early in March, maybe the 3rd or something like that, there are a bunch of primaries, including, I think, here in Massachusetts. Once those happen, we're going to have a very good sense of who is in this thing, who is not in this thing, and who should be dropping out because they have not garnered maybe even any delegates in any of the first bunch of primaries. So we will certainly know by then. Last thing on this, the role of impeachment in all of this. There's this idea that once the impeachment trial starts in the Senate, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren are going to be pulled out of their campaigns and in the Senate for the trial, and this will objectively hurt them, and it will boost Biden and or Buttigieg, the more establishment candidates. I don't know that that is actually going to happen. You can speculate over whether that's the goal of impeachment. I think it's not. I think that Donald Trump is getting impeached because Donald Trump deserves to get impeached, and there's going to be a trial. I don't believe that the full slate of Democratic challengers or Democratic voters, Democratic reps who voted for impeachment in the House of Representatives are saying, here's an idea. I'm going to vote to impeach Trump to get Bernie and Warren off the trail so that Biden becomes the nominee. I don't think that that's the case, but it's speculative. The more important part is, would it actually work? And I think that in a way, you could be right that not being on the campaign trail could hurt Bernie or Warren. But remember, most of what is going to be going on by the time the Senate trial starts is going to be via TV ads and campaigning that doesn't require them to physically be where the voters are. And furthermore, there's a way in which being prominently participating in the Senate trial of Donald Trump's impeachment could actually help Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders that Joe Biden won't have the benefit of, that Pete Buttigieg will not have the benefit of. So I would not jump to that right away. I don't think that there is actually evidence of the motive. And more importantly, I think if it is the strategy that some are pursuing to get Bernie and Warren off of the campaign trail, I think it is going to fail and it is going to not work at all and could even backfire. We are going to talk about many things coming up later today, including, I never talked about this, but I do want to talk about it. Barron Trump and Greta Thunberg. Why is it that Republicans went nuts when one was mentioned, but said nothing about Donald Trump bullying the other online? I want to talk about that a little bit later. We will get back to this conversation of martial law and contesting the election results. I want to get to that later in the show. Also, a really weird question related to my recent appendectomy that I had, which I'm going to humor the viewers with and actually answer later today. We will also take your phone calls upcoming. Make sure you are following me at DPacman on Twitter. Follow The David Pakman Show at David Pakman Show. And we've got a tremendous Friday show for you. I will remind you, just so people don't forget, we have the Monday show, and then we're on break until almost the end of the year. We're taking a week off next week. Don't get scared. The show is not going off the air. We're just taking a little vacation.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media. Whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex or French press, or a David Pakman Show t-shirt, it's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. Don't miss the bumper stickers too. davidpakman.com/gear.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, today's new members of the day are Wade McDaniel and Mel Clayman. Wade and Mel, thank you so much for being David Pakman Show members. I also want to say thanks to today's longtime sustaining member of the day, Jesse Perez, who has been a member for almost 5 years. Join up at joinpakman.com. Let's go to the phones on a very, very busy news week, 617-830-4750. We will start with our caller from the 312 area code. Let's go to our caller from the 312.
Hi, David. This is Priscilla from Chicago.
Hey, how are you?
Good. So I have a question. I had a thought when I was at the store. I see that these major corporations, always ask before you pay, be willing to donate $2, $3 to a good cause. It ends up being a good cause, but it just rubs me the wrong way because it's like, you're a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Why don't you donate $1 billion to this corporation instead of asking $2, $3 from people who are already maybe lower middle class? And, when I talk about it to people, their reaction seems to be kind of mixed, like they're kind of torn because it is a good cause, like the Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
But I don't get past the fact that these are still billionaires asking people for $2, $3.
Well, the big one is
much more.
I totally agree with you, and I am mixed in a sense because I'm not saying that the cause isn't a good one. I'm not saying that the issue of childhood cancer is not an issue that we should be taking seriously and working to solve, and you need money to solve that. Or hunger, for example. But when I go to Whole Foods, and that Whole Foods was trying to prevent having to give employees health care under Obamacare and all this different stuff. And then they're like, hey, will you round up your purchase or give us $1 or $5 for this or that? It's like, are you seriously asking me for that, given what you have been doing? But at the same time, I don't want to suggest I don't care about the cause, because I do. It is a really weird thing. And I think it works on guilt a lot. They want to guilt people into making these donations.
They use Child's Hospital, which usually deals with cancer and kids. And
yeah.
So you feel torn and you want to donate, but at the same time, I feel angry because it's already you've taken so much. And I feel like the middle class, the poorest people, lower class, they shouldn't be putting in more. I feel like it should. If it's a great cause, then you put in more. Then,
absolutely.
But you donate $1 billion.
Let me ask you, Priscilla, do you ever do the donations?
I used to, but I feel like as I got older, I think I got angrier. I just got more cynical, I feel. And I felt like their care for people is not really genuine. So if I do donations, I do directly to the organizations versus going through Whole Foods or Walmart or anyone who offers like that.
That's exactly what I do. And, part of it is when charities are a big area of scams. And I want to make sure that not only is the money getting to the charity, but I want to make sure that the charity is also using the money in a way that's responsible. So whenever I'm asked for any donation, and if it's at the grocery store, I just say no, thank you. But if I'm asked on the street or if someone comes to the door soliciting, I always say, listen, the way I decide is I proactively seek out organizations that share my mission and values, and I make a contribution to them after I've researched them. And those are my donations for the year. I don't on a whim throw another $5 or $10 at this or that thing. I think about, I put time into it, and that's what I do. That's it.
And I feel like they've been doing it a lot with the hospitals now too.
Yeah.
From my hospital, I'm getting a lot of hey, donate, $5 to this good cause. And it's, you guys are already charging an arm and a leg to be seen there. And they're still, it comes down to the same
beyond
thing,
that,
just
then,
the
talking about donating to hospitals, given the for-profit private insurance system that we have.
Right.
And, it's that's a complete other story for a different day. But very good point, Priscilla. I appreciate you calling in and making it.
Thank you so much for taking my call, David. I'm a long-time listener. Big
Thank
fan.
you. Hope to hear from you again. I appreciate it. Let's go next to our caller from the 323 area code. Who is calling today from 323?
Hey, David, it's Gino.
Hey, Gino.
And I just have a concern. Hey, I just have a concern about the wealth tax that's being talked about by Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders.
Sure.
The thing is that I don't think that a lot of the wealth that billionaires have is liquid enough for it to be taxed. And I've heard a lot of countries have tried the wealth tax, but it hasn't worked the way they want it.
Yes. You're correct. I've mentioned this
What are your
before.
thoughts?
I've mentioned this before. And listen, this is not about let's feel sorry for billionaires whose wealth is all tied up in stocks and corporate ownership. I'm not saying that. It is a practical consideration that other countries have dealt with, that wealth taxes on people who don't necessarily have a lot of cash can create situations where they need to sell stocks in order to be in compliance with the wealth tax or do other things. This is why it feels as though lower hanging fruit would be taxing capital gains at the same rate as ordinary income, because then you're taxing the gains on the wealth rather than the wealth itself, which may be held in illiquid assets. Now, I'm guessing that there are counter arguments, but you are correctly stating, Gino, that this has been a problem in other countries, and I completely agree with you on that.
Yeah, I'm sure the same concern. I don't feel sorry for billionaires or anything. It's just that I just want it to be taxed in an efficient way where we get to the money we need for the programs that we need.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like
All
you
right,
and I are
thank
on
you.
the same page that, thank you for the call. Yeah. It sounds like we're both on the same page that we're not against a wealth tax morally, and we're not against what it's trying to do. And we're not against reducing inequality, but we have some concerns about the implementation of such a tax. Let's go next to our caller from the 267 area code. 267, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, David. My name is William. I'm a big fan of the show.
Thanks.
I wanted to talk to you about immigration.
Sure.
So you talked about how the right smears the left by saying the left supports open borders.
Right.
But I think both sides just view the subject differently.
Okay.
So I think the right views the left as pro open borders because they are generally soft on enforcing deportations. Like this, when people come here illegally, the left is generally not as fast to support them to be deported, if that makes any sense.
So what would be an example of that? Who are you talking about? People who have done what exactly?
I don't have any specific examples. I just have a general feeling of like that's based off of a bunch of left-wing commentators and people on the left that I've spoken to personally. That's the general vibe. They don't really want people to be deported. Like for instance, I've heard on your show how you support people being deported if they've done a violent crime, but they've already come here illegally. So I think just coming here is enough for deportation because they don't belong here. They were born here. They haven't done
So listen,
the right
let me
paperwork.
give you what I think is the predominant view. There is no doubt that there are immigration activists who say if you've come here illegally but haven't committed any other crime, it should be treated sort of like a civil infraction. It should be a ticket or whatever. You should not be deported. Okay, I don't think that's the predominant view. My understanding of the predominant view on the left is there's no question that countries are allowed to have borders and immigration law and enforce immigration law. The disagreement comes in that the priority should not be as a solution to go out and proactively find people who have committed no other crime other than being here illegally and deport those people when there are so many other things that should be done first. Like, for example, we should be looking at overstayed visas, and we should be looking at technology on the border, and we should be looking at a path to citizenship for DACA to make sure that those people who came here through no choice of their own. There's a lot of priorities. And then even beyond that, there are other criminal priorities within the United States that are higher priorities than just finding people who are here illegally and deporting them. So I'm sure you're right. There are people who don't want undocumented immigrants to be deported at all. I don't think that's the primary view. I think the primary view is that choosing to make the priority to do ICE raids and just find people who are here working hard, whatever, when it was your faulty system to begin with that allowed them to come here to start with, seems like a totally misguided priority. I think that's really the issue.
Oh, okay. Well, I definitely agree with that. It shouldn't be the priority, and especially since some people have been deported by accident. I don't think people should be going through, lists of citizens and trying to get people out.
There's
But
also an
if
issue
you're
of civil
if you're caught,
liberties, William. There's a civil liberties issue also where, for example, I don't think that if police pull you over and you have a driver's license and you were speeding, I don't think it should be in their purview to ask questions about or explore your immigration status. That should not be the job of local police, for example. Does that mean I think anyone should be allowed to come to the U.S. illegally at any time? No, but from a civil liberties perspective, I don't believe that that's the job that local police should be doing. Do you understand the distinction?
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with that as well.
Cool.
So everything you're saying, I agree with. So.
All right, good. Well, hopefully we've changed your view,
insight.
at least on the predominant view. I appreciate the call. I've got a lot of people holding, so I'm going to move on. But, a lot of times I feel like our disagreements are based on misunderstanding the other person's position, not actually disagreeing about the principle. Let's go next to our caller from the 323 area code. Caller from 323, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey there, David. My name's Josh. I'm calling from LA.
Hey, Josh. What's going on?
Had kind of a strange question for you, a little bit more like a career advice type question, but if you'll be so kind, let me take a running start at this. So I've been sort of politically activated back in 2016 when I started watching people like you and Young Turks and Kyle Kalinske. Kind of never really liked politics, didn't trust politicians until I heard about Bernie Sanders. He changed everything for me. He basically made me politically activated. I'm a professional cinematographer living in LA, and my question for you is, I'm trying in my own way to push the Overton window to the left. I try and talk to friends and family about important issues. Anyone I meet really at a party, like Lord knows my wife would say, I've ruined lots of weddings by, chatting up people who had political disagreements with me. But basically my question for you is how in my own way, in my own sphere, can I push that window to the left? And I'm not really able or interested in doing what you do, which is being on camera. I'm a cameraman myself, so I'm looking to amplify people's voices on the left. I was just wondering if you had any tips.
So you want to amplify voices from the left, but you don't want to be on camera. And I'm guessing you don't want to be involved in producing a show either.
Oh, no, I want to be involved in producing it. I just don't have the wherewithal to go on camera and do what you do. But I'm totally into
So, well,
producing.
listen, I mean, there's a lot of people who do what I do, but they lack either the technical skills or the business skills or the access to the equipment to do it. So I would say partner up with someone who does want to be on camera, but lacks the skills that you have. And then now, instead of it just being one guy or gal who has to figure this out, now you've got two people. I mean, one of the things that really, I've seen a lot of shows fail, not because the host has bad ideas or is a bad communicator, but I've seen shows fail because they can't get the tech side together. They can't get it together enough to be regularly producing content, which is what it takes to start building things up. So I would say partner up with someone who does want to be on camera, bring your skills to the table.
I've tried that. Yeah, I've contacted other campaigns. I hit up Shahid Buttar and flew to San Francisco and shot some content for him pro bono. I'm looking to do more stuff like that, but these campaigns, of course, I volunteered for Jank and I volunteered for Bernie, but those campaigns have never written me back. I'm sure they get a billion emails a day.
Sure.
I was just wondering if you knew of any other local progressives, or maybe not local, but
I don't. But again, I'm saying don't get jumped in with a candidate, because the candidate might win and then they're elected official, or they lose and then they disappear. Really look at starting an ongoing program with someone who is interested in being on camera as a host, not as a candidate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think that's a great idea. Yeah, because then it's sort of like the conversation continues over whoever gets elected.
Exactly right. And this is one of the problems I see with Bernie in 2016. In 2020, I've seen it with Tulsi Gabbard, where channels pop up where it's just about the candidate only. And then if the candidate doesn't win, all of that audience and goodwill that you've built up kind of disappears because it was based around a candidate. So I like the idea of building a show either around the host or around an issue rather than a candidate. I think that's the way to go.
or even broader, like about an ideology.
Sure, of course, progressive ideology. Okay, I hope that's somewhat useful. I appreciate the call.
Thanks.
All right, Josh.
Appreciate
Josh
that,
from
and all your
LA.
hard work,
Great to hear
David.
from you. Let's take a quick break. If you're holding, don't hang up, because I will go right back to the phones after this short break.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
All right, we are taking calls for one of the last times of 2019. The phone number is, of course, 617-830-4750. Let's go next to our caller from the 317 area code. Who's calling today from 317? 317,
Hi,
I heard you click on there. Yeah, there you are.
Hi there. My question is, I've heard you talk about Trump not likely being impeached due to the Republicans just smacking it down in the Senate. Do you think he has a real shot at being president despite going back on all of his campaign promises and using ICE the way he is, allowing children to die in custody? Like, how will that not destroy him in the upcoming election? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Because his supporters either don't care or don't believe it or think that it's the fault of Democrats or fill in the blank. So yeah, I don't believe Trump will be convicted by the Senate on impeachment. I do unfortunately think that unless we really get turnout up and really do what is going to be very hard work, as a general rule, it's hard to knock off an incumbent president. It's particularly difficult when you have one with a cult of personality around them. The cult of personality around George W. Bush was nothing compared to the cult of personality around Donald Trump. So I agree with you. How could someone vote for this? I understand your frustration. I hear the frustration in your voice. But unfortunately, I think that Trump is likely to lose the popular vote, but he very well may win the Electoral College again and get reelected to another 4 years, and it'll be horrible.
Oh my gosh. Well, that was the question. Well, that was the answer I was hoping not to get, but I appreciate that. It seems like the situation that we're in. But
listen, it's not a foregone conclusion, right? I mean, that's the thing. We've got to. It's up to us. Half the country doesn't vote. If people go out and vote, it's very easy. We don't even really have to convince anyone to change their mind about Trump. We just have to make sure that the people that normally don't vote and might not otherwise vote go out and vote, and then we win. It's just easier said than done.
Right. Well, I'll be looking forward to it for sure.
All right. Thank you so much for the call. Very much appreciate hearing from you. Let's go to our caller from the 650. Who's calling today from 650?
Hey, dude.
Yes. Are we on speakerphone?
No, I'm on a headset.
Okay.
Sorry. Here. Is this better?
That is better. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So I remember from my poli-sci days that there was
something in the Constitution, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but there's something in it that said that if the government basically just did a really poor job of representing the people of the United States, and the people of the United States felt that the government was just overall corrupt, that there's something in there, and I can't remember exactly what it is, and I'm hoping you might know what I'm talking about, that American people can basically flush the whole government out of all the representatives that we have in the United States, or we can remove everyone from office one way or another. Did I remember that incorrectly? Does that not exist?
You know,
Like
I unfortunately am not familiar with exactly what you're describing. I mean, I know about provisions like the 25th Amendment to remove an individual for lack of fitness, but I'm not sure about this general sort of, flush the government down the toilet. And it's maybe 10 or 15 times, as Donald Trump says, some people are now flushing toilets 10 or 15 times. I'm not aware of that particularly.
Okay. All right. Well, all right, then I'm probably mistaken, or probably need to
No,
do
it may
more
be that I
research,
just
but
don't
feel
know
like
about it. It may be that I don't. You may be right. I'm not sure.
Well, if anyone out there knows what I'm talking about, I think, because especially if, with all these polls, people are saying that the majority of the people want the president of the United States removed from office, and if our government can't fulfill our desire as the people, they're supposed to represent us. I mean, I think it's a huge disgrace for how the government's supposed to work. I think
there's no question. I mean, listen, what you're pointing out is that government does not really reflect the desires of the individuals. And this is for a lot of different reasons. This is because of voter suppression. This is because very often they just don't do what their constituents actually want them to do because of lobbyist influence and campaign finance. You're spot on there. I mean, we have the idea of a democracy, of a representative democracy, and in practice, we barely have it.
Yeah, it's disgraceful. We need to flush them right now.
Flush it 10 or 15 times, my friend. All right, thank you so much for the call. I very much appreciate it. Let's go next to our caller from, let's go to the 516 area code. Who's calling today from 516?
Good. I think that's me. Hi, I'm Antoine from Long Island.
Hey, Antoine, what's going on?
Good afternoon, Mr. Pac-Man, and Merry Impeachment Day.
Yes, indeed.
I really just had a comment or a question, I should say. It seems like the Republican Party really only has two defenses right now for what Trump had done. It's either that he really didn't withhold funds, didn't offer a quid pro quo, and didn't ask for a favor, which have all been shown to be false, or everything he did was okay. They say that the call was okay, that what Giuliani did was okay, and what he continues to do, asking for favors from other countries, is fine. So my question to you is, why can't we get somebody like Nancy Pelosi, or Schumer, or even better, AOC, who's much better at the trolling, to kind of just stand up on the House floor and say, hey, Germany, if you're listening, if you get Trump's taxes, I'm sure you'll be mightily rewarded by the press.
I think somebody has done
Saudi
that.
Arabia.
I remember that there was somebody who sort of tongue-in-cheek did that. But what you're pointing out, Antoine, is actually what their defense has been for most things, which is it definitely didn't happen. And then they transitioned to, if it happened, it was okay. And then they transitioned to, it happened, but it's fine. This is not anything to get all worked up about. I mean, remember, they said, oh, nobody had any contact with Russians. No, nobody. Trump said it, Trump Jr. said it, Pence said it, Jeff Sessions said it. And then it switched to, listen, I mean, we have contacts. We talk to all sorts of people and it's completely fine. This is how it always goes. It didn't happen and it happened and is not a big problem.
Exactly. But what I'm trying to get at is that it seems like there's only two results of what's going on, what's going to happen with this impeachment, which is one, he gets removed from office and we find out that, you can't solicit another government for help in an election, or two, he doesn't, and then the rules of the game have changed. So what I'm insinuating is that someone in the House on the Democratic side should test that boundary. Instead of us pretending like he didn't ask, or maybe let's find out if he did, I would like to see someone actually step up and, say, hey, Saudi Arabia, if you want us to approve your weapon sale, which we will, you need to help us with corruption. Or China, you need to investigate Ivanka Trump, and then we'll help you with the trade deal.
Yeah,
I want
but
them
who
to
would do it?
explicitly
Who would
say
do
it.
it? Because it's Trump who's the one negotiating all of that stuff. So it's an interesting idea, but Democrats are not in a position to demand those things because Trump and his administration are the ones managing those relationships.
You're entirely correct. But at the same time, that's why we didn't see Zelensky go on CNN. He kind of waited to the last moment, hoping that Congress would be able to step over, because Trump essentially isn't the universal gateway into the favor that he was asking for.
All right, I think I understand. I think it's an uphill battle, unlikely to happen, but I appreciate the phone call very much, and hope to hear from you again. Let's go next to our caller from the 646 area code. Who's calling today from 646?
Hi, David. Is this me?
Yes, it is.
Hi, I'm Ben. I'm from Chappaqua, New York, about half a mile from the Clintons, as a matter of fact.
Of course.
So, so I'm 17 years old, and I'm very politically active. I really have been into politics since probably even before 2016, my parents and all that. And I've noticed that a lot of other guys my age come from pretty left-wing families, but they've sort of gotten absorbed into this sort of libertarian, borderline Trump, right-wing ideology based on, I feel like, of a lot of the media, more independent media such as Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, Kent State Gun Girl, PragerU. And I feel like these people have created this sort of cynicism towards certain social aspects such as feminism or LGBT rights.
Sure.
And I feel like personally I've gotten sucked in a little bit too. And I'm worried that this may actually help Trump win again. Like, for example, in 2016, I was the guy yelling that Bernie was too far right. But now, honestly, it's going to be my first primary voting, and I'm probably going to vote for Joe Biden. I don't know.
All right,
if
but
it's
hold
just
on a
I've
second.
grown
Let's
up
see if we can
or-
break these things down a little bit. So I take it that now you think Bernie is too far left. You used to think he was too far right. Now you think he's too far left. On what issue is Bernie too far left in your mind?
With me, I feel like I've gotten absorbed. Again, I feel like he's targeting a different audience in this election.
How
I
so?
felt like
Who's he targeting?
In 2016, younger inner city voters as opposed to the country as a whole, rural middle American voters that ended up voting for Trump, which is part of which really got me into him.
But so
also,
through
I
what?
feel
Hold
like
on a second. We're skipping a lot of stuff. Through what policy do you feel Bernie is targeting inner city voters rather than rural voters? What policy?
I feel like he's now turning from. I think yes, he's still there's a lot of the old Bernie in there about it's Wall Street, but I feel like there's still a lot of Trump's a racist, as opposed to saying that this policy is inefficient. I feel like he's trying to get younger millennial voters really hepped up, as opposed
Hasn't
to
Bernie been doing both though? I mean, hasn't Bernie been saying this is a thing that Trump said that's just racist, calling, Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas or whatever. But then Bernie seems very policy centric. He's talking about here's why Trump's trade ideas don't work. Here's why Trump's ideas on healthcare don't work. Here's how Trump's geopolitical and foreign policy ideas don't work. I mean, I'm just not seeing that. Okay, so you said that he's pointed out that Trump has said racist things. Who hasn't? Joe Biden has pointed that out as well, and you say you like Joe Biden. So
of course.
What is it that Bernie's doing that Joe isn't that you feel is turning you off?
Another thing that I remember I actually saw on your show is his affiliation with Linda Sarsour.
Sure.
And close relationship with AOC and Ilhan Omar. I'm Jewish. I visited Israel. It's a very big part of my identity. And I feel that I think I'm not one of these people that says BDS is not okay. Of course, it's free speech. But publicly associating yourselves with personally, I feel Ilhan Omar is anti-Semitic, but I think that
Ben, you're breaking up terribly, but listen, if you can still hear me, I agree with you that Bernie
I
should
can,
have
yeah.
no association with Linda Sarsour, but I want to point out to you, because, we're examining your beliefs here. Your first argument was that you believe Bernie has shifted to targeting urban millennials over rural voters, and you don't like that. And when I asked for examples, the one you came up with is something that Joe Biden also does. And now you're shifting to something else, which is you don't like Bernie's associations with some people. Are you cognizant of the fact that the first assertion you made, you haven't so far been able to back up with any real good examples that are unique to Bernie?
yeah, I do understand that. I feel like maybe I've just been listening to him more lately or something, but I don't know. I personally, back in 2016, I saw him as this sort of European-like socialist. And I've just seen him talk more lately in the last 2 or 3 years about certain issues like women's rights, immigrant rights, which, I'm all for. But if a candidate is running on those issues...
Hold on a second.
Me...
Ben, let me ask you a question. If I said to you, when you think about Bernie's candidacy, what's the number one issue you associate with Bernie?
You mean like problem I have with him, or
No.
issue he addresses?
The number one political issue that is the most important pillar of his platform. What would you say it is?
I'd say is tackling big corporations and Wall Street.
No. But the policy. Hold on a
shifting to
second. I
healthcare
know
as
you know
well.
what it is. What's the policy that is associated with Bernie specifically that was the biggest issue for him in 2016 and remains the biggest issue, which now everybody, many people have come around to agree with him on?
Wealth tax?
No, it's healthcare. Okay, I'm giving you the answer.
No,
listen.
Yeah.
Medicare for all, right? This is to say that Bernie's candidacy is based on women's rights. Listen, Bernie's candidacy is, of course, predicated on the idea that we need to treat people equally under the law and equality of opportunity and so on and so forth. But Bernie is in my mind, is the healthcare guy, number one, and is the inequality and corporate cronyism guy, number two. I think maybe it just seems as though you have a bit of a inaccurate perception maybe of what is. You can still not like Bernie. You can still like Biden over Bernie. I'm just not hearing from you what sound to me like really well thought out reasons for it. And that's what concerns me.
And to be honest, I agree with you. I think it's partially, that one person, someone a couple of weeks ago said you should interview Hunter Avallone. I was, let's just say I had some issues. I won a big award at school and was screamed at and called a white cis male, and that I won it only because of that status, which, okay, that's neither here nor there, but that got me, sucked into the Hunter Avallone, Ben Shapiro, and I think that's turned me a bit cynical on these issues.
Right, so it sounds like maybe this
perception.
Personal experience that you had, you are now projecting onto Bernie Sanders, even though it may not be based in fact. Is that possible, Ben?
Yeah.
It's possible.
I mean, that's human nature.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Ben, listen, I'm glad that you are willing to hear reason and to think through these issues. I appreciate you calling me today.
Of course. Thank you.
All right. We'll talk to you again, I hope. Sorry to everybody I didn't get to. That does it for calls today. We will take calls again, and we'll talk to everybody next week.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram at David Pakman Show. You can check out behind the scenes pictures, memes, shots of the studio, shots of what Pat does all day. Very, very concerning to a lot of people. All of that and more on the David Pakman Show Instagram account at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, let's get into audience questions for the week. Sort of the last time that it's for the Friday show. We will take more audience questions, but next week we've got a weird schedule because of the holiday. Anyway, who cares? This is one of the last times we'll be taking audience questions for the year. And the first question is, hey, David, why can't Barron Trump ever be mentioned publicly according to Republicans, but it's fine for Trump to attack Greta Thunberg? Greta Thunberg, of course, Times Person of the Year, the European climate activist, 16 or 17-year-old climate activist. So I agree with you. It makes no sense that merely mentioning Barron is off limits, but the president himself is going after this young girl who's a climate activist. Now, when I tweeted about this, I got a bunch of tweets from right-wingers saying, David, don't you understand the difference? Greta Thunberg is a public figure by choice. She is an activist. She is doing something and opening herself up to criticism. Barron is just the president's son. He has not done anything publicly. He is not trying to be in the public eye. That's why it's unfair to mention Barron. But Greta Thunberg is a willing public figure, and therefore she can be attacked. Listen, what was mentioned about Barron Trump was literally a word pun. It wasn't about Barron Trump. Law professor Carlin, who testified in the House impeachment hearings a couple of weeks ago, in talking about how the president, Donald Trump, has a desire for unchecked power similar to that of a monarch, she said, Barron Trump can't also be a baron, right? So like B-A-R-O-N, the low-level figure of a monarchy. It's some kind of royal position, right? A B-A-R-O-N, lowercase, not a proper noun. It's just a word pun, okay? And Republicans went crazy like Barron Trump as an individual was being attacked in some way. It's just a language convenience. That's all it is. There was no actual criticism of Barron. The criticism is of Donald Trump, who has children, the adult ones, who have just been installed in positions of notoriety, privilege, and power without being elected, without being confirmed by the Senate. And that is the problem. When Trump goes after Greta Thunberg as an individual, seems to sort of ridicule her even for the idiosyncrasies that are part of her being mildly autistic. When people go against her, attack her motives or her demeanor, her physical appearance, all this stuff, you're really saying that that's the same as a word pun that had nothing to do whatsoever with Barron Trump as a person? You got to give me a break. And then even more pathetic, by the way, is that Trump's wife, the First Lady Melania Trump, has very publicly said her cause is bullying. She doesn't want bullying. She doesn't want cyberbullying. She doesn't want school bullying or any kind of bullying. And then when the opportunity presents itself where her husband is bullying Greta Thunberg, she initially says nothing. And then I believe, I'm going from memory here, actually said that Greta sort of brought it on herself in some way. I don't actually, it was over the weekend and I was so sickened by the mere concept of it. I didn't research it, but said something along the lines of, well, she did something to deserve the criticism. These people don't care. The right claims to be all about principles. And then when they actually get an opportunity to live their principles, it turns out that the principles don't even matter remotely. It's absolutely stunning and disgusting. There is no comparison between attacking Greta Thunberg, the way Republicans have attacked her, they are so triggered by her, versus a language pun related to Barron Trump and a baron of royalty. I don't even take the criticism seriously. And the only defense I've seen is willing versus unwilling public figure, very easily debunkable. Hey, David, I know people are talking about martial law and Trump canceling the election. What's really the craziest thing that Trump could do before the 2020 election? So listen, here's the important thing to understand. I agree with many in our audience that Donald Trump has the potential to be erratic, dangerous, and destructive because of how unhinged he is becoming due to the impeachment trial that is upcoming, due to the embarrassment that he, I think, recognizes he has become, the laughingstock he has become in front of many of our world allies. I agree that he has the potential to act in really erratic, unhinged, dangerous ways. Some of the things that he could do, and then we'll get into how likely these things are. There's the idea he could cancel the 2020 election. He could cancel it on the basis that, Ukraine has hacked it and it's not going to be fair or something like that. He could cancel it on the basis that while a president is under impeachment, there couldn't possibly be a fair election. He could try to do that. Would he succeed? I don't think so. The other idea is, could Trump declare martial law, either before the election or after the election? The question here is before the election. Sure, he could try to do it. You do need congressional approval for martial law. We talked last week or the week before. If you go back and look at other instances where martial law has been declared in the United States, it's been really when there have been emergencies. Now, often martial law was used to do really horrible things, like after the bombing at Pearl Harbor, as an example. So that's another possibility. Trump would need Congress to do that. And I don't think that a Democratic Congress, which we will have up until the 2020 election, is going to be willing to do that. Another thing Trump could do is try to get states to cancel elections. So we've already seen that there have been some states where the Republican Party has been canceling the Republican primary to prevent any kind of challenge to Donald Trump in the Republican primary within those states. The idea that would be the next step would be go to red states that have, really solidly red, a Republican governor and a Republican-controlled legislature, House, Senate, and try to cancel the election at the state level altogether. This seems, number one, extremely unlikely, and number two, actually counterproductive, because if only red states cancel the election, that's not good for Donald Trump. So I don't see that as a likely scenario either. Another possibility that's been floated around is something that wouldn't be unique to Donald Trump. It would be get in some kind of military engagement, bomb someone, start a war, curry favor as a wartime president to try to justify this totally ridiculous notion of we don't want to change horses midstream. If your horse is failing you and you would die if you stay on the horse, but maybe you can swim to safety, you might try to change horses midstream, to use that analogy. That is always a possibility. How many countries have been possibilities for this? Many. Trump talked about Venezuela. Trump has talked about Iran. Trump has talked about North Korea. There's a long list that's always sort of a possibility. I actually think that the more dangerous scenario would be one that's less cartoonish in nature. I don't think martial law is likely. I don't think canceling elections is likely. Imagine that Donald Trump is acquitted in the Senate impeachment trial, which is the most likely scenario. That could set him off, not by anger, but into this kind of manic imaginary mandate that he might believe he has. Even if more than half the country wants him impeached and removed, because Republicans control the Senate, they can acquit him very, very simply. I fear that he will become even more of a megalomaniac by being acquitted and start doing all sorts of crazy things with regard to our allies, maybe executive orders and policy. And that would get less attention than something as notable as I'm declaring martial law, I'm trying to cancel an election. And it could actually succeed in doing quite a bit of damage. We will see. I hope none of these things happen. Hey, David, this is a funny question. Hey, David, can you tell us the truth about what's going on with your belly button? I know people who had appendectomies and very strange things happened to their belly buttons. Can you come clean? All right. This is sort of weird and personal, but I will briefly mention it. Maybe this is not the right story to listen to if you're having breakfast or something right now. So on October 2nd, I had an emergency appendectomy. They tend to always be emergencies as far as I know. And it was fortunately laparoscopic rather than an open of my abdomen. This means that 3 small incisions are made. Indeed, one of those incisions was just below my belly button. That is the one, according to my surgeon, who was great, who said, and I'm going into detail here, he said that is the incision through which the appendix is removed. There is no doubt that after, in fact, when I was still sort of on anesthesia, I remember lifting my shirt and looking down to see what was going on, and it was not good. My entire stomach had been shaved. I had surgical glue and stitches, and it was crazy. But I'll tell you the truth. I was convinced my belly button would remain looking very, very different forever because it looked so different after the surgery. It turns out that like 90% of it was just the surgical glue that they use, which has kind of a purple color. As that fell off, and again, I apologize if it's too much information here, but people asked, as that fell off, the belly button's really looking pretty good. You still see the incision, of course. It's totally scarred over at this point, and it still hurts the tiniest bit sometimes in certain positions. But now that the hair has grown back in, I'm really pretty pleased, I have to say, with how my belly button is looking. Thank you to the very good handiwork of Dr. Matthew Nays over at Faulkner Hospital in Boston, because he really did a very good job. And the belly button is looking fine. So I appreciate the concern, assuming that this was not a trolling question. And it's kind of weird to even be going in this direction. But that is the answer. And I have nothing else to say about it and don't know that I will have anything more in the future. We've got a great bonus show for you today. Producer Pat taking the reins of the Friday bonus show. We will see you then. Sign up, get instant access at joinpacman.com or patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Okay, so I'm calling the meeting of the planning commission to order, and at 18:04, 6:04. Announcements. I don't care. Oh, I do. So the town has hired a sustainability coordinator. It's Stephen Dotson. He has lived in the area for a little bit, a couple of years. He's been doing a lot of work as a consultant and contractor with various organizations in town. He will be starting February 3rd. We're super excited. It was really, really strong field of over 75 really qualified applicants. So yeah, there were a couple steps in the process. On the hiring committee was the town manager, myself, Steve Barrett, who's director of public works, Liz McLaughlin and David Scholes from the select board, Oscar Heller, who is chair of the energy committee, and Elizabeth Bridgewater from Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust. So I feel really good about the decision, and we're really excited for Stephen to start. He's got a broad range of skills and perspectives on sustainability. So there's community building aspects, there's the energy, there's agriculture and transportation. So we're very excited.
What was he working on just before this or presently, if anything?
He'd been, I'm not sure if I have it exactly right, but he'd been associate director at Rich Earth Institute. He's been consulting with Brattleboro Savings and Loan on their B Corp status, maintaining their B Corp status. He's worked at One Report, which they pulled together, I think, a bunch of sustainability metrics for businesses to help them. He's volunteered. He's a Wyndham Regional Commissioner. He's been working on a sibling project where, like, this area would partner up with a community in Sweden, exchange ideas.
A lot of ideas we could get from there.
Yeah.
It's like,
Not sure how many
we can
translate
implement
over there.
Yeah. Cool. I maybe have an announcement. This is a while ago that we got a follow-up, some of us got a follow-up letter from the, specifically James Levinson from the signpost idea. That was one of the applicants. And I guess he was just writing to try to see if there's anything else we could do. I wrote an email back saying I'd bring it up at the next meeting, but the Better Block Challenge is over, and sorry, didn't work out for them. And that, you know, we'll be reminded of you, and maybe something will come again in the future.
One of the things that recently has come up that I think maybe we should send their way is the Town Arts Fund.
Oh.
That might be a source of funding that they could look towards. Those applications, I think, are due January 10th, so.
Okay. Town Arts Fund.
That might be good.
I'll send that email, I guess, too.
Okay. You can look it up and you'll find
Okay.
a link to the application.
Okay.
I'm not sure who would be designing their sign, but if they could incorporate an artist into it. I think those are for grants up to $5,000.
Okay. Well, could be a billboard. Oh, it's not allowed in Vermont. Put it right over in Hinsdale.
Other announcements?
A step-sister community.
Yeah.
Public comments.
I am the public.
You are the public. Would you like to comment?
Hello. That's my comment.
Okay, approval of the minutes. Did everybody get a chance to read the minutes? Any questions? Comments? I guess, do I need to make a motion to approve them before we can have comments?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
All right, is there a second? So comments, additions, corrections, changes.
They look good to me.
You have to insert the date or time. Insert time here, it says.
Oh.
Um,
I will.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. All right, there's a shift in our agenda. We're gonna do the neighborhood development area designation in advance of the downtown design plan because Andrew has to go.
All right. Yeah, so thanks for being flexible. I have to fill in for Brian for development review board tonight. He's at 7. You don't mind if I don't want to be
You want me to sit?
control. Yeah. Thank you. All right, so I guess before I came in to the town, Sue and Brian, I guess it was just Sue, you and Brian at the time were thinking about getting something called neighborhood development area designation, which is another state kind of designation program, kind of like how we have our downtown that's designated and also West Brattleboro Village. This is another kind of designation. So kind of the background, there's 159 state designations throughout the state of Vermont, ranging from village centers to growth centers. There's kind of the core designations, which is village center, downtown, or new town center, and then the neighborhood development area is an add-on to that. So kind of a quick overview. Basically similar to downtown in terms of the benefits you get. It kind of really reduces the time and cost of state permitting in those areas that are within an easy walking distance of another state designation like our designated downtown. And then areas also that are compact and have services. Municipalities or developers, so private or public entities, may use the designation to encourage the creation of new homes in development-ready locations. And then basically designation has to go to existing municipalities that have existing designations like us. So this is kind of like the meat of why we want to get an NDA, is the benefits that come with it. Starting with qualified mixed income projects. So mixed income means not just affordable, it's all sorts of income. Are exempt from Act 250 regulations, which is huge. That's a lot of money developments can save. I mean, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars.
How's that?
Say again?
I think you're probably going to answer this question slowly.
All right. In our wastewater reviews are capped at $50. That's another cost that's saved. Municipalities receive priority consideration for state grants, so other opportunities to really expand and create housing. And then for properties that do have an existing Act 250 permit, there's no permit or amendment that's required. And then for a mixed income project, again, that meets underlying permit conditions toward regulations in place. There's exceptions from land gain tax. And then Act 250 projects not qualifying for exemption do receive a 50% discount. So for example, Red Clover Commons 2, which will be going in a few years, they would receive, if they did not apply yet for Act 250, they would receive a 50% discount, which would save them, I think, like $12,000 or something. And then a local conditional use decision that a housing project meets the character of the area criteria, it cannot be appealed by like a neighbor, for example, if it met administrative review by Brian, DRB. Yep. So yeah, that's kind of so very similar to downtown designation benefits. It really creates opportunities for new housing. I know we aren't growing right now, but if we have something like this in place, it really, we're being proactive. So if growth does come eventually, we have the programs in place to address it.
Can you explain what land gains tax is?
I'll do my best job. I'm not sure, Sue, if you know. Can I get back to you?
She would answer. Sure. I mean, I'm just wondering.
Randy, do you know? I figured you probably would know.
If you have a property transaction, and I think there may be a number of years that go along with it as well, and I don't know the deal with the number of years, and you sell, it's to stop people from turning properties over quickly. So I think if you hold it less than a certain number of years and you make a profit when you resell, you have to pay taxes on the amount of your profit.
Like capital gains.
Yeah,
Like a capital
it's like capital gains tax, but I can't tell you what the year numbers are that go along with it, but that's the idea.
Great, thank you.
Stop that horrible real estate investment in Vermont.
I'm curious how it can be exempt from Act 250.
Well, it's for areas that are that the state feels, or that we also feel should have new housing development, or should be developed in a more compact neighborhood development pattern, which
Well, there is, I mean, we should be careful with that, because you'll see, there is a criteria. It's supposed to be within a half a mile walking distance of the designated downtown.
Yeah.
So, because it adds on to the downtown designation. It's not something that you can even do on the village.
No, you can.
You can't?
Yeah, it's just a different buffer.
Different buffer?
Yeah,
Quarter
different.
mile.
Yeah,
Quarter
mile.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we might
So,
need to revisit that.
Yes. So it's really for areas that are, you know, within walking distance of the services, again. So trying to create more walkability and, you know, like when I get to the application process, there's a whole complete streets framework that, you know, they want towns to follow.
And the wastewater review is, can you explain why that is a benefit?
So it's another fee that, like, you know, developers, you know, have, you know, soft costs and hard costs. It's a soft cost. And it's just another, you know, obviously, you know, they go through us, and then they, you know, they have 250, and then they have to go through A&R for wastewater, which is just all developments have to do it, and that could also add up. So it's just, you know, $50 is pretty cheap.
Yeah, $50 is pretty cheap, but that doesn't mean they're cutting corners in terms of their reviews or dealing with their wastewater.
No, it's
they still have to
getting
go.
rid of duplicative review.
Oh, it is. Oh, well, that's good. Okay.
Or the review happens, but you only have to pay 50
Yes.
instead of whatever the normal.
Right.
Whatever
well,
the
the
normal
review
fee
happens,
is.
but it's capping the fee at 50 instead of hundreds or something.
So, I mean, for many people, when they see it, like, you know, don't have to pay for Act 250, that's a pretty good thing. I mean, not saying it's bad. I mean, I think Act 250 does have its benefits, but it could be expensive. So,
For example, just to give you an idea of Act 250 fees, when Red Clover Common 1 was built, that was about $22,000 in Act 250 fees. Fees.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, to get their state land use permit.
And that's
just
an
the
add-on.
permitting to be able to do anything after that.
And that's an
like
add-on.
a percent of the value of the development or something mostly?
I don't recall how they calculate that. Do you know how Act 250 fee is?
I think it actually might
I think it is.
I think it is, yeah. So, you know, you have, so they go through us, they pay our fees, and we also, you know, it could be up to 10,000 or more sometimes, and then they go to Act 250, and then, so, yeah. And,
Do you want us, are you expecting action, or are you just informing?
So we want to apply for this designation and submit in February because we see it as a kind of a no-brainer. We think our land use regulations are where they need to be, and we can meet all the requirements. We are asking for an extension of the half-mile radius around the designated downtown. And we'll show you on the map, and we can justify why. So we just think that it's a pretty, it's kind of a no-brainer if it can give anybody who might want to develop in this area, you know, some relief from Act 250 or just other state permitting fees. Then it didn't seem like it just seemed like a low cost because there's kind of no cost for us to do this.
yep. And it encourages housing, too. And so, going to the map, this is our proposed NDA, and as you can see, that's the half-mile buffer. And some reasons why we're extending to kind of the canal, north of Canal Street, or just before exit 1, is because, as you can see, almost half of the buffer is in New Hampshire, and there's the Connecticut River. And then we also have a lot of natural constraints, like steep slopes, especially in this area right here. And we already have a lot of existing, really developed neighborhoods. So most of it obviously is in the half-mile buffer, but then we're looking at, like, you know, Josh, where you lived on Generous Street, and then there's Fairgrounds, and then where a lot of the services are existing, and then obviously there's the hospital as well that's right there. And that's what I think I have. Yeah.
So you can see, I mean, it's really built for maybe redevelopment of these areas or infill, particularly, you know, in the Price Market 32 area, or, you know, who knows, outlet center. I mean, who we don't really know. It's not like there's a lot of large vacant parcels to be developed there, but it's really just preparing in case they're west.
You know, if they wanted, let's just say that one of that, you know, the plaza with the Price Locker was transformed into like a mixed-use development in years to come or something. the area, yeah. And another thing is too, like this area is also serviced by water, which is important. And I have some additional maps I'll show you that show the facilities are located. Any questions regarding the proposed NDA changes or?
Do they do extensions, like physical mileage extensions or whatever? Are we trying to do like a half-mile radius or bring it up to 3/4 mile?
No, there isn't really any specifics. It just, there is,
criteria we need to address.
Basically the area that we're going to extend should be consistent with the statewide planning goals.
But I mean, you're allowed to just like extend it?
If we can, if certain conditions are met.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Does the extension represent a logical extension of existing development, for example? So, yes, we can.
Is there a consideration for the village of West Brattleboro?
Well,
No, there has
There
not
hasn't
been,
been, but-
and I think we definitely do to consider that. I'm gonna confess that was off the radar, that you could extend it on a village center, because when we met with the state, that was not the discussion that we had. So that's my fault. The one thing that you should know is the floodplain cannot be included in it. So it doesn't necessarily help out Melrose Terrace right now,
but it
could help out. It could help out Delm Chalet for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
And eventually it could help out the Melrose Terrace properties when the map has been revised.
And is it connected in any way to village center designation?
It does, in that the area has to be contiguous to a state designation, so village center or downtown. So we could not go and put this up on Putney Road with a right to the
village center
downtown
designation or a
downtown designation that it attaches to.
Gotcha.
So essentially, the benefit is tax breaks,
permit breaks,
Yep.
a little bit of the.
Yep.
And then little bit of the tax.
And then more consideration, more priorities for grant opportunities as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It does not extend like the historic tax credits or any of those at this time.
Okay.
So it would make sense in terms of West Brattleboro to first, if possible, we were talking about broadening the village center designation first and then doing this.
Well, we were talking about extending the village zoning district, not the village center designation.
We were talking about both originally, as I remember
recall the village center designation. That's
because
a
of
different
tax
process.
credits.
Okay.
Right, which is a different process. So
a different process.
Right, but that would be then after the zoning change, which it hasn't changed yet.
Not yet.
So once the zoning change and then talked about.
That is an option. We could.
Okay, great.
We could look for.
And then this, like the order. Okay.
What are the potential negatives, if any?
I don't see any.
I mean, I don't see any myself right now. I mean, there's only like a couple towns, mostly in Chittenden County, that have done it. I mean, we really would be the first in southern Vermont to do this. But obviously, we see more of these kind of designations in those areas because they are seeing some growth.
Can you give us an example of one that's gotten it and then done the development so we could actually
Well, I know
see how it
Winooski
looked?
has a designation. In terms, developments have happened after.
Yeah.
Not exactly, but I can look into it.
Yeah, I don't.
Now, since
I
I've
don't know.
made some connections in that area, so I can contact some people and see what I can get.
I mean, it would be cool to see.
Yeah, no, of
if
course.
somebody had
I
done
think,
something really interesting with it.
The only other thing I would say, so one example would be Putney. So we're going for this neighborhood development area boundary, where we're going for a whole area. You can do a site-specific designation. And so Putney Landing, which is the affordable housing complex off of Exit 4 that Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust did, they went and did a site-specific there, I think, for the reduction of the fees, the Act 250 and the wastewater. So that's an example. I mean, it's not necessarily going to, it didn't spur that development, but it helped make that project
more financially feasible by knocking down those fees. So that was the one example that they gave us, I think, and I'm thinking, you know, as we talk, like, if there was to be a development sooner rather than later out in West Brattleboro attached to the village center, we could go for a site-specific
Oh, okay.
designation, and then I think it's kind of a temporary thing. It didn't get the impression that well, maybe it stays with it, but you can, if you know you've got a housing project going in, you could seek that site-specific.
So, I do know the Champlain Housing Trust uses it a lot in Chittenden County.
Yeah.
So there are a bunch of.
I think it is the housing trusts that are primarily
using
because of the fees.
Yeah. Yeah, and so they're doing it for individual sites when they do a project.
Gotcha.
Isn't it, aren't a lot of things in a town like Brattleboro exempt from Act 250 already because our planning? Because
it depends. Well, we do have zoning and subdivision regulations, but when you're talking about a project that like the Housing Trust or the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships are going to do, they're creating a certain number of units, which does trigger Act 250. So Red Clover Commons had more than the number of units that are required, so they do need an Act 250.
It's not, acreage is not the only.
It's not the only.
So then, would we want to do something, or would anyone want to do something like this on a smaller scale within Brattleboro? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because in effect, if this long term and if more places in the state do this, all the areas outside of the zones will have their fees increased to kind of subsidize the areas within, and that's all right if we value this, smart growth and dense growth. And if we were to do something like this, but since those other areas are like the rest of the state, it's like kind of all just a benefit for us as an individual town without much drawback. But if we were to do something like this within our town,
are you talking about with
a town
policy?
Yeah, then the rural people would be like, oh, our fees are going up to subsidize the reduced fees in the town, but that's not what we're doing. I'm just saying it makes me think.
Is that would that happen? I mean, is the state saying, oh well, we're taking so much of a loss on these neighborhood designation projects that now we're going to charge more on our fees for other.
Well, I don't know that they view it that way. I mean, I think they're trying to spur development, and so I think they view if they can,
I also
increase the housing. I mean, we'd have to ask them in that manner, but I didn't get the impression that they're looking to raise fees somewhere else to help subsidize development that might be happening in these areas. I think they're trying to spur development.
But it's really actually a question worth asking, because if an unintended consequence is that rural development becomes more expensive.
Well, I also think they're trying to put the housing where it should be, in more of the urban areas. I don't think they're trying to, in any way, the program isn't intended to raise prices for rural areas, at least from what I've read, but we can look into that further. I mean, I think it is a valid question.
I mean, I guess it depends on if the state budget says we're going to get so much money out of Act 250, and if they come in shy, then they raise their fees.
I don't know that that's ever been done before, do you know? I mean,
I would say that they have a long ways to go before this becomes a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, you have that problem with current use because it's that popular of a statewide program, but these neighborhood development areas have not taken off, and actually, in most areas, there are good reasons why they're not going to, and so, because they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have water and sewer.
Oh, okay.
So I don't think they're going to burn through their coffers very quickly.
So the point is to induce development in developed areas.
Yes, the development. Yeah, it's really meant for the areas that are ready for it, or have the infrastructure.
So then, do you need us to approve you doing this?
Well, yeah. So I guess to give you a little timeline, so this is kind of a task list of what I've been doing for the application. Making great progress. I mean, if we want to aim for February, I mean, I should really be done with this by the end of the month. We basically met with them already. We got a confirmed letter from Wyndham Regional. All these are just different components. I'm going to show you some of the maps I've been working on, but yeah, we're moving along pretty smoothly.
We don't need a formal vote. I mean, it could be nice to have a vote. We were gonna take this to the select board just to kind of keep them apprised as to what we're doing, but it's not like a requirement of the application or anything like that. It's more of, this is a planning tool, so we thought we'd bring it before the planning commission and also let the select board know what's going on.
Okay.
But if you wanted to take a vote in support, that is nice too.
So there's some mapping requirements just for the application, and these are in progress. One of them is to map some of the natural resources. So endangered rare species. I still got to figure out what species exactly are in this area, wetlands, and then of course the flood zones. And there's some still in the area. I mean, as you can see, Brattleboro has a lot of natural constraints. So no matter what, we're gonna hit something. But and then these are the slopes that are greater than 25%. Yeah. So a lot of this area, I mean, even though it's kind of in that designation, is part of the retreat and the retreat trails. So we wouldn't really be developing there anywhere. It's just within that boundary. And then this is the facilities map. So we got sewer lines. It's hard to see. I'm sorry. There's sewer infrastructure, transit lines, public facilities like the hospital. School, trails, and then I'm working on a map with someone from Public Works with planned facilities, because that is also another map. And then the next one, areas that are appropriate for residential development, which is basically just, I just showed the residential zones that are in that area, like residential neighborhood, neighborhood center, and then the mixed-use center, and then the density that's allowed in those zones, because that's another component of the application, is that we have to meet a certain density that's already in our regulations, and we surpass it, so we're good there. We do have an historic district that's in, that would be within the NDA, which is like Clark Street, and then
important homes.
Yep, and then the proximity, obviously, to our downtown designation. Still working on these. Other than that, any other questions?
Can you go back?
Sure.
What's this? Why is that out? Why is that not going on?
Oh, because this is the designation, the downtown. It's technically not part of the NDA. Yep.
Can you go back one more map?
You got it.
Page? The brown, what is that? Endangered species?
So endangered/rare species live or been found in this area.
My house is.
I'm not sure exactly what it is. I got to get in touch with
I might have
Fish and Wildlife or
I might have
It's in your backyard.
Yeah, me too.
It could be birds or insects.
It can be invertebrates. It could be
invertebrates.
Rare flowers or plants.
Yes. Flora or fauna.
Well, I just learned about the kettle pond.
Yes.
Yes.
The kettle pond is probably
right there in the middle. Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Where is that? Pond.
Oh yeah.
It's,
but it's not
it's
been
near
treated
Wilson's
well
Woods.
at all.
Is that from a glacier? A glacier's pressure or something?
How do you
We
define
talked
a
about
kettle
this in our
pond?
conservation commission.
But apparently
It's
there's all
naturally
sorts of runoff from the high school and
parking
W and
lot,
all that.
yeah.
It's all just
And Canal Street. And
Yeah.
Wilson's
I
Woods.
just went to a meeting where they were
Highlighted by
going
the
to try
state
and
as a
bring
very
it back.
high priority area for remediation and
Right.
stormwater.
So you're right there.
Yeah.
You know where it is.
Yeah, I had a duck that flew in there one time and I had to go get her out of there. That's how I discovered it.
Did you feel salty afterwards? I guess it's
I didn't get
pretty,
in it, no, I
pretty highly.
coaxed her back.
Yeah, it's not good shape.
It's not in good shape.
Bet you got it.
Yeah, so that's it. That's what we've been working on, and yeah, we see it as a positive for the town, but obviously, we really appreciate your feedback.
I see it as a positive.
Yeah, like obviously I always worry about like the fallout or the aftermath, and, like the negatives that we didn't foresee, like 5 years down the road. Like, ooh, is it something we can reconsider in the future if there is?
Well, I'll tell you this: you do have to go for every 5 to 8 years. It has to be renewed.
Okay.
So, I guess during that time we could reconsider.
Yep.
It does have to renew.
Yep, just like any other designation does. Yep.
Yeah, it looks just like benefits to me.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
when and if development pressure comes, we'll be more attractive
Well, and
for
isn't
it.
it, I mean, we would like more housing.
Yeah, I
So
mean, we still
even
have
if
a
we
housing
don't-
problem in town,
Right.
so.
Yeah. This seems like part of that.
Because it is an emphasis on housing.
Yep, and it's an emphasis not just on like affordable, but all kinds of housing.
Cool.
Yep.
Great.
That's it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Terrific. Brandy? Okay, next.
Do you have your report, Brandy?
Hmm?
Do you have your report?
I have my business.
Can you just use?
What you got?
I have an
HDMI?
Yeah, can you use
plug
this?
it in?
Oh,
Yep.
there's one in each hallway.
Need water.
Can I?
Oh, do you need
Yeah,
water?
I'm
Josh?
gonna-
Yeah, we
Am
have.
I taking your sheet, your seat, or?
No.
We have a water thing in there, but there's a water fountain right.
There's cups.
Thank you.
There are cups right here. I'll get it. You don't want to go in there.
Doesn't look that scary.
So you all got the email with the results?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, you gotta look at it, great, thank you, that's what we're gonna talk about too, so. Fantastic.
Yeah, really interesting. So interesting. Are they gonna be available online?
What?
These?
Survey results? Yeah, and actually they're getting integrated into the story map
Okay.
as well.
Which we're gonna look at.
Yes.
I was just thinking if anybody ever watches these television shows, that they might actually.
I can
wanna
put this
know.
document up.
Yeah.
As soon as I run later. We can get up tomorrow.
Are we waiting for?
There he is.
I'm trying to think, I don't know that I did put this on the project website. I've still got the videos to put links up to and this, so.
Yeah,
It's on
but
my
we
to-do
can,
list.
I can get it on ours as well.
Yeah. Okay, so tonight's agenda is to look at the survey results and then look at the structure of the product that we're working on, the story map, give you a sense of what I'm envisioning and an opportunity to provide some feedback while it's still in sort of the progress of being developed. And I have a few specific things that I want you guys to give me some feedback on as well in terms of what some of the priorities and focus things we should put more time into versus less time. So we can talk about that. But so the survey ended up getting a really good amount of response. So you ended up with 564 responses to the public space survey. And gave you some bit of a demographic breakdown. The one odd thing, and I think it's relevant to looking at the rest of the survey results, and this has actually never happened to me before with a survey. The respondents to the survey were predominantly female, so the ratio is not anywhere near 50-50 of respondents. So that's where we are. You can see the breakdown. So,
wow, yeah.
Yeah.
So the no response. So 20% we don't know.
20% we don't know. I mean, if you assume that that's all male, it still isn't a 50-50 sort of
Right.
breakdown. I mean,
Right.
and it's assumably no response is not entirely 100% men. So I don't know what this what more to draw from this, but it's the first time this has ever occurred in my surveying career here. So there we are.
I thought it was a high number of respondents from Brattleboro as well, at 69%.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to see that.
Yep.
It's not like it was
Yeah.
primarily people from out of town.
No, I mean, we did hear from some folks, and obviously a couple of when we were distributing the survey during some of the events and stuff, I think we were getting a little more traffic from people who were out and about, but yeah, primarily from people in Brattleboro and then, nearby. So, one of the question was to ask people for 3 words to describe downtown Brattleboro. This ends up reflecting the range of what I heard. I did do some combining of very similar terms to try to give a sense of the weight of the concept, basically the basically same ideas. So there might have been both, you know, beautiful and pretty, and there were more beautifuls and there were a few pretties. I included the pretties with beautiful, that type of thing. So you can get some sense. The larger the typeface, the more people use that term. So, you know, you're seeing a mix here of positive and negative perceptions. I don't think it's that surprising what people are concerned about in downtown. So.
What's that? What do you
Creative. The word creative is small.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. There was not a lot of I
think
artsy. I think I combined. There was a few people who used the word creative, and I think I ultimately combined that one into the artsy grouping because it was just 2 or 3, and there was a lot more people who used the
word artsy.
The word artsy. Interesting. Yeah. So yeah.
So the big ones are lively, friendly, unsafe, and beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Huh. So the specific question was, what words describe downtown?
Yeah, I asked. Yes, you know, list 3 words that you would use to describe downtown Brattleboro. Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And we do know that some youth took the survey because they said it was boring.
Oh, yes.
Documentation. I don't know. I didn't go back and fact check that. I just made that up. But it did get boring in there. Equal to fun, though. So
did any of was there a follow up that would help people or help us to understand, like, inaccessible? What was
we do have the open-ended questions that follow. And one of the things that you definitely see in the open-ended questions is accessibility coming up, that people have difficulty getting around Brattleboro, either because of mobility issues or because they have small children and they feel that it's challenging given the parking situation and the traffic situation to get them safely from one point A to point B. So those types of accessibility things is what I think people are using more and more. Okay. So then we got into the series of questions about how frequently people come downtown and why they come downtown. So that was definitely, we heard from people who are here quite a bit, so daily or weekly in downtown. Those are primarily the folks who responded, and did give that a bit of a breakdown on age and gender categories as well. And then why are people coming downtown? This lines up pretty well with what you got from the parking survey, which asked sort of a similar question. You know, they're coming downtown for food, to go out, for shopping, for events. And we did not hear from many people who are living downtown. I think we tried hard to reach them, and I don't know that we actually managed to hear from a lot of people who are living downtown. And people are not coming downtown for sort of recreational reasons, you know, to go, you know, going for a walk, going to a park, that type of thing. Those are down at the bottom as well. I can give you the printed copy. If you want. So asking people, we had the list of the of these 7 spaces. So the Wells Fountain courthouse space, the municipal library space, plenty the Church Street Park, the Whetstone Pathway, Plaza Park, and then on Depot Street, and ask people, you know, which of these places offer these elements, so places to sit and rest, places to meet and talk, things to see, places for activity and play. You know, those are some of the items of what makes for good public space. So we're basically asking, do you think that these have those components of good public space? And, you know, they're not particularly high here on these percentages. Plenty Park probably does the best out of this grouping in terms of offering some of those elements. And as we go along and look at the follow-up slides, and we start asking, you know, when people more about each place, each park specifically, there's a lot of people that just even aren't familiar with them. They don't go to them at all, or don't know of them, or, you know, have reasons why they don't go to them. So I think that's interesting as well. And then, so that question around what do public spaces offer you was followed up by an open-ended question that said, is there anything else these spaces offer you? And people could just write in a response. I did tag all those responses based on the themes that were in them. So you can see these were some of the most common. I put the positive ones up here at the top around green space. That was really high. People really want to see green spaces downtown, and preferred those. That came out in the photo preference survey as well. You know, people, the flowers downtown got mentioned, you know, events and activities, that kind of thing. But a vast, you know, a much larger percentage of the comments focused on the problems in these spaces right now. And I mean, you can see that the first one there, of drugs, drinking, addiction, sort of grouping of comments, more people, that was the comment, that's the category that got the most comments. And is obviously a large concern. And many people, you know, said that they were concerned about this as a problem, and then said that there were also positive things, you know, so it's not like people were entirely negative, but there was a fairly substantial level of concern with these issues and problems in the public spaces.
What was the date of the survey?
We opened the survey up in September, and it ran through the end of October-ish. So it was open and available for 7 weeks or so, I think.
What stood out to you on this the most, and the negative comments?
I think the breadth of that being the top concern that people have, and it comes up even more in the sort of general comment question that comes in at the very end.
Yeah,
but,
I saw that. Yeah.
You know, I think even the people who see a lot of positive in downtown, they were still expressing concerns as well. So I think the kind of ubiquity of that starting to come up in the comments is something. So, and I tried to here and in the other sections, tried to pull some of the comments and include them directly so you can get a chance to read them. I know you can't read them on the screen here, but and I tried to give you a sense of the range of the types of comments that were there, so you can get a sense of what was heard. At some point, I'm going to export out all the comments in their entirety and get them over to Sue, and if you want to read the whole tome, you can. So then we started running through the individual public spaces, those 7 spaces, and asking about them. And I've got these in order based on the how many people are actually going to these places. So the Whetstone Pathway ends up being the one that people frequent the most. Obviously being a thoroughfare that people are moving through. And the table at the top shows, you know, how frequently people are on the Whetstone pathway. So, you know, at least once a week, 21%, once a month, 19%. So even this, which is the busiest and most popular one from the bunch, is not still in the survey. A place, there's, you know, a third of people don't go there at all who responded to the survey. And, you know, remember that these are, you know, vast majority Brattleboro residents. So they're here in downtown quite frequently. So then, after asking that question, we asked about, and it was an open-ended question, about what people would like to see done to improve that space. And in this instance, on the Whetstone pathway, the concerns around homelessness, loitering, and the drinking, drugs, addiction type of concerns, panhandling, those were clearly very high, and were so the one thing I think that's interesting, if you run through that whole list at the top, so feeling unsafe or uncomfortable, and comments around policing as well, that was mentioned in at least 60% of the written comments to this question. So once again, people may have mentioned some positive things and mentioned one of these issues as well.
So the question is, what should be done to improve the Whetstone pathway, and the answer is homelessness. I don't get that.
Well, the response was talked about homelessness as an issue, so they wanted to see something done to address the homelessness issue that they see on the Whetstone pathway. Okay. Or
so do something about the homeless people on the Whetstone pathway, so the way we're supposed to read this 23%.
The 23% of the people who answered said something about homelessness.
Addressing it.
They did. Some of them, most of them said we don't want to see evidence of homelessness on the Whetstone pathway, but not everyone. Some people made comments around wanting to provide more services to the homeless people who were on the Whetstone pathway.
Okay.
But
okay, so it's more nuanced than
it is. It's more nuanced. It's, you know, when you have 500.
Right, yeah.
We have 230 actual written comments on this, so I am trying to give you some sense of what topics were mentioned, and I will say that in the category around, say, homelessness, and also the one around policing, I would say too, there is comments sort of on both sides of the issue, so that, you know, like I said,
one said more police, one said fewer.
Yes.
Or police are doing a nice job being respectful
of people, or, you know, we need more policing, or, you know, we don't want people to be arrested for, you know, being in public spaces, that kind of thing. So you do see both sides of that on the policing. I would say both with the homelessness and the policing, more of the comments were of the variety of we want more policing, or we want, you know, not to see homeless people in our public space, than they were on the other side of, you know, we want to see less police activity, or we want, you know, more done for the homeless who are in our public spaces. But there was representation from both of those points of view. Yeah. And then in terms of what sort of actual specific things you really could do to make an improvement, you know, cleaning up, trash removal, that type of thing was the top item here, and then programming. So more events and activities and music happening. And many people did tie that idea of programming and activities with the comments around there being people loitering or inhabiting the space. That, you know, they wanted to see more activity so that there would be less of a predominance of people, the homeless, and camping type of use, which is basically how many people saw the Whetstone pathway this summer. So the second most frequented location was Pliny Park. And I think, you know, you can see the numbers fall off quite a bit here, actually, already. that an even smaller percentage of survey takers actually ever spend any time at Plenty Park. So we're basically down under a third being there, I would say, on any sort of regular basis. The issue here that got the most traction in the comments was having more programming. So that was either music, people wanted to see events and activities, that type of thing happening there, paying people to perform. And you can see the same negative issues that came up in relation to the whetstone appear here, but the numbers are not as high for that. As we get over to the municipal center area.
Yikes. Wow.
A lot of people
There's nothing there for it, though.
Yeah, I mean,
There's a steep hill.
There's a hill. There was some attempt at putting out a picnic table or two, but
there is some stuff at the top, but it's
yes.
you know.
And there is the little garden by the library, but no one can figure out how to get into it, and whether it's even whether you're allowed to. So actually, there was some interesting comments around. We didn't think that was a place where you were allowed to be, essentially. So. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have assumed that they don't want anyone hanging out there.
Sometimes you do see.
Yeah, I do. I'm not going to say no. I want to see people hanging out there, but I would assume.
Yeah, it's
not
actually
like
a large amount of land, which is kind of interesting to think about in terms of.
Yeah,
and it's green, and shaded, but it is obviously quite sloped. It's a really serious slope. But yes, people definitely would like to see there be more seating. That was the big promotion there, and then just a more landscaped sort of appearance, aesthetically enhancing sort of that entrance into town. Same thing with the Depot Riverfront Park area. Again, a lot of people not even realizing that that's a public space that you can be in at all. And then accessibility and getting to this location, so access came up in the comments here, and that was around the difficulty as a pedestrian of actually getting there. The need to cross through the intersection, to be on the other side of the road, to cross over, to deal with the railroad tracks, to get down there. So.
Wait, are you addressing the third one, access to the river?
Access to the river.
I think that means for recreational.
No,
canoeing or
yeah, that
kayaking.
means for recreational. Access is the last one, down there at the bottom,
I
6,
see.
yeah. The access to the river, people would like to be able to get to the river, and that's something we're going to have to address in the in the story map. Some of the environmental concerns there, because
Well, apparently BMAC might be doing it with their new development.
It's a different location.
I know.
There's some contamination issues.
yeah.
Right.
So when people say they want
in the
access
river.
to the river, they actually would like to be able to get into the water, to put a kayak in, or a small boat, or be out, and that's a bit of a challenge in this location. And I think that's something that hasn't. There isn't any sort of those people who do know that it's a town piece of property can't figure out why that hasn't already been done. Because
And the
it
reason
seems like
is that there's pollution there?
yeah.
There was coal tar found in the river back in the 80s, and they don't want it disturbed. And so it's a steep slope, so you would have to put some sort of pier into it,
And that would disturb it.
so that would disturb the coal tar on the riverbank or something.
Yeah, so it would be a major.
I'd have to pull the records and stuff. If there's, plus it's the state of New Hampshire.
Yeah, there's that problem too. As soon as you get into the into the water, you're in New Hampshire too. So.
The high water mark.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that one.
So Plaza Park. once again, very hard to get to, and not, you know, a place that people are frequenting at all. And again, this is an area that people are concerned about how it is being used. The loitering issue and the homeless issues came up, and the drug issues there as well. And I didn't put up the individual sheets for the other two, which are the Church Street and the Wells Fountain, because no one goes to those. And they had such low numbers that, you know, people, they're both very small little locations, and people don't really think of them as being a park space.
Oh, yeah, right, of course. Unless you're protesting, you're probably not there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Although I have to say, the one here is really nice.
The little fountain.
Yeah, fountain park. Yeah.
There's actually a fair amount of space back there behind that.
And it's shaded, so like the trees are a little bit of a buffer to the street noise. It's actually.
It's true, I had never been there before until that walk around that we did. Oh, yeah, this is nice. Just in one.
Yeah.
So we also asked if there were other places that people spend time in. A lot of people just talked about being on the sidewalks and their experience with that. In the parking lots as well. Some people commented on parking lots, the space behind River Garden. A lot of people couldn't figure out why it is we didn't include the commons, and I think one of the recommendations I've got for looking at the story map is that we actually do include that as sort of a northern terminus. While it is outside your designated downtown and downtown zoning districts and stuff, it is sort of the logical endpoint to any kind of pathway system or something like that that would flow through downtown. Confused a lot of people by not including it in the survey. Yeah. So those were some of the comments, and then the bottom one, 12% of people basically said they don't spend time in public spaces because there are concerns about safety or feeling uncomfortable in them.
The library's so low. Yeah, people spend a lot of time there. Yeah, I'm surprised the library only got, what was it, 9%? Seems like a very utilized space.
This was an open-ended question,
Yeah,
though, so it wasn't like it was prompted.
Oh, it wasn't prompted, I got you.
Yeah, and
They
I
had
think
to
people
think of
were,
it.
I mean, people were probably got the idea that we were looking at outdoor type spaces to some
Right.
extent as well. I mean, people did provide some, you know, some people reference a specific business that they go to, or, you know, like these are the sort of the destination points. I think you might want to think about those as for people coming downtown for a specific reason. And then we ended with the broad, you know, question of anything else, basically, that people wanted to talk about. And so, in terms of the commentary, this is the thing that I think that probably did surprise me the most in the survey was the level to which, I mean, 27% of those 300 and some responses, in some ways, indicated that the person felt unsafe or uncomfortable downtown. And that's a serious number and a serious issue. Whether there really is that level of public safety concern or not, it hardly matters. If there's that perception that exists, and you know, the comments are pretty rough about what it is that people are, you know, believe is happening and think is, you know, likely, you know, they're likely to face if they are going to go downtown. And you know, people saying that they've changed their habits and don't, you know, go downtown to go to the movies, or don't bring bring young children with them when they go downtown, or you know, that they only park in a few locations that they feel are okay and won't go into any of the other areas to park. You know, so it's clearly, you know, a major. It's really affecting people's behavior and you know, activity downtown. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, other topics that came up, parking, always still a popular downtown concern, did come up as well. The concern about noise and trucks, downtown. Bike lanes, bike parking came up. A lot of the amenity stuff that we're looking at. Restrooms, food vendors. There's always a small percentage of people that think that a pedestrian mall would be the best thing ever.
Church Street.
Yes, we just need Church Street.
Midtown Mall just had their event on Saturday or something, and it's a small space, but I think that'd be so in this climate where there's, I don't know if I wrote that. I may have been one of the contributors. But,
to the pedestrian mall?
Yeah, I mean the climate's kind of uncomfortable more of the year than not, and so a kind of quasi outdoor indoor space.
Mm-hmm. I
feel like it has
like the
potential.
idea of turning Harmony Lawn into a park. Mm-hmm. I think that's
That's kind of what my takeaway from all this is. It's kind of sad. The response from people, but it's understandable. Mm-hmm. And my realization now, I didn't even realize this before, that how we have almost no public space, like in reality, that's accessible, that you can actually get to safely. We've got nothing. Public space is hugely important to the vibrancy of a town, right? Mm-hmm. So what does it take, and you don't have to answer this, but what does it take to rip up Harmony parking lot and turn it into a park, the entire thing?
Well, we're
what will
going
that
to
take?
we're going to talk about that through the story map. The thing to think about, and we'll talk a bit about it when
we don't need to, I don't need an answer because I know what it's
Yeah.
going to take, and it's
Okay.
basically impossible.
Well, we're gonna
But-
we're gonna look at that question is going to come up, and it's going to be addressed in the story map, and we'll talk about that.
Okay.
You could take one. You could do one of them. You could get rid of one of the parking lots and turn it into a park. I think.
The one on Flat Street is
It
a
is,
little bit
but you
easier.
can't do it to more than one and have enough parking.
Yeah.
So there's some choices to be made. So
Like
that's the
growing
thing
up-
that we need to talk about.
Growing up in Brattleboro, we used to hang out in Harmony parking lot, and then like the most unfathomable amount of hours spent in Harmony parking lot, and I'm not proud of it. But something that bums me out more than anything is that people don't hang out there anymore. And it's a beautiful spot. If we got rid of all the parking, we offered like eatery areas to some of the businesses that are eateries. And then if there's all green area with a fountain and then like a stage for performance or for protests or whatever, it would not be as sad and minimal as Pliny Park is, say. So it's like Harmony is like such an awesome opportunity, especially when we can't realistically access the river. What else can we do? So it's like, that's, to me, it seems easy.
So
But
I would say that in response to your initial thing that there aren't any spaces, you actually do have spaces. There are access issues to the spaces, and there's sort of configuration and use issue, but it's the land. There is opportunity. You actually, as a municipality, have a lot of land downtown. It's how it's used and what it's used for is the question, really. So I would push back against that you don't have public space. I think you do. It's just whether it's usable or good public space, I think, is the question.
And when people are thinking about it, like what I take away from all this, the work that you put into this, like one of my takeaways is like a lot of people aren't even aware of like what the public spaces are. So like that's an indicator that like, okay, is there public space downtown? Like the big thing that they talk about is sidewalks. Like I hang out on a sidewalk. Like that's sad. Like green space. Like we need green space, and like the amount of time that I've observed Brattleboro and been in Brattleboro, like the Harmony parking lot is a beautiful space for that. And it's like it only makes sense to me. So I'm gonna push back a little bit, but I hear you.
So
You'll see some ideas.
So there are some, yes, there are going to be ideas. And then I did include a range, again, of the comments for you to get a sampling and a sense of what, what you would see if you read the full going down to all of them. So, you know, and I think it is a range. There are, and I think that a lot of people have a very nuanced and maybe somewhat conflicted opinions about downtown, about how things have changed. People brought up the, you know, good times in the 80s in Harmony parking lot in the survey.
I'm talking about the 90s.
You were in the 90s. People, at least apparently good times were occurring in the 80s
The 70s
too.
were the best.
Utopia. You know, so yeah, so that came up, and then, you know, in addition to the comments that are really, you know, descriptive of fear. So it is a mixed bag on the survey comments.
You know, even, it's funny, like Harmony parking lot and hanging out there, you know, being a young person, older people would say, I don't want to go down there because, you know, there's so many teenagers hanging out, I feel uncomfortable. So it's just, you know, there's always two sides to the coin. I never felt that way.
Exactly.
But nevertheless.
Yeah. The biggest indicator to a healthy community is young people hanging out. You know, especially like children being outside and playing in the street, like riding bicycles and throwing balls and stuff, or teenagers standing in circles kicking hacky sacks. That's like what shows a healthy, vibrant community.
Vibrancy, yeah.
And where's that happening? You know, like, I don't see that anymore. And it's like, that's a bummer. You know, like, we should do something. We should offer a space to people where they can go to do those things.
But, you know, also, there's been such a change with stranger danger and parents unwilling to give their children freedom to be with peers and so on. And, you know, which is a big reason that teenagers, I just learned this recently, a big reason teenagers are on their devices so much is their parents aren't comfortable, or as a society we're not comfortable with enough face-to-face for teens, which is so important, you know.
But if we offer it to them, you know, if we give them a place that's safe, you know, then...
It's still parents in a lot of
Right, parents would still have to be convinced that...
As a planning commission, though, like, what is realistic? You know, I feel like a park in Harmony, like, so it's funny because it says Harmony parking lot. It'd be such a simple thing to say just Harmony Park. You know, get rid of the lot. Lot.
Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of the survey results. There's also the photo preference survey, and we had that up, and you'll see those in the story map and all. So we showed, I continued that on after the charrettes. We had that up at the charrette. I didn't include the results from the charrette in the ones that are in the story map because they were highly influenced by one 8-year-old girl. Who went around and put sticky dots on a lot of things in a rather uncontrolled manner. In any event, we've continued it on to the online survey using a good portion of the same images that we used that we had up during the charrette, and so we were able to get some feedback as to what people's preferences might be in bike and pedestrian amenities and art and things like that, downtown lighting. Actually, I guess I don't think I did the lighting one online. The lighting pictures were really hard to deal with because, you know, in order to show lighting, it has to be dark, and this actually doesn't photograph very well, so that was a bit of a challenge. But so let's move into the story map here. I'm going to need to get this up and get this online. So this is what the story map product would look like. It's basically an online format. It's interactive. It's meant to be responsive, so you can look at this on your phone and you'll get a slightly different version of it, but it works very well on a phone. Works, you know, so it's that kind of web content system thing that responds to the way your device and the size of the screen that you've got. We can put in maps and video and links to other web content, audio, all that kind of stuff. So there can be a lot of interactive features, and in many ways it's sort of like a web-based presentation format. So
is it online right now? Like
it is actually online right now and live. It doesn't have a nice little address it's easy to get to or not.
Whatever is up there.
Yeah, it's that thing up there. I've published it so that I can actually show it here, and I will probably unpublish it later because I'm still working on it, and I don't necessarily need to have Google indexing it yet. But I can turn it on so that we can look at it here tonight. So as a forward to this, while this provides a lot of interesting content and ways to use content, it also is not got a lot of options. It doesn't give you a lot of options for what it looks like in the end. So there's literally 4 templates, and you don't get any choice on the fonts, and you don't get any choice on the stuff. So being a designer like I am, this is a real, I'm really stressed about this in some ways, but in other ways it's, you have to make this work with the limited palette and styles and what you can do. And there's a ton you can do, but just as a warning, there are some things that just we can't do. So this would open with a little introduction. This is sort of the introduction that we've been using for the project as a whole here, about what the purpose of the downtown design plan is. And then this is the table of contents. So we're going to walk through it. I've started to do some of the background bits and a little bit of the strategy bit, so you can get some sense of what the content might look like, but a lot of this isn't filled in yet. So there's a slide or two that give a background on what good public space is. There's a little bit of a setting the context for downtown Brattleboro in terms of its physical setting, the history of the downtown and how it came to be in its current condition and what that is. So, and then we walk through the public spaces, the parks and parking lots and streets, and sort of do an existing conditions kind of summary of those. A lot of that is done. And then we'll have some slides on the planning process that was undertaken, so the Benner Block Challenge, the charrette. Well, that'll be mostly the videos and images that we have from those events. So that for those of you, I don't know, have they seen had the links, seen the links to the videos yet? The excellent videos done by Brattleboro Community Television.
I'm not sure if I did the Benner Block one. I think I had sent that out, but
okay.
I haven't seen it. No?
Okay. So there's a nice short video that really documents that activity, but it's really good. So that kind of content will be in there. And then we'll step through this public space strategies, and this will be very similar to the format of the presentation I did at the wrap-up for the charrette, where we'll talk through the path idea and sort of what's along the way of the path, and then come back down Main Street and talk about improvements along the Main Street corridor and the pieces that are along Main Street. So it's sort of, we'll catch that, and then there's a few additional things at the end around programming and rail trail and things like that that will come in at the end. A next steps piece is some sort of a project idea list type of piece, and then the various credits that we're going to need to put into for the content that we've got in here. So that's sort of the outline of what you can expect to see. So this is the public space. If you saw the handouts from the charrette, this is essentially that language. I managed to find, I think this is probably a photo that Stephanie took from the Elliott Street block party this summer. Talking, a bit more about what is good public space. This is actually, we'll show just, we won't watch the whole thing because it goes for like 7 minutes. But this is just a video a montage of photos of public spaces that the Project for Public Spaces has done. So it's photos from around the world of interesting public spaces. So it carries on like this. In the middle somewhere, I think, is the most important run. There's a good 6 photos or so that focus on ice cream as being incredibly important. There's just photo after photo of people eating ice cream in public spaces, so that's good. There's photos in here of the importance of water in public space, of seating, of art, the types of things that people do in public spaces, how they interact. So it's just an interesting visual piece here. about that. So that's the sort of thing you can do, is that we can drop in video pieces like that. And that's something that the Project for Public Spaces has put up on YouTube and is available. And then this is the little one down here is actually a kind of similar piece, but it actually is more of a document around William H. White, Holly White, who is really the planner and researcher and mind behind the whole science of what makes good public space. So I know you guys have looked at Bryant Park, that he was a major contributor to the design work and the philosophy behind Bryant Park. And he also wrote a book, Urban Life, The Social Life of Small Urban Spaces, which this has some clips, takes. You can pop this up. This is the sort of thing you can do with this. You can pop this up, and it's images and sort of what it is we're looking for in good public space. And there he is. So the movable chair, which is the Bryant Park idea, right? That kind of thing. So these are for people who want to, explore the ideas a little bit more. They can go in and get a little more depth through these pieces that are in it. And then we come into the setting the stage for downtown Brattleboro, doing some physical setting on the location. And once again, these map pieces, people can, I haven't added much to this one. Right now it just has a pin that says Brattleboro's here, but I may actually add some additional content to that. But you can see that you can zoom maps up to the screen, pop them back, drop them in and around the text.
So that one's really dark.
That one's dark.
Is that just your
No, it
design,
is a dark background on that map. I actually might change that map out. It's a little template that they've got if you want to basically do a pin on a map type of map, and it's got the dark canvas background that Esri uses. So that's what it is. Yeah. It's a little better here on my screen than it is projecting it with the light on it. And as you zoom in, it does get more of the streets. You're not seeing the streets up there. They're not making it through the projector. And of course, we're in like East Wallingford, Vermont at this point, and there aren't very many streets. So, but yeah, that one is a dark color base. But the idea would be to give some sense of location. I actually think this is probably not the right map. I'll probably do a different one because it doesn't really have roads as highlighted as much as I want them to be. So I'm still working on it. Still working on it, but concept is there. So. The Public Works drone has taken a lot of really nice photos of downtown Brattleboro, and so I've now got a wealth of excellent imagery to work from, which is great. So we're sort of getting a sense of downtown sitting into the landscape here that I think is pretty interesting. So, there'll be more to be added in here, a little bit more. So terrain, water resources. We'll talk a bit about the history. And what brought people to locate here in the first place, water power. This is the first of the bigger maps that I've got dropped in here. And so this is the 1885 Sanborn map, and you can actually zoom in.
Wow.
And
that's
see.
very helpful.
Look at Harmony Park.
So this is it. There was some buildings here, but there was a bit of a park as well. In 1885. This is actually downtown Brattleboro by 1885 is largely what's there now. I mean, it's 80% the same, type of thing. But this spot where Harmony is actually one of the spots that has probably changed the most over time. There's been parking lot there. There's been green space there. There's been buildings of different sorts there. Over time, so it's kind of an interesting study. But you can zoom in, you can pull around, and do that sort of thing. So that's that map, and you can drop in some historic photos. Right now, these do not click and open. I'm hoping that that's one of the things that they're going to make happen pretty soon. You can actually force it if you want to get in here, but it's still pretty small, so. Now it's probably gonna fall, oh yeah, it's gonna jump me all the way back to the beginning, so I won't do that again. Okay. So, talk a little bit about the transportation network, and how that developed.
Is that one of the drone pictures?
That is one of the drone pictures.
These photos are amazing. I try and find good photos of Brattleboro, and I have, you know, they're so limited.
Well,
out there.
I was
the
really
best.
excited to get
This
these
is
from
awesome.
the drone.
I
So
love that.
I told him that everything was perfect except there wasn't any traffic congestion resulting from this train.
Oh yeah,
yet.
where are all the cars?
There's one car waiting.
There's only one car waiting.
What day was this?
This is
Actually,
not-
right behind them, there's a whole line.
This is not an
Yeah,
accurate
but there's
depiction.
nothing the other way.
No, there's nothing. It hasn't backed up yet, but
It's a great
but yeah, it is
picture.
a great shot of
Early
the-
spring.
And actually, this map over here is very interesting too. So this is actually a map from 1848, and this line right here, north for some reason is facing to the right, but this is the railroad, right? And this is the bridge, right here. The railroad. This is the year the railroad got this far. It hadn't gone any further yet. So there's no. You can see it doesn't continue to the north. It's just kind of interesting to think that the railroad, it was right there, and that was as far as it went.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wait.
So where did it?
So interesting. So
That's
it just
They were in the process of building
it.
it.
Came to Brattleboro and stopped.
Yeah, it did the next chunk, you know,
Oh,
they
they
were building.
turned
Isn't
around.
that the?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Isn't that the north?
No, this is to the south.
Yeah, that's,
Oh, okay.
that's like
okay.
Depot Street.
Oh, there
Yeah.
it is. Okay.
Yeah.
I just
So,
got
yeah,
myself.
you have to kind of tilt your brain, and I think
Yeah.
it's a hand-drawn map from 1848. It's not exactly cartographically
Okay.
perfect, but
No,
you
I
can
see
see
it.
that the basic street grid is exactly the same, and was pretty much there, without too much change to this day. So we'll do a little bit of that. Talk a little bit about infrastructure, and I haven't got any text in there, but the good photo of digging up the street, digging up the infrastructure. I believe some of it was from the 1800s in this hole. Yeah. Josh, they found some 1880s pipe.
Yeah.
That was what
I
broke.
did know that.
1880s what?
It was 1880s pipe that broke.
Oh. It lasted a
I
long
recall
time.
that.
Yeah, that's
You
good.
get their
That's
money's
pretty
worth on
good
that
pipe,
one.
I gotta say.
Yeah.
So that's one sort of style of how the story map goes. So you sort of see you're kind of going down through it vertically, flowing down through, and then you can have little pull-out sort of presentations. So these go horizontally where we might talk. So this would be some of the survey results can get put in here. And I'm just going to do some little summary about what's going on from a business perspective, housing perspective, some of the major institutions downtown, and then the planning and zoning. This would be a place to put your zoning map, the downtown, the designated downtown lines, that kind of thing can go in here. And once again, this is, you know, it's a live map, but we can add more layers to it and zoom around. I just don't have them in here yet. And so that's sort of the slideshow component. And then we're down to the part where we're walking through the inventory of the public spaces. So these have, a couple of these have maps that go along with them here on the side. So you can actually click on a point on the map. So Pliny Park, and there's some description of it. There's a photo going on, so people can get in there and learn more about the spaces.
Brandy, have you seen any story map presentations with like a how-to? You know, how intuitive is it?
I think that might, up at the table of contents, that might actually be necessary.
Yeah.
They do, you might notice that there is, like, up at the top there was that little arrow. I don't think it is quite enough to sort of explain to people, to look for the arrows to sort of tell you which way you can navigate through it.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Like here, I did say you can click on the circles.
No, that's good though.
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
important because
Yeah. So that
there's a lot of stuff in here that you could miss.
Yeah.
I like the historical elements a lot, like the old photos and stuff.
Yeah, well, there's
old
going to be
maps.
more. Yeah, we'll have more of that as we go along. There's some really good ones. So then, just this is a place where I put some of the infographics from the survey report here, and some of the comments that we've gotten. So this is some of the areas where I don't really have any design control, and that sort of irritates me. So this is there's the paragraph text, and there's the quote text, and that's just the way it is.
And the quote text
is bigger, and then that's really irritating me, but it's the way it is. So
it's like a full quote. Yeah, a full quote says.
Yeah. It's just like, okay. But it's what it does. So we saw these, and obviously this is just a written discussion of what we just looked at. So this is actually one of the photo preference results pages. So these were the parks and play spaces one that we asked people which they'd like to see. So people expressed interest in the pocket parks, the greenways, performance areas. You know, there's the hard surface plaza one, I think, and the playground, which people on taking the survey, I think, didn't have a lot of perhaps people with young children who were looking for playgrounds necessarily taking the survey. And here on the side, this is a place to put in some of what's going on, other components of what's going on in downtown Brattleboro. So this is some of the looking at the alley along the transportation center and the block party that happened there earlier this year. So that might expand actually a bit as we go along.
Do you think people had an idea of the differentiation between a pocket park and a parklet? Or might they be?
I don't know that people did. I think they responded to what they saw in the image.
Okay.
And the pocket park showed it was bigger and it had more green in it. And the
So
parklet
it was responding to the image. Okay.
I think it was more the image than the words necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah. So similarly, walk through the parking lots. So if we we'll click on our favorite, Harmony. So I used the information and incorporated the information from your parking study into here. So if people click on a parking lot, they can actually learn some information about that parking lot, like how many spaces there are, how much use it was getting, and those were the counts that were taken in 2017. So we can see what the occupancy of these parking lots is. And then these are some charts and graphs based off the data in the parking plan as well. And there's a link. If you were to click on the link, you would go to the document that's on your website of the parking plan.
Is the Preston lot on the previous map?
It is.
It is, okay.
Yep.
Oh, there it is. I
Yep.
see it.
There it is, right there.
Okay, I'm just kind of curious.
Walking through parking. Sort of the difference, and really the message that comes out of this, and looking at both the survey results and the stuff from the parking study, which had a survey and their analysis, it's fairly, it's similar. People's sense that there isn't parking is that what parking there are access issues with. So it's really more about the pedestrian experience once you've parked the car than it is about the parking itself. So
what do you mean?
Interesting.
What do you mean by that? Like parking your car and then having to walk to the store?
Walking is not the problem. People, the distance isn't the problem. It's the walk. It's the experience of the walk. Is it? Is the sidewalk? Are there condition issues that make the sidewalk difficult to walk on? Some places it's the steepness issues that are problematic for people, narrowness of the sidewalk, the traffic, needing to cross streets, and some people not liking to do that. Busy traffic.
So you don't mean just parking your car and getting out of the parking lot safely?
No, it's the experience you have as a pedestrian after you've parked the car that's influencing people's thoughts about parking downtown.
Yeah. It could be lighting.
Lighting,
It
sense
could
of
be
safety
space, yes.
on the street. So in the parking survey that was done, so when asked like why people parked where they did, why they chose to park, their reason, distance wasn't the reason. It was weather, the type of parking facility, and their sense of safety, which were the driving decisions. And that's what, in looking at the written comments, you get a lot of sense of. Several people mentioned in the parking lots, they prefer to park on the street because of the meters are easier to deal with than the kiosks. Mm-hmm. So for a lot of people, I mean, if you think that you have either a mobility challenge or you have a couple of kids in tow, having to get out of your vehicle in one of these parking lots, go to the meter kiosk, get your ticket, take it back to the car, and then go to your destination, this could be viewed as a hassle, or something, or worse, as something that is not really doable for you.
Park Smarter app is great.
Yeah,
yes.
It really.
I mean, there is a difference between when the parking study was done and now we do.
Well, those came up in the comments now too, so I don't know how widespread the app is becoming, but
I don't know if that many people know about it.
Yeah.
First time I heard about it.
Me too. Oh, it's fabulous. You can add time.
You can do it
remotely.
for here?
Yeah, it figures out where you are and you kind of confirm that's where I am, and it works for
Write it down, but it's not well done.
You need to do more advertising.
Yep, Park Smarter.
And you don't have to print out a little ticket?
No.
You just put in your license plate
And the
number?
meter people know that that's your car.
So I don't know.
Oh,
wow. I use it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm
Prudence
gonna
can tell us.
download the app right now.
Although I have
But
well,
how
I
do
don't
you
use
know?
it because I'm usually walking from here and then every time I am parking downtown, I'm like, oh, I should have had the app, and I'm not going to download it while I'm not on my phone. I just need to do it.
Yeah. So, so it goes through the parking and basically making the argument around and providing the data around how much parking is actually available and how much is used, which is an important basis for then the discussion of strategies that will come. Looking at the streets and sidewalks piece, I have a debate about whether to use this photo or not. It's a great photo of Main Street, but it's a funeral procession. Do people know if it's a funeral procession? I'm trying to get an opinion.
Some people might.
I would not. Wait, where's the lead?
Well, the thing,
there's a public works
vehicle
vehicle in it,
it's
so
the funeral
some
procession
people
for the
might.
public
Yeah.
works guy.
Somebody from Public Works.
Yeah.
But it's a really great shot of Main Street.
It's not.
I mean, it's a
It's real.
I'm talking about that
Or
huge
does it feel
procession.
disrespectful? That'd be the only thing, but
I don't know.
I don't think it feels.
nothing wrong with it being a funeral.
Yeah.
It's got the truck.
I mean, I can see some people not even noticing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it's.
What I noticed is that massive truck right there that
Yeah.
shouldn't be there. That's what I noticed.
Well, we're coming up to a discussion of that.
Right. That's not typical.
Yeah. So one of the things that, so just as a point of reference, there's 23 acres of land in the in the street rights of way in downtown. So overall on the side of the downtown, this is a lot of the actual square footage that we're talking about. And then I think it's sort of interesting to run down the list of what it is you're doing with that space. There's a lot of competing demands on space. So in the survey you see the idea that basically the sidewalks are cramped or crowded or congested, and just that feeling of inadequate space. And I'm actually going to change out this cross-section a little bit. I've now gotten more precise measurements thanks to better imagery.
Yeah, they're much closer together.
Which,
right?
Actually, I'm going to have a drawing that comes up, but it does range. The curb-to-curb width ranges. It actually goes down further than 50. More of it's 42. but it does actually reach a point where it's 70 feet wide from curb to curb. But it's not consistent at all through the length of Main Street. And the sidewalk widths do vary from 5 to 10 feet as well along the way.
From what, Sarah?
5 to 10.
5.
Wow, that is not very long now.
So this section goes through basically is, it's data, it's background information about traffic flow and how much, where vehicles are turning, how many what amount of traffic there is. Traffic counts in downtown Brattleboro haven't been done that frequently and consistently, so it's a bit hard. If you look at this infographic, there's one, the High Main Street intersection was done in 2018. You've got a 2013, a 2009, and a 2008, and those are the most frequent counts at those intersections. The continuous counter that probably gives you the best data is, which this is a chart from, is the one that's on the West River Bridge, the north London. So, but overall traffic is actually down over time. Yeah. There's a line goes down. So there are less vehicles traveling downtown on Main Street than there were 20 years ago.
2,000 or so?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge difference, but it's less. So that chart's going from 14,000 to 18,000. Yeah.
And that's on I-91?
No, this is on downtown Main Street.
West River Bridge?
It's at the West River Bridge, just at the north end. So this is this one's counted continuously. I mean, there will be, obviously, you've got, the numbers will be slightly different in the heart of downtown because you've got, more local traffic, but the overall trend, I think, in traffic would be fairly reflective of this. And an interesting point is that while you do see that little peak right here in this chart, that's when they were building the bridge on 91.
Oh,
so if you actually think about it, it's that. Really.
So what year are you beginning?
Wow.
I'm sorry.
It goes from 1998 to 2018.
And it's down that substantially.
It's down
about 2,000.
2,000, a little more. 2,000, 2,500 vehicles.
That's kind of striking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything to account for that?
Yeah, the economy.
I would contribute it to being like reputation. Like everyone's, don't go downtown.
No, I think I think that if you went on almost any segment of Route 5 in Vermont, the overall trend would be the same. The economy of Vermont has been slowly declining for a long time. So this is just reflective of economic trends.
That's crazy because it feels like there's more traffic.
It may feel like there's more traffic.
It moves so slowly.
But there's
maybe it's because it moves so slowly because they put in that traffic light at Dysfunction Junction.
Goddamn roundabouts.
Yeah.
Everyone's vehicles are bigger.
Have cars. Yeah, I guess we could add another line to the graph about the size of vehicles. So we also get down to talking about the truck traffic. So 6% of the vehicles coming through downtown are larger trucks. And the count that was done in 2018 at Main and High gives a pretty good assessment of when that truck traffic, how much truck traffic there is and when it occurs. So there was about 750 trucks through that intersection on the days that they counted. So they counted on 2 days between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. In June 2018. Am I think it's been a long. So it's about 750 trucks came through during that 12-hour period, but there's a peak, and there's a lot more. There's more truck traffic in the morning. There's more trucks going north, and the peak was about 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning, and there was 101 trucks going through that intersection in that 1 hour. So it's not an even flow through the day.
These aren't necessarily just 18-wheelers, though.
No, it's
they
large.
Could be smaller. They could be box
trucks and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still a lot of trucks.
Yeah, commercial, larger, wider
That
axle.
is a lot of trucks.
So obviously, we heard a lot of concern about the truck traffic, and so I actually put some language in here as sort of background so people understand what is happening and why trucks are coming through. It's the weight limits question, and the feasibility of creating a truck route, it's not really a viable option. You'd have to take out a neighborhood somewhere in Brattleboro to make it happen. There's just nowhere to bring another route through that you're not impacting someone. So I think if there was an obvious truck route, probably would have been built. That option would have been explored because clearly the truck issue has been there for a long time. And then trying to point towards improving flow, essentially downtown, as the one thing a municipality can do to help address the problem, because clearly the braking and starting of the trucks as they come up the hill, particularly for the thing that can go down as well and hit the traffic lights, is a lot to do with the noise generation. When the vehicles are moving at a consistent speed, they actually make a lot less noise than when they're starting and stopping. So here we have a photo from 1941 showing this car congestion issue, not a new one. So, talking a bit about the intersections, a nice classic 70s photo of Malfunction Junction.
Oh, no cars. Huh? Not very many cars.
There aren't many cars right now. There's also no lights, no lines, no crosswalks.
When did the lights go in there at Malfunction Junction?
Relatively recently.
Yeah, a couple years ago. They redid it.
Yeah. Was it when they redid the?
I feel like they've been there since I got to town, which was early 2000s. So
Yeah.
maybe some point in the 90s.
They were here when I got to town in '97.
There used to be a flashing yellow and flashing red, and then they
Could
put
be
all
early
lights.
2000.
Yeah.
I think it's
Did
when
it
they
line up with
redid.
the co-op project or the repainting? Well, the repainting project.
No, it was before the co-op project.
Okay. Yeah.
I think they did that in anticipation for the co-op, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly. It wasn't that long. It was like 5 years ago.
No.
Like really recently. There used to be a flashing
It was
light
not
there.
5 years ago.
6 years.
They were here, I think, by 03.
When was the co-op built?
The new one?
Yeah.
2012? 2012.
Okay, so yeah, that's, yeah.
So the plans the V-Trans plans that I finally have gotten a hold of, they drew those in the early 2000s, and they have the signalized stuff on them. So that actually might be when they put the signals in.
Yeah, it might be early.
So I think the actual drawing dates of those are like 2002 or 2003. Yeah. So then we start talking about bike pedestrian facilities. And I'm really hoping I am going to be able to get these photos to zoom up, because this is a great photo from 1907 of the street. So this is actually right at the bridge, the Whetstone Bridge, looking north. And the trolley tracks are in place. There's a horse and cart. There's pedestrians. There's a couple people on a bicycle, and there's a dog running amok. All in the photo. So it's a fun photo.
Complete street.
It's a very complete street. And this is one of the survey, the photo survey. People asked what bike, facilities and amenities they'd like to see. Basically, people would like to bike where there aren't cars. So the options that showed the bike separated from the vehicle traffic were the highest rated there. So we're talking a bit about bicycling. Pulling in some of the stuff that was done in 2010 from the Marlborough College project, which had very similar results in terms of what people wanted to see down by the river. And then cars have been there for a long time. So this is a 1920s postcard. So the trolley tracks are still in place. So it's from they pulled them up in 28, I learned. Or 1923. So somewhere in that range. So this is an early 20s postcard. showing the street. You know, I think probably configured pretty much I bet you width-wise, it's pretty much same curb to curb as it is today. Those cars were actually pretty small. If you're like parking a bunch of minis along the street like that. So the other thing we can do, the Brattleboro Historical Society has a bunch of historic podcasts. So this one tells the story of the trolley.
This podcast is local.
So you can actually play that.
Brought to you by Brattleboro Sables. Might attract electricity.
Yeah, we're not going to listen to the whole thing. But needless to say, there was a lot of controversy about the trolley. The trolley finally got built and was only there for 28 years. So.
What was the controversy? Again,
It was. You listen to the podcast. It was they used the threat of it being dangerous as the reason to oppose it. But I don't know what caused someone to want to oppose it in the first place. I think it was one of those things where they felt the state was telling them that they had to do something. And, there was a usurped local control that really got people agitated. So, and then we've got what pedestrian facilities and amenities people would like to see. And again, the green space, sidewalk cafes. People really, a lot of these were quite popular. Art and music, more seating, lighting, food carts. I like these ideas. Some comments from people who took the survey, some more photos showing the sidewalks, that kind of thing. So that gets us through basically the inventory of what's here and what the issues are, and some facts and information to help inform recommendations that follow. Like I said, this is going to do the background on the
I'll send you the
planning
video.
process. You can watch the video. They're not going to run very well. It starts with me. I don't want to see that. Oh, you don't want to see Sue?
Yeah. Just play the first minute.
Eisler did a great job. No.
There you are.
Really?
You're filmed like monthly or more. So people can be watching you on YouTube constantly.
For almost 20 years now.
I know. They can go back through the archives and see.
You, we had a show in Merrimack, a weekly show.
Yeah, so there's more stuff that's going to get dropped in here, but that'll basically just be a summary of that. So then we finally actually come to the strategies, public space strategies. So the first one will be to walk through the path, starting with the Bridge Street area, and then moving north, and ending. I'd like to end at the Common there, so that we sort of do that whole stretch. I don't have any of this content in here, but you saw some of that from the presentation at the wrap-up presentation for the charrette. So that material will get put in here. This will flow, then I said we'll come back down Main Street. And so this goes to being one of the side moving presentations here. And I've got a couple pieces of this done, so I want to actually sort of show you what the pieces could look like, and this is where we can start to have a bit of a conversation around what areas you would like to see focused on, and what sort of level of detail might be of interest and that kind of thing, so we can help prioritize the flow of the final work here. So this is the one for the library, looking at their front area and the side garden. I knew we had to do this one because Paul, the landscape architect I was working with, promised Star, and I don't think. Paul's wife is a librarian as well, so I think when a librarian comes around and tells him to do something, he's on it.
Well, it also was part of the Better Block.
It was also Better Block challenge, but he really, she pulled him aside, and she really got him to promise to work on this. So, okay, guys.
Nice storm.
Yeah. No, I laughed at him. I told him that he was really accustomed to taking orders from a librarian. So, images, and then sort of coming up with what the recommendations were that came out of that, which was to level the front, provide outdoor seating, improve the access to the side garden, and provide a sign, a different sign that really is more visible from the street. So this is a sketch of what that could look like. And so this is sort of the format that we're thinking of for more of these sites. So there'll be some photos, some text, and in some cases some drawings like this, sort of envisioning what could be done with the space.
It would be great to have seating out there.
Yeah.
A place to have lunch and people watch.
Yeah, this section of the street is actually at a very weird angle in like 3 dimensions. Weird angle. It's going in different directions laterally and such, but there still is, those planters around the trees are actually very large. If you actually go out there and measure like what the size of those planters are, if you were to rearrange that and get the grade more leveled out, the planter, you could get sort of rid of the planter box component, and then there would be a lot more floor space, shall we say, to work with around them. So
I like how that wall naturally creates seating.
Yeah, so you could do that kind of an edge treatment, and it would tie in a lot more, I think, to the architecture of the building as well. And then, the shrub that's here, it's just gotta go. That it's overgrown. It's overstayed its welcome.
There's a lot of like tension. There's a lot of friction trying to get to the library.
Yeah,
it's unnecessary. Planters are part of that.
Yeah, it's a shrub that's outstayed its welcome.
And that shrub.
Yeah.
Those trees can't go anywhere.
Brandy
The
has
trees.
a name for that shrub.
No. Yeah, I do. I'm just. It's too big. The trees, no, I mean the trees are there. They're remarkably healthy given where they are. I'm sure that they're actually too close to the building. Technically accurate about the whole thing, but no one's going to take those down at this point. So other things we might look at here would be the Harris parking lot area, in the area around the rec center. I think these are just going to be short little pieces. I know, I haven't fixed it yet.
I think I've told you that before.
I know, I just haven't done anything with it yet. I still have the word programming spelled wrong in here too. I haven't fixed that yet either. So, Plenty Park piece is somewhat done here. So this would be, I think we could do something probably a little bit more detailed than this for Harmony, I think was my sense of what the priority is. And you've got some plans for Preston already that we could show. And then talk about how to balance out the parking versus green space in these parks. So, so I'm sort of seeing these set up as a little background on the space, kind of an assessment about how it functions. So this is, a place to drop in the information that we got from the survey, in terms of how the place is used, what people wanted to see done. Recommendations would be to open this up. This has actually got a fairly big footprint in reality, but most of the space isn't usable. It's because of the design, you actually are not getting much advantage out of the actual amount of area that was. I mean, there was a time when there was a gas station there, right? It's not a small site, so.
And the seating doesn't encourage interaction because it's all, everybody's just.
Yeah.
I think the bus shelter is just so oversized too,
and it blocks the sidewalk.
it from.
So one thing that I think some of these, I've got up here sort of like, I don't know that I like this format, but basically an inspiration wall where you think about some of the things, the ideas that could be incorporated into the space.
It's ideal for movable chairs.
Yeah, movable chairs, something that would bring more light in to the space, providing, some sort of cover, canopy, the art, that type of thing.
I'll tell you, the youth I worked with at high school, they loved the Art That Glows idea.
Yeah,
Every
I was
single
gonna
one
say,
of them.
the art that
They
glows,
really
well,
wanted to
I
see that
really like the
downtown.
pavement that glows.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's,
Anything that was like had color or light, they
Yeah.
really enjoyed.
Yeah. And so if you were to take those ideas and sort of open that up, the space up, and you could actually move the existing design in this direction, I think, with a little bit of work of eliminating the walls and fences and the bus shelter, which is, I mean, even if it was, you could almost even turn the existing structure
And be
90
against-
degrees,
Right.
and put it against the wall, it would still be more
You
open.
could provide the shelter, or you could do it a different way with a different type of shelter.
Yeah, with a different, this is, the more sort of urban plexiglass
Yeah.
awning type thing, but, it's obviously the natural thing is that people would want to cut through this space, and because there's just the two designated entrances in or out, it isn't really a space that you can cut through and move through, and so that, I think when we go back to the do you spend any time here question, you have, you're not going to just wander through Plenty Park necessarily. You go in there if you
go in there.
You're going in there, right?
Yeah.
There's a destination for a reason.
And then you're static in there. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's like nothing to do except sit.
Around the edge.
Around the edge, waiting for something to happen in front of you that never happens. Right? Something in the middle is supposed to happen.
Yeah.
There's
So-
interest in having half of that covered bus station be covered bike parking.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some need for
Bike
bike
parking,
parking
yeah, I
out
mean,
there,
and,
around
I
there.
mean, I think that having a covered space is a great idea. The question is whether it needs to be oriented along the sidewalk like that and creating a barrier.
Right.
I mean, because the sidewalk feels very cramped here too, right? And you feel very close to the traffic, and it is just, it's not open, it doesn't feel expansive. And I think that's actually a theme with a lot of the public spaces that you do have in downtown Brattleboro. You actually go around and look at them more carefully, see how many of them have fences, how many of them have walls or hedges. There's a lot of effort to defining edge and creating a barrier. And I think that was a reaction to there's a lot of traffic on the street. And so what we need to do is create a barrier. But in some ways, that further intensifies, first of all, the feeling of how much traffic there is when you're on the sidewalk. Because you can't get away from it. There's you don't have any sense that there's space adjacent anymore. This sort of visual sense, and then you don't have those opportunities to take an alternate path. I guess you're kind of stuck behind that side. So that's the sort of thing that I envision we might do. The Harmony lot idea, which during the charrette we looked at turning at least one of the bays, the double bays, into park space, and then during the walking tour the idea of what you came up with, which was
I didn't come up with it.
I mean, there should be no
It just makes sense.
there should be no cars here at all.
Yeah.
Questions came up, but there is
Part
some
of the lot is
complications.
private,
Yeah, so
and
it's not all public.
got
There's
it
going to
right.
always have to be access and a certain amount, and there's a drive-through bank.
Yeah. No, I
piece in there.
recognize that.
Yeah. So there's some.
Can't we take it from them? What is that called when the government
Eminent
comes in?
domain.
Yeah, eminent domain.
I don't think we're going to take that.
But it just makes so much sense, and it would be so helpful to the community.
I know why you want to take that.
Why? Because it's an awesome space.
Yeah, it's an awesome space.
Yeah. So moving forward through here. Let's see. Well, I'm almost done with this section. Sorry. So this has got the question here about bike lanes. So obviously bike lanes came up. Yeah, that's one of the ones I need to get permission to for.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
a reformer.
really
That's a reformer
demonstrates the
picture.
Yeah.
hideousness of trying to bike in town.
So I think the question of bike lanes is one that has to be answered. So this goes through what the requirements are from an engineering and safety point of view about what amount of space you need for them. You need at least 5 feet. It really should be 6, but you could legally get away with 5. But even at 5, you can't get them in down here by Flat Street. There is not enough room. The only option would really be to take down the latches I don't think. I don't think that.
Let's do that.
Eminent domain.
No.
I don't think that's
entertainment.
So there's actually just physically not enough room. The buildings are not far enough apart to have enough room for the traffic.
But
that
if the
needs
art
to be there.
museum is building.
Yeah, but it isn't just that building. It's the other one too, and it's the really lovely historic one with the pitched roof that everyone loves.
Oh, that's such a pretty building.
Yeah, see, that's a pretty building. Yeah, so that whole little piece in there is constrained. And then, like I said, that the widths vary. So this part that's blue in here, this between Elliott and High, this is the wide piece. There's a lot of room there. Particularly if you get rid of the parking
on one side.
One side, two sides, narrow down the lanes. There's a lot of room that could be theoretically pulled out of here. This gets very wide. The buildings are 75 feet apart at their widest point there. So there's a lot of room. But then this narrows up. So most of the rest of it is right around 42 to maybe 48-ish feet. So that means you can if you got rid of the parking, you could put in the bike lanes, but you're not going to get wider sidewalks. So it's an either or choice, really.
Who are you going to upset in that choice?
Well, it's really what makes the most sense in terms of benefits and use of the space, and to think about that. And because, I mean, in my mind, if you can't get the bike lanes all the way through, then I think their effectiveness is significantly reduced. And it would require also eliminating basically all the on-street parking. You would be able to get a little bit of on-street parking in this block with, so there could be some drop-off and accessible handicap spaces, but it pretty much means no parking as well to do it. So I think that points to the importance of the path as being the obvious better option to actual designated bike lanes on Main Street.
And I think too that in an ideal world it would be great to have some sort of big bike lanes on Main Street, but where's the bigger benefit? And I think having a wider sidewalk where you could have more of the street, like cafes or more room for that kind of stuff, because there's still the topographical challenges of downtown. There's still the truck traffic that might make it feel unsafe for people to bike.
Yeah.
So it's probably still going to be the skilled,
serious bikers. It's never going to be, even with designated bike lanes, it's not going to be a place that you're going to bike as a casual recreational bicyclist.
Is there a way of sharing the lane with, being more aware as a driver?
I mean, you can sign it and designate, do the things for it. And I mean, I think that's the people who are biking now. I mean, I think as much as you can get on your bike and act like you're a vehicle.
I observe people all the time on Putney Road driving their cars in the bike lane.
Yeah.
Like as it's a passing lane or whatever, and it's just like,
wow.
Yeah, it gives me like no hope for bike lanes in that. Because people are just gonna get hurt, and it's because drivers don't share the road with bicyclists, and they don't know how. They're not educated anymore or something. I'm not sure what happened.
There's a way to create barriers and so it's not just paint. Because cyclists don't feel safe when it's just paint.
I mean, I could see someone thinking and going and trying to go over and hitting a biker. That's exactly and that.
It's going to get better on Putney
happens all
Road
the time.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
They will have an off street.
So the other
that's detached.
The other implication of adding the bike lanes, it requires reconfiguration of the travel lanes. And right now, the way the travel lanes are set up, there's space for cars to line up at the intersections, right? Stacking room. So when the light turns, how many cars can you basically get parked at a red light in that block? And while you can definitely narrow the lanes, doing that, because of how it does that thing where there's you think of the two straight up and down north-south lanes, and then there's that lane that's for turning. And essentially, at one intersection, there's a left-hand turn one way, and then you get down to the other. But that transitions over the course of the block. So it's sort of like it makes this diagonal, and where it makes that diagonal, it's making extra space. So the lanes it's like it's not really like there's 3 lanes, except at the actual ends, right, at each end of the block. In the middle, there's like this extra half space, but it's enough that you can stack cars up, right, at the intersection. And if you narrow the lanes down, that's possible, but then you're going to put less cars in them when the light turns red. So that could actually be part of a congestion problem in downtown Brattleboro too. So these are like the factors that you have to weigh back and forth against, how much space to give to the cars, whether to give space to bicycles, whether to give space to pedestrians, and how much. So it's a fairly complicated set of factors that influence that. We can say this is how much space there is, and then it's really a question of allocating that space. And so I'm hoping that we can sort of make that sort of choice thing clear in this story map format, that you really you have to balance off and weigh and prioritize, because it's not you get 100% of everything. And that will be the same with the park question. How much green space can we add into these parking lots? How much pedestrian walkway area can we add into the parking lots while still keeping enough parking spaces? And if you want to eliminate, an entire parking lot, say Preston to make a park or Harmony to make a park, then, what does that mean in terms of the overall supply? Or you want to get rid of 1 or 2 lanes of parking on Main Street, So it's a supply question too. So I think we're going to have a lot of ideas in here for improvements, but they're not all achievable altogether, right? It's choices. So moving through that, and then a little brief thing will be one for Elliott Street, one for Flat Street, some discussion of the intersection. We've got some thoughts on that from Mr. Rech, the rail trail, this whole discussion of parking, weighing off the choices that would go here, and then programming without the extra M. And the next step's in the credit. So that's the story map. So those are the kind of things that we can do with it. I think it's a fairly engaging and interesting way to present the downtown plan. So the real question is, we've got a certain amount of time and a certain amount of budget left, and we want to focus those those hours and dollars on the things that are the most important to you all. So I think my sense is that Harmony is on that list.
What were you?
Well, there's a question of whether to do more around this building, around the municipal building area. That was one of the areas we could look at in more detail. The question of looking at High Grove in more detail from a stormwater perspective, that's the one place that Amy thought there was some reasonable opportunity to put in some green stormwater infrastructure.
So that's the parking lot up at the, Well, that would be nice, because I think that space has the more potential.
And you had asked about the Depot Riverfront property too, about what level of detail we were going to go into for that piece.
I think a lot of people, what they wanted to see there was, they wanted to see more than just that one picnic table. They wanted to see, like the youth talked about a concert kind of venue.
I think the
access to the water.
I like the idea of, first of all, my thoughts on Harmony is that there is some work that's been done. So I'm not sure, I don't, and I know it's not full park, but there's been ideas in the past for full parks there. So to me, there's been some work done. I'm not sure that it needs to go further, because it'll show up in here. I'm imagining the stuff in the Shrub. High Grove lot, I think that seems pretty exciting if there's a stormwater opportunity there.
Yeah, that seemed to be the most likely candidate for any sort of stormwater. As soon as you got much lower than that, Amy thinks that you have infiltration and potential pollution problems, that you don't actually want to infiltrate water. So green stormwater infrastructure is actually not that great of an idea for most of downtown.
Oh, wow.
The municipal center, while I would love to see some stuff done, I think the town's agreement to kind of look at housing here with Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust, it could be useful to have something that's kind of dealing with the front lawn or even the parking lot. But I'm not sure. I guess I'd probably want to ask around to see if that would be useful. Depot Street and the riverfront, I mean, I do think with the new bridge and Bridge Street changing and the, future bike ped bridge, I think that a lot of people have been talking about that as kind of this trails hub. And so I would I think seeing something that's a more programmed space or a more active space than just what's there now would be beneficial.
It would be nice also if this is gonna be public, to have just all the constraints articulated, so not that people would necessarily read it, but
yeah,
the explanation as to why you can't access the river from that side. There.
As much as I'm a lover of outdoor recreation and stuff like that, I'd love a little extra emphasis on any proposed change or improvement that can have benefits year-round. So widening sidewalks and things. People walk on those just as much December through March and April. But people are definitely biking less during our bad 6 months of the year. People are definitely lounging on the lawns and picnic tables less half of the year. So improvements that benefits year-round. I feel like in our climate compared to Florida, an extra push.
Along that, I don't know if anyone put in there too, where to have lunch in public in the winter.
Yeah, River Garden.
Maybe that's the only place.
Yeah.
But it might be kind of interesting. And also I saw a lot of programming, thoughts on programming, and even with Pliny Park, what would programming look like there? Like an activated space somehow. Be interesting to see that. And also down on the river, if there was a stage and there's a concert going on, that would look like.
I feel like Harmony could offer basically all of that except for access to the river. Our access to the river is almost non-existent anyhow, or not really possible, it seems. I feel like Harmony has so much potential and so much.
Whatever happened to the Harmony Park that was being created?
There, that green space.
Got paved over.
Well, no, there was still the green space on the back
Was
of
there
the
going to be a
house.
stage and
There
other
was going to be a
films
stage and stuff. I don't know if they were not successful fundraising. I don't really know.
Because they went to the sort of ribbon cutting of that, and then
Is that a Rick's House initiative?
It was.
Okay.
They were going to partner with DBA, but I'm not really sure. It wasn't a town initiative.
Well, I think the impact of the Hinsdale Bridge change and the pedestrian bike bridge is big, and you addressed that some at the summary meeting in terms of the impact of the flow on Main Street, but I do think that.
And so that's actually
It's
probably
the change, there's gonna be money,
that's actually probably something we should have further follow-up conversation on. I'm not really that up on where the project is, what the town's current positions and level of engagement and such in that.
On the Hinsdale Bridge.
On the
Okay.
bridge,
Yeah, we should.
so we should just do a.
That's my question, is that seems all fine and dandy, but who's going to be paying to maintain it? Are we going to still have access to that bridge?
That's the intent.
Yeah, but it's not 100%.
Well, the bridges are staying.
Yeah, but are we going to be able to utilize them?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah. Definitely?
The question of who's gonna pay is still very
that's
much up in the air, yeah.
Because
But
last
there-
I knew, my understanding was that we weren't sure if we're going to be able to access them because.
It's pretty definite, there's gonna
Yeah,
be
it's pretty
a
definite.
Yeah.
There's
pedestrian.
Okay, good.
There's a group a committee that's really trying to make that sure that it does happen, that the bridge is not forgotten.
Yep.
Yeah, so whatever planning work has been, whatever, I just need it updated so we know where that is.
last meeting that some of us talked about, now it, on the surface seems like it's adding another request from you or requirement, but like a single page or poster that's just like shows, it won't show it in detail, but just catches people and just wows everyone with all the proposals.
So I didn't go into, so the story map is obviously the primary product, but my intention is to have a short executive summary that would pull from some of the text. I mean, I don't really see that this is it's just readapting what's the content that we've got, really. So that you will have a paper thing that you can distribute, and then that at the bottom here, when we have the project list piece, I would envision that would also be part of that printed version. And then you have requested sort of a poster map type thing, and I think that's, basically I'm going to use the template that I used for the charrette mapping, so that exists. And then the illustrations and graphics that are going into here can be used on that, and sort of highlight the ideas that way. So it's doable, and I think that it will complement this quite well.
Great.
So, I don't think you got a straight answer.
No, we have a lot of priorities. So if I was to get an architect and a landscape architect to work on like one more thing, what's the one more thing? I guess is the core of the question. Like, what area is the most important?
Hensdale Bridge, if it's actually going to be like accessible to the public once.
Bridge Street Depot Street area?
Well, if we take the bikes off of Main Street, or we take the idea of bikes safely off Main Street, then where do they go?
Well, that's the path idea, which I don't have that stuff in here yet, but
that's
we do
already
have
sketched out.
We do have that stuff sketched out, and it's basically the series of improvements through the parking lots, and then some roadway improvements and sidewalk improvements to connect them. So it's using your existing spaces, but making a designated pathway that goes through them.
Okay. And the big problem is getting from Flat to Elliott, right?
Yes, you end up at the transportation center and the stairs or the elevators if it works, and basically using the transportation center as the.
Oh, I guess you could drive through the transportation center.
Yeah.
Probably not very safe.
Yeah, I've never tried.
Could be, I guess, depending on the time of day. I don't know a lot of cars.
Well, I think there's still going to be users of on-street bicycling. It's just, it's going to be more of the share the road kind of thing, rather than a dedicated bike lane.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you'd have the choice to try to make the steep hill and go up and around too, but we're getting. I think there's ways to make using the stairs with your bicycle a bit easier there. If the stairs were changed on the transportation center, which is sort of one of the things we talked about, the charrette, was opportunities to make the stairway a bit more of a little less of a facility just for the users of the transportation center, and a bit more of a
like a public passageway. Oh, that's an interesting idea.
Yeah, there's like almost enough room over there to do like a big spiral going down for bicycles.
Yeah.
Expensive thing.
Yeah, we looked at a lot of fun
skateboarders,
options.
Bomb them with
funicular, and those the really. Did I show during the charrette the really cool, like, I think they were Danish, I think, the street with the little track that you got on with your bike, and it pulled. It's like this little track in the road. And you get alongside it with your bike, and you push on this little pedal on the track, and it pops up, and then it pushes you up. You sit on your bike, you've got your foot down on this pedal that's on the track, and it pushes you and your bike up the hill.
Whoa. Whoa.
Where is this?
I think it was you have to YouTube this. I'll have to find this. It's like
you did not show that.
I didn't show
it.
it.
It scares me of like being on a hoverboard.
I don't
and
see
trying
it
to get
working
off
in the
when I
snow.
a broken arm.
Yeah.
Oh, it reminds me of like what is that called? Like the magic carpet at a ski resort?
Yeah.
Kids get on
Yeah.
that all the time.
Yeah. It was like, it was one of those things that looked like it was you're gonna be spending forever trying to fix it. It's gonna be broken all the time. It looked like it had such maintenance issues, but they were very happy people going up and down, going up this thing. It didn't go very fast, so, you know, worst case scenario, you just put your feet down and you would be fine, you know, but, yeah, it was interesting.
So, have we given you what you want? What more can we give you?
So, well, what I'm hearing is that the work we've got perhaps done on Harmony, stuff we've done on Preston will probably be fine. We're going to throw more design time at the project. We should be looking down Bridge, Depot, intersection area. Does that seem like a consensus of the group?
Yeah, how, is there gonna be any effect on the BMAC project on your design, or is that all entirely not connected to that?
The BMAC project?
The museum.
The museum project. We had a conversation with Danny during the Charette time period. We have an understanding of what it is that they are looking at.
They've gone public.
Yes, yeah. And I think it lines up fine with what we were looking at on Bridge Street. And yeah, so I don't see there being an issue. It would be nice if they moved the building back and give you 10 more feet of sidewalk, but
yes.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we ask them to do
reasonable
that?
request. It is still conceptual.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's, the building is sitting
Why
sort
don't
of
you put in your design that they do that?
Yeah.
Well, we can suggest
I like
that.
that idea. Is that going to help with the bike lane then? Except for we still
it
have
wouldn't solve the problem.
Yeah, because we still have
It wouldn't continue the problem, you know, as much. It would give you a little more sidewalk room there. It's actually really interesting because it changes so much right there. You're like super tight right in front of the lattice, and then that bridge is incredibly wide over the Weston, and that crosswalk is ridiculous. It's like
it's huge.
It's like 80 feet across that crosswalk.
Yeah.
It's crazy wide, how wide it is. So there's a lot of opportunity to improve the pedestrian experience on the bridge, or bicyclist experience on the bridge. But it just crunches right in where the buildings come in. They're just, and obviously have for a very long time been that close to each other. So there you go. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, Brandy.
So I think you probably will plan to see me maybe again in February, just in
Okay.
terms of timeline. That's the hope anyway.
So, it's 8:26.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Love that.
How do we feel about going on for another 20 minutes?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good too.
Everybody good? How about another 10 minutes?
I think we have Erin here, so we should
Yeah,
at
no,
least
we
hear
definitely,
from
we
Erin.
definitely wanna do the
I think the
West
rest,
Festival part.
you know, we have a meeting in about 3 weeks,
Right.
so we can move some of that other stuff.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
so if we do.
So if we just do
Erin
West
and H.
Brattleboro,
Yeah.
and then H, which
Yeah.
is not gonna take too long at all, and then adjourn, is that good for
Yes.
everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Erin, why don't you just explain?
You wanna give a little context of what
Yeah.
we're talking about first, and then I'll kind of.
Sure, so, this is the big picture planning efforts, and we just wanted to bring you guys all up to date with what we've been doing in West Brattleboro. Erin and I originally have been on the West Brattleboro Association for a long period of time, and we have been talking for a while about trying to find a third place or a community space for the village of West Brattleboro. That's been going on for years and years and years. And then post-Irene, Melrose Terrace, we've talked about that before, a lot of those buildings are designated, 11 of them have designated to come down. They're gonna redesign that space, the bank space. They're actually gonna dig out the brook from when it was filled in, when the buildings were built. So it's gonna become less of a flood zone. It's not entirely free of flood zone, but there's some designation that's gonna shift. And last year, 2 years ago, Chris Hart came to the WBA saying she had a plan for what to do with the remaining buildings in Melrose Terrace. So this past year, Erin started a project to focus community attention on that space with the idea of it potentially becoming a third place for the village of West Brattleboro. So that's what is working with me.
Right, and we're looking at it also as, I mean, when we were looking at third places, which we were incredibly unsuccessful at finding over the course of about 5 years, what we've really been focusing on is economic development for West Brattleboro and like how to create a there. We've watched business after business close or business after business try to sell their property and been not successful in selling very large buildings. The Mattress Company, American Traders,
now Chelsea
Royal. I mean, there's a bunch. I mean, Dallin Chalet is arguably like also in a place that needs to have a new vision. So this project, it's called Waterways, is like I said, a community engagement project around this particular plot of land at Melrose Terrace. So the grant that we got was through the Community Engagement Lab, and I'm a teaching artist, and they were really focusing on how teaching artists can gather the community and engage them in creative placemaking effectively. And so that's in June. We're going to have a series of 3 events that does exactly that. The other focus they had in this grant, and certainly a focus for us as well, is that Melrose Terrace is a great example of how the climate is affecting people living along the waterway, and the whetstone is really arguably like the vital spine of West Brattleboro, but it is also quite dangerous, and so part of what we're doing is bringing the community in relationship to the waterway and understanding better about how it's moving and how it will move, and how we could be good stewards of that waterway. We've been talking to other organizations, Connecticut River Conservancy, the Vermont River Conservancy, more recently, I'm going to mess it up, but the Watershed Division of Marie
Caduto.
Yep.
Yes. Right, so I just went to that, and how the water quality. We're working with Bonneville Environmental Education Center. We're bringing in the Academy School and engaging all ages around like how do we really shepherd this particular piece of land and this particular part of the whetstone, bring it back to health, and also because there's going to be land there that won't be built on, and there'll be buildings that will rise up out of the floodway once all this work is done along that stretch. How do we use this space as public space going forward? So that's kind of the long vision.
And the buildings that are going to remain there potentially could be used for some kind of income generating. But it's not quite clear how. But the idea is ultimately to get this into an actual productive community space where that will be a location that would then attract people to revitalize the town, the village a little bit more than
And its location next to the village center is really key. And there's also other conversations about how to get kids from like Tri-Park on their bike to downtown. Like that's kind of a longer vision, and how is this a stopping point on that? And instead of having them on Route 9, which is just crazy, to have them back there. So just starting to look at all the chunks. I walked the whetstone with Kathy Erfer, and it was really interesting to kind of see how people are using the whetstone in different areas, where you could see where there were swimming holes, where there were fishing holes, and this, but also seeing how there are some really flat areas that could accommodate a lot of walking and biking. So, yeah, it's kind of a big thing that we're really kind of sinking our heels into in June.
Do you have any set dates yet, or?
Right now, yeah, I mean, we have to check with a couple of our partners to make sure, but right now we're looking at June 7th, 14th, and 21st. They're all Sundays.
Okay.
The first one will be around historical storytelling, and from the perspective of Abenaki elders in the community, also some of the elders that lived right there in Melrose Terrace and loved it. So hearing stories, and stories from people that grew up along the Whetstone in West Brattleboro and their relationship to the waterway. And then we'll also draw out stories from the other people that come and document those. The second event is more environmental. We'll have people from the Vermont River Conservancy and Connecticut River Conservancy, as well as Bonneville Environmental Education Center. And the idea right now is that there'll be different kind of walking tours around there with educational components and how to schedule. And then it's also then going to result in working with 2 ceramic artists that are local. And that information that education people get will then be able to take a tile and be able to choose some aspect of the waterway there, that area, and draw how they envision the health coming back to that area. And then those tiles can be used at Beak, maybe at Academy School, so there's a way of like visually connecting people to this site. Because one of the ideas Chris Hart had, and something we left out, is that the idea right now is that Brattleboro Housing Partnerships might create another organization, like a nonprofit, that would then hold this land once it's purchased back by $1, with $1 back from FEMA. And so she's really looking at, it's HUD,
HUD.
Sorry.
FEMA's paying for the regeneration,
HUD.
but HUD owns
HUD owns the building, so.
Okay, right. So how those buildings, the remaining buildings can be used, and maybe they can be used as classrooms as well, so that they have on-site education, tying in other educational things. And then the third event is more movement-based and immediate experiencing, and then we'll also get the artwork that's taken from the first 2 events, and they'll come to that event as well. And so it'll be our culminating event. And in that event is where we'll start to plant seeds of the community voicing what they'd love to see there, but after having lots of experience. So that's where we are now.
Sounds fantastic. Thank you.
Cool. Excited.
It's really neat.
There it is.
Great.
I feel
Is
like you
there
guys
any-
are like, sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say, is there anything that we can do to help at this point, or just kind of stay tuned and?
We're looking for really beautiful maps. And actually, we'd love to work with a map maker, but someone maybe that does hand-drawn maps, not electronic. Because we're really thinking about this, the visual campaign of this, so that, you know, I always feel like you have to go back to the hand, and that gets people to realize, oh, I'm included.
Yeah.
There's something that if it's digital, too digital, there's a remoteness. So hand-drawn maps would be really beautiful.
Did you ever see the Whetstone Brook flyer? I don't know that it's a hand-drawn map, but she tapes at BCTV. M. Richards did a lot of art on it. Let me get you one before you leave. I
Right.
don't know if it's a hand-drawn map, but she did a lot of artwork around it.
Cool. I'd love to see that.
So I'll get you one, but
we
I'll
all-
ask around to see if I can find.
That would be great.
We also want to get the word out so that people will come, because the more people who come, better.
Absolutely. And we'll also be doing a lot of outreach in the communities like Westgate and Tri Park and some of the other communities in West Brattleboro, we're gonna be doing outreach.
Mhm.
So it would be fantastic to have, and we're gonna set it up so there's sort of a list where you can sign up to be part of the outreach, and we'll do outreach events. Because it's the only way we're really gonna get everyone to feel like they're involved and invited. So, so that's where we're gonna love to have others come with us on those events. Yeah, like yourselves, it'd be great. Because people will have questions. It'll be an experience, it won't be a meeting. But then we'll have time afterwards, like a Q&A. Yeah. Any other questions?
It sounds like that village area needs some enthusiastic, enlivening creativity, so whatever we can help, let us know.
No, I'm really excited about it. I feel like you folks have like really thought about everything. You know, I feel like you're like approaching it at all the different angles and like thinking about everybody. I really dig that. I'm super excited to see, you know, it come to fruition.
Cool.
So.
And we'll have more to share with you. As soon as we firm up those dates, we'll have, and we want to work on a flyer right away and a beautiful poster. I mean, something like someone would want that poster to frame that poster and they would keep it forever. That's the level
Do you know,
of a poster.
Do you know Bryony Cribbs? Bryony, she's from like Dummerston, Putney area. You should check out her art. She's not a map drawer, but she's good enough to be able to do something. I don't want to take away from you.
No,
that's
she also
great.
she does like a lot of like botanicals and then like nature stuff.
Perfect.
Also, she does like a lot of like. It's very similar to like a Audubon Society art.
Oh,
She's like better than Audubon though. She's mind blowing.
Okay.
Yeah, so check her. Bryony. I don't know how you spell that.
And how do you spell her last name?
I think it's Cribbs. Bryony.
Right.
I want to check it out.
Oh, she's so good. She's one of my. Oh yeah, Briony.
Briony.
Morrow, Morrow dash Cribbs, Cribbs.
Okay. Great.
Her art is mind blowing, and it's like I think it's like what you guys are describing. I'm like,
okay,
she's the one.
Because and we're also envisioning like the layers, the overlays of the different outcomes that are, because it's about the environment. It's also about like the people that live along the whetstone, or generally that's the cheapest land, so that when there are events, those are the people that actually need the most help. And so, you know, so there's a lot about social equity, there's about economic development, there's creating a there. Anyway, so I want to be able to have the map also show those things, and show the different populations, and show the different kinds of engagement. Great, thanks for that. If any other artists come to mind, it'd be great to work with someone local. Yeah.
Alrighty, anything else?
Did you want to talk about weather?
Oh, yeah, so, until such time as it's not gonna snow anymore, I thought it would be a good idea for us to set aside the Wednesday following the first Monday of every month, so that we know if it's snowing on Monday, that we will just meet that Wednesday. Does everybody feel like they are willing and able to do that? So it's it won't always necessarily be the first Wednesday, because it could be that
Second,
it could be the second.
Just the Wednesday following that
So
first
it's the Wednesday
Monday.
following the first
Yeah.
Monday. So
Yeah.
if you would just clear your schedules until May.
So next meeting's the 6th.
Or take a look and make sure, if you've got a conflict, just let us know.
Yeah,
So we can.
so that this way we don't have to do what we did to do this time, which is sort of run around and pull everybody and all that. We just know that if we cancel the meeting for Monday, it will happen on that Wednesday.
So like the 2 days after or whatever.
Right,
That was easy.
right. Is that good?
Yeah, I'm gonna miss a number of meetings in a row, the Monday meeting, so if it snows, I'll be here. And I don't know if there's any, if you ever need a vote or something, if I can participate by phone.
You can.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
We'll let you know if we need a forum.
Great.
All right, cool. So, anything else?
No?
All right.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Yes.
Oh, yes,
Holidays.
happy holidays.
Holidays.
See you in the
And
new
I
year.
need a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Interesting meeting.
I apologize
Yeah.
for
Good morning. As we begin our celebration of the graduates today, let us take a moment to reflect on everything that has happened to bring us to this point in time. We're grateful for the guidance that brought our graduates to the doorstep of Landmark College, for the faith they had to take that first step forward towards this moment of achievement, and for the perseverance they have shown between that first moment and today. We are thankful for the faculty and staff of Landmark College who have walked beside our graduates along their journey, providing the kinds of guidance and perspective that have enlightened in the moment and will be understood deeper with the passage of time. And we're humbled to know our graduates do not just look forward, but to the left and to the right, to see themselves as individuals who are part of a diverse community committed to respect and understanding. And we hope that the voice that they have found here will resonate and reverberate throughout our world. Let us remember that every day, every challenge, every hard choice, every experience gives us the chance to all grow and move forward together. May all of this remain as our truth. May we always find knowledge and peace on our path. And may everything that binds us together today always be with us. It is now my honor to introduce to you Dr. Peter Eden, President of Landmark College.
Thanks, Michael. Nice job. Thank you, Michael. Can you hear me? All right. Welcome to the December graduation. Faculty and staff, family, friends, it's wonderful to have you here. We know you were part of this process with these wonderful graduates. You know that we all worked together to help them. I hope, graduates, you're grateful for all that your family and friends have done for you in this journey. I remember, it's funny the things you remember. I remember being a young kid, maybe 12, and I think I was in a waiting room of a doctor's office, and my mother's in there, and it's taken forever, and people know how patient I am and calm I am. I was writhing around, and I was visibly annoyed at how long it took, and a woman was in the, I remember this vividly, she was in the waiting room as well, and she might have asked me what my problem was, or, somehow we talked with one another, and I said, my mother's taking forever, and I've been waiting a long time. And I remember she said, I'll bet you she's waited for you many times. And I thought, I had no response, She was absolutely right. And for some reason, that stuck with me. That's right. My mom waited for me many, many times. And, I was a little more grateful of all the sacrifices she made. So I hope you're grateful for everything that your friends, you better be. Now, we always ask at these events for parents to raise your hand if this is your first child graduating from college. Yeah? Okay. How about if it's your last child? Oh, you know what that means, right? However, how many have a graduate today who's staying at Landmark College for a baccalaureate degree? There you go. Wonderful. We have about 12 or so of our associate degree graduates staying for a baccalaureate. And it's wonderful to see, as we grow all of our programs here, that they recognize that this is the ideal environment for academic success and also success in many other realms. So I'm lucky because I get to come up here and say a few words. And in the past, one time I asked some students, what should I say? And I got some great advice. And this time at President's Council. The President's Council is a fancy name for a group of vice presidents, myself, directors charged with running the college. We're often wrong, but we're never in doubt. That should be our motto. We talked about things that I might say, and we had a really great conversation. And most of it focused around the fact that graduates, you've shown that challenges are not unbridgeable. You've shown that you can succeed here at college. You've shown that, and you have all these core competencies now, many of them, listening, hard work, everything. But at President's Council, we talked about the skills and strategies you're learning as related to handling the differences, the disagreements, diversity in our world. And we talked a little bit about, you're not perfect. You're not perfect, so don't expect perfection out of others, okay? We live in this culture, and again, this was straight from PC, the cancel culture, the call-out culture. And it made me think of an academic course that is offered at another institution. The name of it is From Bigots to Snowflakes, Living in a World Where Everyone is Wrong. And I thought, what a great course. We should offer it. We should offer that course. And the conversation we had was that we know you've gained skills and strategies to succeed today, okay? And you're not perfect, but you're learning ways to bridge these differences and these disagreements. When you're in an echo chamber and you only listen to people who agree with you politically or whatever, you're not really learning. You're not really changing the world. And if you feel virtuous because you called someone out who doesn't align with you, that's a hollow victory. So we need you. We need you to continue to get better, to understand that people are not perfect. Everything's a process. And these differences in the world, they have to be bridged. And you're the generation that has to do it. I don't know how well my generation is faring in that regard. We're counting on you. Now, we also talked a bit at President's Council about success. What does success mean for you all? It doesn't mean that if you make a lot of money, necessarily. Success, first of all, is however you define it, okay? But it doesn't mean if you make a lot of money, that's success. We feel that success is being comfortable with who you are, with your neurodiversity, your LD, and sharing that with others, helping others who need some assistance. That's success, okay? Helping enlighten others when it comes to differences writ large. You know the journey you've taken, and look at the success today, just sitting on stage. But the challenges will never stop. The changes will never stop. We did not educate you with specific levers to pull for specific crises. We hopefully educated you to have a foundation and a baseline of competencies and understanding that diversity and differences are pretty much baked into who we are as human beings. But you have to be intentional about bridging them, and we want to see that from you. That is the greatest evidence of success, perhaps. Now, we all work together. Mark Thurman, director of the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion, he's resolute in his vision that we must work together. We must work together. And I was thinking this morning when I was trying not to slip on the ice that, and this is a little corny, but bear with me. It's a little corny. Maybe I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to say it. It's videotaped. Is that wouldn't the world be a better place, honestly, if it operated more like Landmark College, right? We've all worked together. We cooperate. We're not perfect at all. We're not perfect, but we work together better than any other institution. We work together, and we try to understand differences. So wouldn't this world be better if it could operate a little bit like Landmark College? We were happy to help you. A lot of credit goes to the family, friends, faculty, and staff, fantastic. But most of the credit goes to you all for working hard, living up to your potential, and now we want to see you succeed in other ways to help change the world. Okay? Congratulations.
The Community Service Award is given to a student or students who unselfishly gives of themselves to the activities of Landmark College or the greater area community. Today, I am honored to present this award to Emily McGuire. Take it all in. Emily just asked me, so I just stand here now? It's an important question because Emily does not stand still at Landmark College. Emily, as I thought about the words to put together to explain why you're receiving this award today, and heard from others on campus who know and respect the work you have done, a couple of quotes came to mind. One by Coretta Scott King, where she said, "The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate action of its members." And the second by Felicia Johnson, where she said, "Speak up and speak clearly. I want to hear what you have to say because it matters. Let's listen to each other and respect one another's opinion." Emily, you're being recognized today for the work you have done for our community and through the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion to help students understand that each one of us is a gift to the community and that this is a home to all of us. To express it best, I have one more quote from a student, admittedly paraphrased. It's about the pose party that was your brainchild and you spearheaded, that very famous pose party. And the student sentiment was this: the pose party was amazing. It was probably the best part of the semester where everyone felt like they belonged. Congratulations, Emily, and thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Gail Gibson-Sheffield, Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Good morning. At each graduation ceremony, I have the opportunity, on behalf of the faculty, to present the Academic Dean's Award. This award is given to students who have best demonstrated the qualities that define academic success at Landmark College. Academic success can be defined by those measurable achievements such as grades, but it also includes those intangible characteristics such as creativity and scholarly engagement, honest self-awareness and mutual respect for others, leadership and resiliency, hard work, intellectual development, and responsible citizenship. Our two award winners exemplify all these values. At the associate's level, the Academic Dean's Award is given to Sarah Lennox. Sarah is graduating today with an Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. She has been described by her art faculty as an outstanding and talented young artist. But in the true liberal arts tradition, what really makes Sarah stand out is the depth of her intellectual engagement in all that she does. As I read through the comments provided by her faculty, over and over again, Sarah is described as exceeding expectations with great enthusiasm and insight. Faculty are also impressed by her work ethic, her memory for details, and her great sense of humor. One faculty member wrote, "Sarah epitomizes what we hope for when we think about a student being able to think in an interdisciplinary way, and then exercise a high degree of discipline to realize her vision for her work. Sarah is also someone who serves as a steady source of support to those around her, in and out of the class. Like many of our students, Sarah has had to deal with exceptional challenges to get this far, but has done so with courage, humility, and care. A member of Phi Theta Kappa, Sarah is graduating summa cum laude today with a GPA of 4.0. Congratulations. At the bachelor's level, the Academic Dean's Award is given to Christopher Bollier. Christopher is graduating today with a BA in Liberal Studies. At Landmark College, this degree emphasizes interdisciplinary understanding and civic engagement. It is our hope to graduate individuals who will take what they learn here and go on to be ethically responsible global citizens. And Christopher exemplifies those ideals. He inspires his faculty with his commitment, curiosity, and willingness to dive into experiences that are integral to his education. His final capstone project, which I had the privilege to see, was titled Red, Blue, and Shades of Purple, Voter Behavior Among the Disabled and Neurodivergent Communities. I was not alone in considering the project to be thought-provoking. It demonstrated his affinity for public service. A faculty member commented that Christopher has a fierce intellect that could be used to dominate, but instead he uses it to care about people in the room, and to care about justice and voice for people who are different. Several of his fellow students have said that he could be president someday. Well, well, Christopher, whatever your path leads you, we know that you are going to make us proud. A member of Golden Key, Christopher is graduating summa cum laude with a GPA of 4.0. It's my honor to present the Bachelor Level Academic Dean's Award to Christopher Bollier. Congratulations. Now, please welcome back to the podium President Peter Eden.
Thank you, Gail. Thanks very much. Okay, 2 awards. First is the Charles Drake Award. The Charles Drake Award is awarded to a student who has inspired the Landmark College community by his or her personal qualities. This student is not a quitter, but rather one who lives in the tradition of Dr. Charles Drake, whose lifetime of vision and courage helped to found this college. This is a student who gives 100%, who goes the extra mile, and who perseveres in the pursuit of his or her goals. This student helps the rest of us realize that we have more resources to draw upon than we may think. This person helps us keep going when we feel discouraged. The recipient of the Charles Drake Award is Ryan Gonzalez. Okay, Ryan was unable to make it to the ceremony today, but he may be watching. I don't think he feels well. He may be watching. I think his family's watching as we tape this. So I wanted to say that Ryan, you're a tremendous young man, absolutely tremendous young man, and you may not think about it or believe it, but you do inspire others. We are inspired by your perseverance. You've earned this award, and we think you're terrific. Now, a couple years ago, Ryan and we decided to have a special handshake, and he tried it, and I was so bad on it, he eventually gave up. And he won't even do it with me now because I'm so bad. So you don't get to see that, fortunately, but we're so proud of you, Ryan. Now, President's Award. The President's Award is given to the student who has best exemplified the principles we believe in here at Landmark College. This student is talented and energetic, meets difficulties head-on, works hard, is dedicated to his or her studies. On the other hand, this student also finds time to contribute to the well-being of other persons and to the life of the Landmark College community as a whole. President's Award winner is Rhiannon Graywolf. Way to go, Rhiannon. I don't know if you recognize how good you are, honestly. I'm not sure you realize it, how good you are as a person, a scholar, a student. The other day we were talking, and you said how sad you are to leave Landmark College, right? And I said, go to graduate school, get a graduate degree, and come back and join the faculty. Gail, do not put that in your budget already, but I wasn't kidding, okay? I wasn't kidding. I won't tell the frog story that we shared. That's a you want me to tell the frog story? I'll tell the frog story if you want. Okay. So about 4 years ago, I'm in my office having an important meeting, and there's a student standing right outside one of my windows. I get distracted. It's Rhiannon looking down, and I'm just like, what is that kid doing? And I open the window, say, what's going on? And she says, there's a frog fell in the well. I said, oh, no. So I went out. We looked down there, right? We saw this really beautiful frog, and it's like down deep. We had to remove the grate, and of course, I did the only thing I had to do, which is I pushed Rhiannon into the well to get the frog. I jumped into the well, right, didn't I? I jumped into the well. We got the frog, and then we didn't know what to do with it, right? There's no metaphor for this. It's just a story, okay? And we took the beautiful frog, and what did we do? We brought it behind the Click Center and near some water. We put it in the creek. I don't know. She's starting to embellish. I don't remember going. Remember we talked about the frog is going to be this big by the third time we tell the story? Anyways, we worked together. We saved the frog, and that's it. It was wonderful. That is how we met, but I'm going to remember you for more than just saving the frog, Rhiannon. You're absolutely fantastic. Congratulations. All right. Now, I have something interesting and new to present to you today. Before Dr. Gibson Sheffield comes up to present the diplomas to our graduates, we have other graduates, or at least one, maybe others in the audience today. These are graduates of our post-baccalaureate certificate program. So, yeah, we offer associate degree programs, baccalaureate, college courses for students in high school, for dual enrollment. We also have a post-baccalaureate grad certificate. And we've had that for about 5 years or so, and we're going to recognize the recipients. And so what I'd like for those recipients, or at least that one recipient today, is to stand up and be recognized. Anybody else? All right. Excellent. Wonderful. Nice job. Now, Gail Gibson Sheffield will come up and start to confer the academic degrees.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. Devin Blanchard, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude.
So I was recently at my cousin's graduation at UVM, and a speaker told me that I should thank people for this graduation. So I would like to thank my family for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself. Thank you.
Inez Bourbon-Bors, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude. Sunny Ionowski, cum laude.
I believe that we keep our greatest memories with us forever, and we should start something new and build a new memory that we will never expect in the future. When I first knew about Landmark, I learned big meanings and understandings about what this school really does for these students and how they can learn differently. When I started my first semester, I didn't feel like I was in the right spot at first. But in the later semesters, I felt as if I had a deep connection with the college and the people involved. I love the school because these hardworking and outstanding professors understand of how we go through academic challenges at different paces. And they teach us ways how we can understand and learn from each other in a fun and creative way. I want to thank all the professors that I have had and known in the past that I've gotten along with very well, and will never forget them for how they taught me, because most importantly, it helped me grow as a student. I guess this what I'm trying to say about starting something new, like Landmark, which will become a new memory for what I have accomplished and how I came to the stage with a diploma in my hands. I want to thank my mom and dad for being there for me, and everybody that has been there for me and my side. Thank you so much, and have a great 2020.
Jenna Farnad. Ethan Ilkert. Clark Geegan.
Over the past 2 years, more and more, I've been thinking about what my past self would think if they saw me today. Right now, I'm graduating with my associates, and while I'm staying at Landmark for one more semester, I'm eventually going to be transferring to study some variant of astrophysics and planetary science. I'm looking out into an auditorium filled with incredibly supportive professors and faculty who have helped me figure out how to learn the best way I can, and strengths that I didn't even know I had. An incredibly supportive mom, and some amazing friends who I've had some wonderful adventures with. And in particular, one person, Gil, who I started talking The Last Airbender with last September, and who's since become my partner and best friend. In the past year, I have read my poetry out loud in front of an audience. I have climbed a mountain range, and I have followed an academic and career path that I never thought I would. I've even found the name Clark that means me. So being at Landmark helped me learn how to learn better, and that helped everything else fall into place. I learned that I am capable, and that it is worth trying, and that I never want to watch life go by from the sidelines again. So to everybody who helped me learn those things, and to everyone I've had the pleasure of spending time with along the way, thank you.
Carter Griffith.
I would like to thank everyone who came to support me, especially my parents and my aunt who couldn't be there, but I know she's there with me in good spirit. I'd like to thank my professors who have been there for me for my journey at Landmark, then my other advisor at the previous college I was at who told me that Landmark would be a good fit for me, and I know she believed in me. That's why I'm here, so I'd just like to thank everyone who believed in me. Thank you.
Alexandra Jassen.
School has always been difficult for me.
Late nights finishing homework in elementary school to the dark days in high school. My own high school didn't believe in me. Thank you to my parents who were always around and for me and believing in me when I was not able to believe in myself. My parents are my biggest supporters, and I am forever grateful for them. Finding Landmark was a godsend. I feel blessed for the constant love and support I received from my professors and the endless encouragement of my advisor, Eve. To my friends who are students here, you have been a source of inspiration, confidence, and you have showed me it was possible and worth it, and thank you. You have helped me grow in more ways than I could have imagined. Thank you.
Evan Lane, cum laude. Sarah Lennox, Phi Theta Kappa, summa cum laude.
I'll keep this short. I'm leaving the big one for my bachelor's. First, thank you, Mom and Dad, for forcing me and my sister to practice and perform Reader's Theater with you. It's really helping this public speaking thing. Jokes aside, I really want to thank my parents for all that they've done. A part of growing up is realizing that your parents are not infallible, but I'd say that mine are pretty amazing nonetheless. I'd also like to thank the Landmark faculty and staff. You guys are phenomenal. Christy Herbert, Jen Morris, Adrian Major, Ellen Wood, where do I stop? It's a sign of how incredible Landmark is that I cannot list everyone here that I wish to thank without lengthening my speech considerably. So thank you all again for everything that you do. And a final thank you to my fellow classmates, to my friends. You make me strive to improve myself every day.
Cara McCarthy.
I would not only like to thank my mom, but my family for encouraging me to come out here, because I have now not only a family in Landmark College, but I also have more confidence, clearly because I am sitting up here talking to a whole crowd that I never thought I would.
Emily McGuire.
Hello. Can you? Oh, there it goes. So yeah, I'm graduating. That's awesome. Thank you. To everybody, I want to thank my parents, my dad, Mike, my mom, Patty, and my stepdad, William, and my stepmom, Kim. You guys are really, really awesome. All four of you are amazing parents. I don't think I'd make it through this world without you. You know, I really want to thank Landmark College because I'm a first-generation college student. I have two brothers and two sets of step-siblings. So that's 7 of us. And I'm the first one graduating college, first out of my parents. And it was really challenging, you know. I was told in elementary school that college was never going to happen. And then I was told that in middle school, and then again in high school. And I believed everybody. I believed that I couldn't do anything better than being a hairdresser in a strip mall. Till I found Landmark College, and they said, you know what? You got dyslexia. We all have dyslexia. Welcome. So, yeah. I want to thank all my professors, Todd Miller, oh my God, Rebecca Maddie, Jim Bockham, Meg Baronian, oh, I love you, Matt Gander, John Rose, somebody please give him back his classroom in the EAB auditorium. I'm not kidding. Oh, sorry, the admin auditorium, but that's where he should teach. Please give it back to him. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all so much. Oh, I really want to thank Student Affairs Office, the Res Life, Sarah Jane, Michael Luciani, you're amazing. I see you working really hard every day. And I really, really want to thank Kelly O'Ryan, who's an amazing human being. She works so hard, and she's a full-time mom of 3. She's a badass. She is amazing. Thank you, Kelly O'Ryan. And I really, really, really want to thank Mark Thurman, a man who literally saw me at my absolute worst and still believed in me fully, believed that I can do something amazing. And he saw my leadership potentials, and he gave me this opportunity to win an award. Thank you, that's awesome, I have an award. But thank you. Thank you so much, Mark Thurman. You are the most amazing person on this planet, and you give somebody like me an opportunity to show that I can do something. So thank you very much.
John Mund. Neil Norby.
Right. I got here and I hadn't originally planned on a speech, but I heard 5 minutes before I marched up on stage that giving a speech is the thing to do nowadays, so here I am. As per usual, I would like to thank the professors here at Landmark College, and especially Stephen Glover. Hello there. He's been I've been in one of his classes every semester, so he's kept me on the musical path. That's good. I'd like to thank my advisors, McKee Cronin, the most recent one, and apart from, of course, the most importantly, my family, who's here in the audience. Hello. I'd also like to thank the support staff here at Landmark College, without whom I fear my grades would be vastly diminished. I was homeschooled, and so I have a tendency of feeling that I can do everything myself and that I don't need any help. And whenever that turned out not to be the case, slightly more often than I would like to admit, the support staff is always there to help me out and get me back on track. So thank you.
Madison Party. Kenneth Pepper.
I just want to thank my family and especially my sister and brother-in-law from coming from Dallas. And I also wanted to thank all my faculty and advisors for helping me get here today. Thank you.
Hayden Sauceville, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude. Benjamin Schiebel. Adam Sherman.
So, there have been so many people who have expected this moment. And I think if I tried to list them, it would be a disservice to them. And there's only, of all the people I know, I think there was only one exception to that rule I mentioned. And he is speaking to you right now at this podium. I have never been more happy to be wrong.
Sarah Silvestro.
Hi. To all the people that told me this wasn't gonna happen, I just proved you wrong. Also, I like to thank the trustees, the Karen and Pass, for making this happen. So thank you. Also, thank you to Annie Goldberg, Sarah Rabbit, Stephen Vitt, and all the Res Life for hearing me rant about things, overthinking it. Also, thank you to my sister and my brother for not making it easy growing up, because you guys don't have LDs, so you made me push so much harder because I wanted to be like you. So thank you so much.
Fitzy Spring.
First, I would like to thank all my friends for putting up with my weirdness and crazy ways. Next, I would like to thank the faculty and staff for not failing me. And shout out to my girlfriend, Erin, even though she unfortunately couldn't make it today. She's the greatest for putting up with me and my sarcastic ways. And finally, I would like to thank my family, who I am making eye contact with as we speak, for supporting me. And thank you to my sister, Riley, who just came back from the other side of the country in Arizona. Thank you.
Alexa Thomas. Victor Tomildon. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual has met the requirements for the Associate of Science in Life Sciences. Natalie Nussbaum, Phi Theta Kappa, summa cum laude.
I'll be honest, I didn't think I'd be making it up here. And the fact, when I first came here, I was a nervous wreck. I didn't know what I was doing. And the fact that I'm on track to study biology is that's entirely due to the love and support of my family over there, and to my professors who were able to put up with and channel my enthusiasm, often at really awful early hours in the morning. And my advisor, Kathy, who was able to talk me down when I was having a panic attack in her office.
on a weekly basis. And I've experienced things that I didn't think I would ever experience. I've gotten to study abroad in the Netherlands and Botswana. I've made friendships that are going to last a lifetime, and I've made memories that I'm going to carry with me forever, and I'm going to take the lessons I've learned here, and I'm going to carry them on as I continue pursuing a scientific career. Thank you guys so much, everybody.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for a Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies. Christopher Bollier, Golden Keys, summa cum laude.
Well, I've officially become that guy. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the graduates of Landmark College here today, this beautiful December day. So a round of applause for that. I'd also like to thank President Eden and the Board of Trustees for allowing all of us, the opportunity to speak here as graduates. And furthermore, I'd like to thank my family. I see them up there. My friends, family, friends, professors, support staff, advisor, everyone. Again, it's just everyone here has been incredibly supportive. It hasn't been easy. And I know it probably sounds like, oh, you're just saying that because you're graduating with a 4.0. No, it's more difficult than it looks. No, I mean it. It's been a long journey for, I'm sure, basically all of us on stage today. I mean, for me personally, this day has actually been over a decade in the making. I graduated valedictorian of my high school class 10 years ago back in June, and did what everyone's, kind of supposed to do, quote unquote, which is, go to college right after high school. At first, I adjusted surprisingly well, perhaps too surprisingly well, what with being several hours away from home, just in a new, unfamiliar setting with new people around that I, don't know about, not an easy feat for someone who's neurotypical, and even more difficult when you factor in that I have Asperger's syndrome, which is on the autism spectrum, which makes socializing just nigh on impossible. And also on top of that, depression and anxiety. Woo. So yeah, it was interesting. Nevertheless, I did persevere, at least for a while. I had been involved with the college newspaper, class council. I got good grades when I was there as well at my last college. Even managed to make a few friends along the way. However, as I was there, things kind of changed, and the climate of the campus just kind of shifted away from what I was kind of led to believe and what I was comfortable with. And this, kind of snowballed, and I eventually suffered a nervous breakdown. And I actually looked at the calendar, and it was apparently 7 years ago yesterday. Not that I've been keeping track. Not intentionally, anyway. No, but I did just happen to see the day, and I was like, oh my God. But even though it wasn't a severe enough one to require hospitalization or anything like that, it did cause me to reassess, my life goals and what I wanted, out of schooling and out of life. And so it was 7 years ago today that I filed the paperwork to leave my last college, a little over a semester shy of getting my bachelor's degree then. So yeah. So over the next few years, I attended therapy, worked, saved some money, got in a bad car accident, not my fault. Attended more therapy as a result of that. And, just all the while kept, wondering if I'd ever get the chance to finally complete my bachelor's degree. Again, just as a little footnote, I'm actually save for one of my stepsisters and my brother-in-law, I'm otherwise the first person in my family to attend a four-year college, so let alone graduate from one. So this was kind of a big deal for us as well. But to make a long story short, I came here to Landmark 2.5 years ago, in the fall of 2017. And at the risk of sounding like some sort of, ad hoc college recruiter, this place has really, helped me to rediscover, who I am, what I am, how I am. I'm currently, well, I guess now formerly, since I'm getting the diploma, but I've been involved on campus. I've been in, student government. I've been, I've been, Phi Theta Kappa, Golden Key. Apparently I have a posse. But being here, I have kind of, I guess, rediscovered my intellectual mojo, so to speak. Also made new and I hope lasting friendships. Some on stage, some are in the audience, some are watching the live stream. Hello. And again, I know you want me to keep this short, so I'll wrap it up. So a year and a half ago when I walked with my associate's degree here, I noted in my speech then about how Landmark's motto, "Take a different path," basically sums up how my path, to and through Landmark has been kind of a circuitous path, I guess you can say. Different in any case. That said, I just want to, impart this little piece of wisdom. Everyone's life path kind of goes in a different direction. Just, remember that. Don't, feel ashamed. Again, here I am, 29 years old and finally getting a bachelor's. But again, everyone moves at their own pace. And I believe, as Dr. Eden has said numerous times, sharks always move forward. So just remember to keep swimming, and now I sound like Dory. But seriously, just remember, go at your own pace. Don't feel pressure from, outside forces saying, oh, you have to do things X, Y, or Z way. Just, stay the course and, keep chugging away. And I wish, may all of today's graduates, be, on the path to success and happiness. Thank you and congratulations again to the graduates.
Camden Chilkoff.
going to see all you today. So, today's a good day. Today is where we all come together and celebrate for an amazing accomplishment. I'd just like to give a special shout outs to Mr. Brian Cohen, Sylvegi Schlemsky, and Jim Cabral for passing me on my capstone. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But I also have a couple more shout outs to my lovely girlfriend over there, Michaela Odowski. My number one best friend, Spencer Berger. Oh, yeah, there we go, yeah. Everyone that's graduating as well, and all the friends that came out here to support me in my process. And of course, my lovely family. And I have one more, and it's not a special one, let's say that. It's to my high school principal who said I can never graduate college or even handle college in general. Thank you.
Sarah Rabbit.
Hello, everyone. Let me just pull up my speech really quick. I wrote my speech at like midnight, so it might not be the best, but we're gonna try. I just want to start off with congratulating everyone on graduating. When I first came to Landmark 4.5 years ago, I did not know it was gonna change my life as much as it did. The very first person that I want to thank is Brian Cohen. 4.5 years ago, I remember my first semester, and I was sitting outside of the Drake Center, and I was looking at my grades, and I saw that I was failing an English class. And just so happened you'd be walking towards me, and you said, my office is always open. Whenever you need me, I'm here, whether it be to talk or to get help with any classes, like I'm here. And I was like, okay, why is he saying this to me? He doesn't know I'm struggling. He wasn't looking at my grades. And I just want to tell you that you were the first person that's ever allowed me to advocate for myself, and you were that stepping stone for me to know that it is okay to struggle and it is okay to not do well, because then you're going to be able to do better just by that struggle. So I just want to say thank you. To Adrian Major, Sylvegi Schmolsky, Jeff Burgess, Jim Cabral, I just want to say thank you, because your office was always open. Even if I emailed you every single day, wanting to meet 3 times a week, you were always open to it. To Eric Moschella, you have been my rock this semester. You have seen me literally at my worst and at my best. You taught me that it is okay to be vulnerable and to feel. You have pushed me, challenged me, and had me step out of my comfort zone because you believed in me, even when I didn't believe in myself. You have impacted my life in more ways than I can tell you. And I don't know how to thank you enough. You inspire me, and thank you for being someone that I can count on. To my family, thank you for all that you do for me. You are appreciated more than I can ever tell you. And to the most important person in my life, my mom. The semester before I came to Landmark, my mom had a stroke, and I was thinking about dropping out of school to take care of her. She encouraged me to stay in school and that she would be okay. On Christmas of 2016, I texted my mom to wish her a Merry Christmas and ask if she was going to be in New York with my family the next day. She said she had to stay home because someone could not watch the pets at home, which I knew was a total lie because she plans everything ahead. So I called her, and she said she was being rushed to the emergency room because she thinks something's wrong and she's not going to make it. Come to find out, she was having a massive internal bleed. The doctors weren't doing everything that they could to save my mom, so I prayed every day that I wouldn't lose her and that miraculously she would get better. I rushed to New York when doctors gave her the okay to fly. When I walked into my grandparents' house after getting off a 6-hour plane ride from Cali, I walked into the bedroom and my mom wasn't there. I stood there confused, wondering where she went and what happened. In that instant, I thought I lost my mom. She ended up coming out of the bathroom, struggling to walk and talk. I prayed again and again that she would get better, and God answered my prayers and she got better. That following year, I was getting my associate's degree, and 2 weeks before I was supposed to get my degree, I got a call from my mom saying that she was having another internal bleed. I was confused, I was angry, and I didn't know why my mom had to go through all this, and I couldn't be there for her. I had such a big day, and that was the one person I needed to be there, and she wasn't there. My mom is my motivator, my supporter, and I didn't know if I could get through this day without her. I started praying time and time again that she would get better, and she did. My mom is here today, watching me walk across this day. Getting my bachelor's degree. Mom, I am so beyond grateful that you are here today. You are my best friend. You are everything to me. I never want to imagine a day without you because that is never going to happen. I know I don't say this enough, but I will say it a million times today. Thank you for all that you do, and I love you so much. And congratulations to everyone graduating today.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Studio Art. Andrew Barnick.
I first started here at Landmark College 10 years ago in the fall of 2009. And that back then they didn't even have a baccalaureate program, let alone a studio art program. A lot has happened since then, and I don't want to regale you with my whole life story, but in general, I think that the college has changed for the better, and I've changed for the better. I would like to thank all the people who helped me get here. I can't thank them all individually. There's too many. But I'd like to thank my professors, my advisors, my counselors, the friends I've made here, especially my fellow art students. I would like to thank my family, especially my sister Sky, who I wouldn't have made it this far without. Thank you.
Annie Goldberg.
I've been going to Landmark for 5 years, or 5.5, 11 semesters. There. Just do it that way. That's how we do it at Landmark. We count by semesters, not years. And there have been a lot of people who have helped me along the way. There are two important people here. My mentor, Andy Donahue, who couldn't be here today because he's in Japan. Lucky him. But he was there from the beginning, my first day, my interview, everything. He's been my rock the entire time I've been here. The second person I'd like to thank is Christy Herbert for believing in me and making it so I can be an artist and showing me that I can do this. The other people I'd like to thank is my mom for taking my calls 6 or 7 or 8 times a day and being there no matter what I need. And my dad for driving me 5-6 hours a day in one day, doing it back from Philly and back here. And then my siblings, who have always been there for me no matter what. Whenever I need them, they're right there. And my grandparents, who are the biggest supports in my life. And the one very special person I'd like to thank is my best friend, Sarah Silvestra. She's there for me no matter what. If I'm having a bad day, or if I just need somebody to watch Grey's Anatomy with, she'll be there for me. Congrats on your associates, by the way. But this has been like the biggest thing I've done ever, and I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm really proud of myself, and I'm glad that I did this. Turtle down. Thank you so much.
Rhiannon Graywolf, Golden Key, summa cum laude.
For once, I have not planned something in advance with 5 revisions, and that's because no matter what I write, it will never fully and truly represent how much Landmark has given me. I want so badly to put my feelings into words, but I can't. It was my one seemingly unattainable dream to go to Japan since I was 5. And Landmark gave me that and so much more. Sorry. Landmark gave me the tools. Tears, man, they're hard to see through. Landmark gave me the tools to prove to those that don't understand that I am capable, smart, and able to learn. Landmark gave me the opportunity to meet the most caring, loving, most interesting, and accomplished people I have ever met. And I have had the privilege of calling these people my professors. Landmark allowed me to prove that, yes, you can get a degree in environmental science. And yes, you can get a bachelor's in studio art as well. And yes, you can pursue both. And they both relate, and they both inform, and I can pursue these passions, not separate, but as one. Both with dyslexia, dyscalculia, and dysgraphia. Science and art mean the world to me, but Landmark means just as much, if not more. The relationships I've made at Landmark with faculty, friends, are far from anything I dreamed of experiencing as a very introverted child growing up in rural Vermont. This speech probably doesn't make much sense. This is because I am just so sad that I'm leaving such an accepting place that I feel so rooted in, and I can never thank you enough. Thank you to the art department. Thank you to the science department. Thank you to my moms, and thank you to my loving and supportive boyfriend. Thank you to the friends I've made here. Just all of you, thank you so much.
Timothy Williams.
For those who don't know, that's an inside joke between me and my friend Ellen. First, I would like to congratulate my fellow graduates today. We've all worked hard and proved our naysayers wrong. There are so many people that I would have supported me on my journey to this milestone, but if I've thanked every one of them, we'll be here all day, and I'm sure we all have celebrations to attend later today. But I would like to thank some landmark people. Firstly, my mother, Lori. Your love and support are the sustenance to my soul. My Aunt Mara, who has been not just a great family member, but a major support, and both emotionally and financially. And so I thank you for allowing me to be here at this wonderful institution that is like a second home. I would like to thank Chrissy Herbert and Humberto Ramirez, who guided me through my capstone, which was a hard process, but they got me through it. To Samuel Rowlett and Jen Morris, who through our talks have given me inspiration and guidance into being a better artist. And to Joyce Rogers, a person who I feel is a like-minded spirit and inspiration as a student. And Kelly O'Ryan, a great person to know. I would like to thank President Eden for being a great president and an inspiration. Thank you for attending this graduation ceremony.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual meets the requirements for the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science: Brian Ramsar.
I'd just like to do a few thank yous. I'd like to thank Professor Russo for being my advisor and helping me guide me through this degree program and pointing out my shenanigans. I'd like to thank Professor Astor for helping me teach me with AI and help me assist me with my capstone. I'd like to thank Professor Keith for helping guide me through my capstone. I'd also like to thank Professor Bauer for helping me set up a job and for my future. And actually, I already got a job interview with a large company down in Philadelphia this Monday. Thank you. I'd also like to thank all my other professors and my family for pointing out my bad jokes and shenanigans, and thank you.
By the power vested in me by the Board of Trustees, I hereby confer upon you the Associate of Arts degrees in Liberal Studies, Associate of Science degrees in Life Sciences, Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies and in Studio Art, and Bachelor of Science in Computer Science on this day, December 14th, 2019. I hereby present the December 2019 class of graduates who are now also officially welcomed into the Landmark College Alumni Association. Grads, flip your tassels. I think we're going to have the class gift now. Yes.
On behalf of the graduating class of 2019, it is our pleasure to present Landmark College with a check for $2,020.19. Designated for scholarship support in memory of alumnus Peter Greenberg. From the class of 2016, Peter was our classmate, for many of us our orientation leader. Other areas the graduating class is supporting is the growth of the STEM lab, library, and the art department. This total is a collective effort of donations and services and fundraising from the December 2019 class and the Young Alumni Committee. We are honored to provide this support and have an impact on Landmark's future. Please accept this gift to Landmark College with our sincere appreciations for all that you do, the faculty and staff do for us.
Right there. This is yours, right? Nice job.
Thank you all for this gift of scholarship and academic support. We will gladly accept it, and it'll directly help our college and our students. So thank you and nice job.
All right.
It's my pleasure to introduce Tricia Stanley for the alumni welcome.
Well, hello, everybody. Alumni. Well, on behalf of Landmark College and the Office of Alumni Relations, we are proud to now officially welcome you as alumni. While being a Landmark student is only a few years' commitment, being a Landmark alum is for life. As you move through your future education, career, and life paths, we will be here to support you. Now, I have a little theory that I came up recently. My 3-year-old daughter recently became obsessed with The Wizard of Oz. We have read it every night, and in good ADHD fashion, I have hyper-focused on it. Landmark feels like The Wizard of Oz. That these 2, 4, and if you're anything like me, 5 years earning your undergraduate degree have felt like a dream. As well as being a wonderful adventure, The Wizard of Oz shows that each traveler already possessed the skills that they thought that they lacked. Think about it, that for somewhere in the midst of this tornado of life that we have with LDs, you have found a place in the middle of nowhere that's filled with such unique characters, adventures, that you were able to find yourself and your talents. Maybe you wished upon a star and you woke up with the clouds behind you. Maybe that wicked witch was a school system or a teacher that didn't believe in you. Who is your Galinda? The good witch, the mentor that dispensed wisdom and advice along the way, the professor that unlocked the love of learning, the resident dean that pushed you to find leadership. Who were your trusty friends, the companions that will last a lifetime, that bridged a genuine sense of belonging while you were here? The friend that was your scarecrow that sat next to you in LD Sem that unlocked your learning disability strengths? The Tin Man that found their heart and compassion through student leadership? The cowardly lion that desperately found courage in themselves by an internship? Maybe you even found Toto, the trusty emotional support animal that was always by your side. And we still don't know about the Lollipop Guild. Don't worry. Maybe you'll find them. But in the end, you have learned that this has been home all along, that there is no place like Landmark. And my job is to ensure that you always find Landmark to be your home, and that all you need to do is follow that yellow brick road back to Putney. So thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. We have 2 members of the Landmark College Board of Trustees here on stage with us. One is an alumnus as well, Bratt Hemsworth. And we also have on stage the chair of the Landmark College Board of Trustees, Bob Lewis, and he will deliver the closing remarks. Bob.
Hello, everyone. Got to get something out of my pocket. It's hard to get to pockets when you have these things on. So, dear graduates, let me be among the first to congratulate you on achieving your degree at Landmark College. Your diploma represents the recognition of your achievements by your professors, the president, and the board of trustees. You have met or even exceeded the high standards set by the faculty of this institution and affirmed by our accrediting body, the New England Commission of Higher Education. This is a great moment, and you should be proud of it. As many of you have stated today, to all of us, your road to success has not always been easy. People charged with helping you along the way have not always been supportive, encouraging, or even competent. And you have not always given yourself the best shot at success all the time either. However, you all found Landmark College, where every day we live out our mission to transform the way students learn, teachers teach, and the public thinks about education. Here you found your unique path to becoming an effective lifelong learner. You found out how you learn, what you need to succeed, that nothing this great comes without hard work, slips and falls, and a desire to always get back up, and then a growing confidence in your interests and your capabilities. You have achieved success through mature, rigorous, and persistent effort. Congratulations to you. So today, I, along with my fellow trustee, Bratt Hemsworth, here on stage, we represent the Board of Trustees of Landmark College. Some of you may wonder what the Board of Trustees does anyway, and why do we get to stand up here and shake your hand and congratulate you when you graduate? Well, our roles at the college are few, but very important. We are entrusted with the duty of care and loyalty to this college, to ensure that this institution continues forever, providing quality higher education to those who learn differently. Ultimately, we approve the strategic direction of the college. We work closely with the president to determine priorities and direction, and we are fiduciaries of the financial health of the institution. We care deeply for the college, and we provide support in many dimensions, including financial. The most exciting outcome of all of this effort is to see you students reach this goal today. And so we get the privilege of shaking your hands at graduation. My parting request to you, as you go forward from today, pursuing your next challenge, is to take us with you. You will obviously take what you've learned with you. You will also take with you the knowledge you have gained here about how you learn, what you need to succeed, how to self-advocate, and how to achieve success. And remember that life and lifelong learning is a team effort. Working together in a team, offering your skills and knowledge to the effort, recognizing your limitations, and then being able and ready to accept them from others. These are not weaknesses. This is what life is all about. We humans found out quite a long time ago that our ability to join efforts to achieve common goals is a strength and should be encouraged. No one achieves their best results insisting that they go it alone. Think about the many individuals that have contributed to your success, both before you got here and all those who helped you here. What character and strength did they have? Recognize it and emulate it. Figuratively, take them with you. Think about what you have done to help you, and then reach out to others in the future and help them when they need it. Most of all, take our RUSH principles with you. At Landmark, the society strives to embrace the principles of respect, understanding, safety, and honesty. The environment created by these principles provided possibly the most inclusive, diverse, understanding, and respectful environment that you may ever encounter. But one thing today is becoming even more clear. The way we do things matters, and the way we treat our fellow human beings is what establishes us as members of a global society. From maintaining peace to ensuring our environment is conducive to human health and to the future, we need respect, understanding, safety, and honesty to achieve these global necessities. At convocation, way back when, whenever it was, when you arrived here, you entered into a pact with the college to embrace these principles. Remember these coins? When you were here, you got a coin like this to establish your pact about these principles. Find yours, dust it off, and keep it with you. It will never disappoint. So now, I wish you all the very best as you pursue your future goals and achieve your aspirations. Congratulations.
Welcome to another edition of Into the Issues. I'm your host, Steve Pappas. Today we're honored to have our governor, Phil Scott, with us. Governor, thank you for being here.
Oh, thanks for having me on, Steve.
Yeah. It's called Into the Issues because there's always a lot of issues to talk about.
There are a number of issues, yeah.
And with you in particular, you never know where it's going to go, but I'm going to start because we are only weeks away from the legislative session starting, and I know that lawmakers are kind of getting ready and trying to figure out what their agenda is going to be. Do you have an idea? I mean, I'm sure you do. What are you looking for from the upcoming legislative session?
I'm not sure that a lot has changed since a year ago, and what we're focused on, what I've been focused on, actually it hasn't changed a lot in the last 3 or 4 years. And for me, it's about those 3 strategic goals, and it's to grow the economy, make Vermont more affordable, protect the most vulnerable. Mm-hmm. And high on that list is our demographics, our workforce challenges. We have fewer people working today than in 2009, about 15,000 fewer. And we're an aging population. We need more youth. We need more people here in the state to take the jobs that we have that are available today. We know they are. I mean, you probably talked to some of your customers who are looking for people. And what we're finding is that we just don't have enough people to fill the jobs. 2.2% unemployment, lowest in the country. Mm-hmm. And when you look at that, when you break that down, that's like 3,000 people on unemployment right now. Mm-hmm. And when you go to the job links page in our Department of Labor, and these aren't all the jobs available, there's 8,500 jobs listed.
Right.
So that tells you the whole story right there.
It's a double-edged sword to have a low unemployment
Absolutely.
rate.
A lot of governors across the country are pounding the table and saying, "Look what I've done." Mm-hmm. And I keep saying, it is a double-edged sword. It's good news in some respects, but from our standpoint, it's just that we don't have the supply, mm-hmm. and that's why we're focused so much on trying to bring more people into the state, to be welcoming to anyone who wants to work here, because we do have jobs available.
VT Digger just had a story that came out in the last day or two that is talking about that we're seeing the number of people leaving the state, and that's having an effect. Why do you think that Vermont is in the challenge that it is in right now? What got us to this point?
Well, I don't think it's all about fleeing, mm-hmm. Although there is enough of that. And we have to be cognizant of that. Mm-hmm. But when you really look at the numbers and where we are, you think about our K-12 education system, and we have 30,000 fewer students than 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. And that continues to drop. Every single day we lose more students because we've lost a crop, so to speak. So when you think about 30,000 fewer kids going from a high of at one time almost 110,000. Now we're in the low 70s. That is our workforce. Those are the folks that have families, buy homes, buy products. Part of our workforce as well as part of our economy. Mm-hmm. So if we don't have that within the state, we have to rely on more immigration from outside the state. So we do have people leaving. I know myself. I have, and I'm sure you know of people who have left. I had a cousin who left the state to pursue a career in Tennessee. Well, pretty soon she left, and then her sister decided to go, and then her mom and dad decided to go, and pretty soon you have a dozen people move to Tennessee. We need to turn that around. We need to attract as many as we can into the state and have them bring their families with them eventually. And that's why we've been focused on things like the stay-to-stay weekends, where we know people might be interested. They've come here as tourists to our state, but we want to show them a little bit more. So we have these stay-to-stay programs throughout the state, geographically located, whether it's Bennington or Rutland or Newport and other places that are contemplating this. And to show them the area, to show them the community, to bring them the jobs and the real estate and so forth, and just show them, see whether that community is the right fit for them. And we've been successful in that, bringing people in because of that. But as well, the remote worker program, which received a lot of attention, both positive and negative. But the remote worker program was something where we were going to give people up to $10,000 to help with their moving expenses and so forth. And we received criticism. And this was a legislative initiative. I want to give credit where credit's due. I wasn't sure if it's going to work, but it has worked. When we brought in hundreds of people into the state, the average age has been 39. The average wage has been about 36,000. They've been bringing in family members, so it's actually about 400 people who have moved to the state as a result. And the average payout isn't $10,000. It's more like the average is about $3,400 or $3,500. And again, we receive criticism from people, everyday Vermonters who have been here for quite some time, saying, what about me? How about sending me a check for $10,000 after suffering through all this burdensome regulation and taxation and so forth? I could use a break too. Well, you have to somehow explain and rationalize that by bringing more people in, filling those jobs, and paying those taxes, they're actually spreading the burden out amongst many. So it is helping people who are here, but we need more of it. That remote worker program, the Stay to Stay, has received a lot of attention on social media, and it's been positive. I travel throughout the country to National Governors Association meetings, and I'm always people are asking me about the program, and I think I have my checkbook with them, but with me, but they're interested in it. So we've received millions of dollars worth of free advertising just because of those programs. But we need more of that, more outside the box thinking, more creative thoughts about the common goal of how do we bring more people into the state. The
Rutland Herald and the Times-Argus have been running a series for the last year of commentaries solicited by, we solicited higher education institutions to offer commentary about the challenges that they're facing. And UVM's president just published one this past weekend that talked a lot about investing in Vermont and investing in the Vermonters in Vermont as well as the folks coming in from out of state. And higher ed is definitely one of the areas where we seem to be attracting a fair number of people, and hopefully, fingers crossed, keeping those young people here, probably not to the levels that we want to, but they are coming to Vermont and kind of falling in love with it,
right.
Which is great. But there are other pockets of Vermont that I know that you are interested in having workforce development, and you're a big proponent of expanding trades, for example, and things going on like that at VTC. I know that you've been in Quebec and in other places trying to draw businesses, right, manufacturing, other things down here. What are the jobs that are going to help Vermont kind of turn the corner?
Yeah, well, again, it's a balance as well, because we have jobs available right now here in the state, manufacturing, healthcare. We have
just a ton of
severe
jobs in healthcare.
Yeah. And throughout the trades as well. When you think about the average age of a construction worker or person in the trades, it's getting up there.
Yeah.
And you think about the impact that's going to have on all of us in years to come when we need a carpenter, a plumber, electrician, automotive technician. These are, this is what rebuilds and keeps our economy going. So we need to continue to focus on different areas, all different types of approaches. That's why I talk a lot about my cradle to career vision. I believe that we should be putting more resources into early care and learning, because having a construction background, giving our kids the best possible, the firmest foundation possible is key for their success and for the future of society in general, because it just gives them all the right tools they need to be successful in life. but as well on the other end in higher education, that we focus a lot on four-year programs, four-year college degrees. And, that's not for everyone. 1 year, 2 year degrees are as important.
Certificate programs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think, again, trying to bring about different approaches and let our kids experiment a bit while in school about what they're interested in, because there's viable careers in every sector, and we just need to pay attention and give them the best possible education possible with the money that we're spending today. I'm not talking about spending more money, because we already spend, right now it's gone up another $100 million since last year. It's going to be $100 million more this year in education spending. So we're up to about $1.8 billion, which is significant when you think about our entire budget. All in with federal funding and everything, we spend about $6 billion. And about half of that, basically about half of that is state dollars. We spend $1.8 billion for education, by far the largest expenditure of state dollars that we have. So I believe, and we have a shrinking student population at the same time, I believe we just have to have the courage to think outside the box and approach this all differently. And I've made this comment before, but if we were to wipe the slate clean, start over, and I came to Steve and I asked you to develop an education system that would educate our 73,000 kids, and here's a check for $1.8 billion. I'd say you do it. You design it all differently than it is today, and I think that we just have to have the courage to think again outside the box, create the best education system possible, the best in the country, and we're small enough and nimble enough to do this. If we could do that, that would be one of the best economic tools that we could possibly ask for. That would draw families to our state.
A lot of those are mandates that tie up that money. So the obvious question is, why hasn't it happened? Why can't we hit that reset button?
I think there's just so many different opinions on education in Vermont, and there are some who say there's nothing we can do about it. It's local control, and it is in some respects. I mean, it is about local control, but I think Act 60 took care of a good share of local control. Again, I think we just have to create as much flexibility as possible and provide. Some of the mandates have restricted some of that creative thinking as well, and I think we just have to move beyond that and again have some courage and do this differently, because the goal should be what's best for the kids. What do they need? And instead of being nostalgic about some of what we've had in the past, what do they need to be successful in life? Because it's different today than it was then.
Does it concern you overall that the population of Vermont really hasn't grown in 15 years?
Yeah, it's stagnant.
Yeah.
And it's very concerning to me because that is the root of all of our issues right now, that we have a population that hasn't changed, as you said, for 10 to 20 years, getting older. Health care usage increases as we age, and we don't have the youth here to broaden that pool of the younger, healthier population that pays into the system that doesn't utilize it. That's what we're missing. So obviously, some of our healthcare costs continue to rise. Our prescription drugs prices continue to rise. I mean, that's why we took the step of trying to find a way to purchase from Canada. And I still think that we're moving forward on that. There's some promise there, but that's not the total answer either. What we need is more people here.
The Democrats are certainly teeing up minimum wage and paid family leave. Are those the kinds of things that you feel are ideas that will attract Vermonters or attract people to Vermont?
Well, again, I look for common goals in everything that we contemplate, and the common goal I see with the minimum wage increase, the minimum wage to $15 is what they're anticipating and promoting. And I've said that I believe the common goal is we want more money in the pockets of Vermonters, right? So there's a couple different approaches. One is to artificially raise your wages. The other is to make sure that you're not putting any undue costs on Vermonters, and pay attention to that as well. And the market has an effect as well, supply and demand. We're seeing it right now in real time that the wages are increasing, and if a higher minimum wage was a tool that attracted more people to a state, we have one of the highest now, and it obviously isn't working. We have New Hampshire right across the river. They're at 725, and their economy's doing quite well. So it would lead me to believe that that isn't the answer. That 15 come to Vermont and get $15 minimum wage. I'm not sure resonates. I don't think it works. But again, we've taken steps over the years, increasing the minimum wage and tie it to the rate of inflation. It's up around $11 now, and I believe that we need to pay attention, because we don't want to lose some of the businesses, Main Street businesses, and some of the rural areas that are struggling to get by. We don't want to penalize them either.
And they're mad.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you hear it loud and clear as a Republican governor in a pretty Republican state, or at least used to be.
Used to be.
Yeah.
As well, the paid family leave. I agree. I think it's time we move forward with some sort of a family leave program. I believe that we should do a voluntary family leave program first, and build the structure necessary to move forward. And if in a few years the voluntary family leave doesn't work, you'll have the structure in place to do what you want. But right now, to have a payroll tax that's going to raise $25 to $80 million, to me just doesn't make sense right now. Let's build the structure. Let's have a voluntary plan, and then let's see where that brings us. And I believe that has promise. And again, then you build the structure first, walk before you run, and then see where we go from there.
Governor Snelling rather famously came up with a budget that cut expenses and raised taxes and fees to a certain degree. And you up to this point have pretty much held the line that you don't want to put any undue burden on Vermonters, and they have said pretty loud and clear they don't want you to.
Yeah.
Does that tie your hands, though?
Well, I don't know if it ties my hands, because what we did in the first 2 years, put a line in the sand, and I was rigid about that. I went through a few vetoes as a result. But I thought we were spending more than we're taking in. We've been doing that for quite a number of years, and we had to keep raising taxes in order to satisfy our spending habits. So I said we need to stop, and I made that promise during the campaign, and I adhered to it. So for 2 years, we didn't raise taxes or fees. After I was elected the second time last year, I said we can take a look. You know, if there's fees that make sense, as long as we control our spending, as long as we are under the constraints of a growth rate calculation that doesn't grow our spending doesn't grow any faster than our economy. We've taken that correction in those 2 years. We can move a little bit, which we did. We adhered to that and kept within those constraints. And that's what I'd like to do this year as well. Stay within the growth rate calculation, make sure that we're not spending any faster than someone's pocketbook. And I think that's important to Vermonters. If we're going to attract more people here, it's got to be affordable for them. So it's all about balance. But we have some other pressures as well. I mean, for 3 years now, I think we'll see some more of a surplus this year, like we have the last 2 years, even while we've reduced spending or stopped spending to grow the growth of spending as much as we had in previous years, and same with the fees and so forth. We've seen more revenue coming in. The economy's a little bit healthier, seen more revenue coming in, and but the frustrating part is, even though we have more money on the bottom line, we didn't keep up over the last couple of decades, 2 or 3 decades, didn't keep up with our promises made with pensions. So back in 2009, I believe, Governor Douglas put us on a path to repaying and catching up. Well, that's now ramped up to where it's almost like this year it'll be a $125 million payment we have to make on this, and it's going to go until 2038. It'll go up as high as $200 million a year just to catch up. So when we have a surplus of $50 million or $100 million, it all goes towards that. And all the while, we still have our ongoing obligations with pensions. You know, the other was just to catch up. Pensions, salary increases, and cost pressures like healthcare and so forth. So we have to find money within the system, be more efficient in order to stay within the growth rate calculation.
So the pensions are tying your hands.
The pensions are something that, but it's a promise made.
Yeah.
And that's something I've been consistent with. If some, and I'm not going to do this, but if they want to do something with pensions in the future, that's fine. But we have to fulfill the promises we made to those who were engaged in the process before. So those who are receiving pensions now, we can't do anything with those. I would not promote that, and I don't think it's fair because we made an agreement.
Going into the session, do you feel like there are certain challenges kind of right out of the gate, or do you feel like it, as you say, it kind of is going to be what very well could be just a continuation of what had already occurred?
I think a lot of it will be the continuation. I mean, we'll see the paid family leave. I think will move forward. It passed one, I think the Senate, not the House, or vice versa. Same with minimum wage, passed one body and not the other. So they'll be in play, and you know, the legalization or not legalization. We've already legalized marijuana, but the industrialization, commercialization of marijuana will be an issue. And I've said, from my standpoint, I'm okay with moving forward, but I have 3 conditions that are important to me, and I won't sign it unless we have that. One is roadside testing, a saliva test. It's the only one that we have at this point in time. And that isn't just to detect marijuana, it's just to detect impaired driving, whether there's alcohol involved, or prescription drugs, or illicit drugs, or marijuana, or a combination of the 3 or 4, that we should know that and then determine impairment from there. The other is communities, if that they should have to opt in to a retail market. So it's not some have said they'd have to opt out. I'm saying it should be the other way around. Let the communities who want to have a retail market opt into this and take a vote of their select board or their town,
Yeah.
whatever it is, whatever government structure they have, before they move forward. The third condition is just more money up front for education, and make sure that we don't repeat mistakes made by other states, and learn from them.
So you endeared yourself to the marijuana community last year. You have irritated your base on your position on drugs and being pro-choice. Looking to a 3rd term, do you see those challenges being a holdback in polling numbers getting reelected?
Well, again, I haven't committed to running again, so I don't know if there'll be a third term or not. I'm going to focus on the legislative session and do my job. I think that's important. And from my standpoint, again, I've never been one to adhere to one straight party line. I'm fairly independent. I want to do what I think is right. I think that's why I was elected, and I do. There are times when I irritate both the base and my adversaries with positions I take, but I do them for the right reasons. From my standpoint, and but that gives you the freedom as well, because this isn't. I didn't take this position. I didn't get involved in politics to satisfy my ego or to attain power. It was to try and move Vermont in a different direction and to pay attention to things like demographics and workforce and the economy and so forth. If I continue to do what I think is right and best and for the right reasons, I'll live with the consequences. And I was quite willing to do that. I took some action on different issues in my first 2 years. And I owned up to it, and I said that if that wasn't what the voters wanted, that they would let me know, and I was willing to accept that. And if I decide to run again, I'd be in the same position. It's okay. These shouldn't be lifetime positions, and this isn't something that you shouldn't do everything and to get reelected, right? You should govern according to what's right for your state and for the general population.
Well, on that note, the national political scene at this very moment, as we're talking, is probably as shrill as it's ever been, and that has to be taking a toll on the politics of the state. You have to be seeing it at just about every corner. In the couple minutes that we have left, how is that discourse and that lack of listening to one another and talking over one another and mean-spiritedness, how is that affecting Vermont?
Yeah, well, the lack of respect and decency and civility that I've seen across the country is concerning. We become so tribalized, and we receive our information so differently than we did 20 or 30 years ago, and I think that's part of the problem as well.
Bring back newspapers.
Well, it's true though. I mean, you don't get independent news. You turn on something and it reinforces what you're thinking. If you don't like what you're hearing, find another station and you'll get exactly what you want and reinforce all those thoughts that you've been having, and you don't listen to the other side. And throughout my political life, I've tried to listen. And I've tried to do things, again, for the right reasons. And sometimes I'm not always right. And I have to learn from that and accept that. And I'm really concerned with the polarization we're seeing throughout our country. This is tearing us apart. It's either you're on one side or the other. And for those of us who are more moderate in the center, it's very uncomfortable for us because the others have made their mind up. We're in the middle. And so the focus is on us, and if we're not in one camp or another, we're being eaten up by both sides, and that's concerning because I believe that the vast majority of people are more independent and more moderate and more in the middle than.
Well, the good news is there's more of them.
Yeah. But I'll continue to try and promote civility, and I've never adhered to some of the discourse that they were seeing throughout our country. And I think we need better role models in this country. I was talking with you before about Travis Roy. I mean, there's a role model for you. And if you haven't seen his story or heard his story,
check it out.
Reflect, and your problems will probably pale in comparison. So I just think we need to be better people and strive to be the person you perceive yourself to be every single day.
Yeah. Governor, thank you for this conversation.
Yeah, thanks very much.
It was really good to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
Yes. And thank you for watching. We really appreciate your support. And until next time, this has been Into the Issues.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out tonight. I know you're all hardy Vermonters, I assume, so no worries about coming out on a relatively cold November night in the dark. I'm being told that you can't hear me.
Would you like?
How about that? All right. So my name is Chip Conquest. I'm the co-chair, along with Laura Sibilia, of the Rural Economic Development Working Group. We're the ones hosting this hearing tonight. I'm glad to see all of you here. I was just going to say there, if we have more people than chairs, just please help yourself to the chairs there in the back there. You can sit at any of the tables or just pull the chairs down. We're going to get started here pretty quickly. I just wanted to make a couple of thank yous. One to Mitzi Johnson, who wasn't able to come tonight as Speaker of the House, but she has been a very supportive for our group and allowing us to do these hearings and really just being generally supportive of rural economic issues in general and helping us move forward with some of the legislation that we've proposed over the past year. So a thanks to her. And a thanks to you all for coming out. I know it's, we've tried to figure out what a good time of year to do this would be. And I know there's always challenges for everybody with busy schedules, but I really appreciate the fact that you all made time to come and talk to us. So if you haven't been to one of these hearings before, you're going to come, we'll call your name, and I'll also say who's next in line. Come up and sit at the table. We have a microphone up here for you to use. And we have a 4-minute time limit for now. Peter's going to give you a sign when it's time, when your 4 minutes is up. And if you're unable to get all of what you wanted to say done in that 4 minutes, we would encourage you to email us your testimony. Actually, we'd encourage you to email us your testimony if you have it in that form anyway. The place to email it is to Charlie Kimball, and so like everyone else's ledge email, it's ckimball @wedge.state.vt.us. You can find that on the legislative webpage if you don't remember it. So again, please email us anything you want us to be looking at, and we'll share it among the entire group. And as we said in our announcement, this is really what this hearing is one of the things that's going to really guide our work in the legislature around these economic development issues for this upcoming session. So please send us all of your thoughts. In a minute, I'm going to ask folks around the table to introduce themselves. We actually have a really significant number of people in the Rural Economic Development Working Group, as we call ourselves. There's close to 30 of us. Not everybody was able to make it tonight, but I'll have the people that are up here introduce themselves. And is there anything else I needed to say? All right. So with that, I think we'll get started. So just a reminder, when I call your name, please come up, use the microphone, and I'll also let you know who's up following that person. So, you want to introduce yourself, and we'll work our way around the table.
Okay, I'm Scott Campbell. I'm a representative from St. Johnsbury. Anything else you're supposed to say?
What committee you're on?
Oh, and I'm on Energy and Technology Committee.
Peter Conlon from Cornwall, and I'm on the House Education Committee.
Hi, I'm Sarah Coffey. I'm from Guilford, and I sit on House Corrections and Institutions.
As I said, Chip Conquest, I'm actually from Wells River, Vermont, and represent Newbury, Groton, and Topsom, and I'm on the Appropriations Committee.
Laura Sibilia from Dover, and I'm on the Energy and Technology Committee.
Kelly Payala from Londonderry. I represent Londonderry, Weston, Jamaica, Stratton, and Windhall, and I sit on the Human Services Committee.
Randall Zott. I represent Barnard, Pomfret, Queeching, West Hartford. I'm on the House General.
I'm Lucy Rogers from Waterville. I also represent Cambridge, and I'm on House Healthcare.
We have another member out here.
And hi, I'm Emily Kornheiser. I'm from Russellboro, and I'm on the Commerce and Economic Development Committee.
Yeah. And I think Sandy Haas is somewhere in, right there in front of me.
Sandy Haas from Rochester, also representing Bethel, Stockbridge, and Pittsfield, and I serve on Human Services.
I think that's the only member in the audience.
And would the Lieutenant Governor like to introduce himself?
I'm David Zuckerman, Lieutenant Governor. I have a farm and am passionate about our rural economy, so I was curious to hear your thoughts. And
thank you for
holding the hearing. And I think Representative from Sanders' office is also here.
And Lady's office.
And Lady's office?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, I think. Holly's here too.
All right, so so we have Alan Robertson up first, and Kathleen Warner after that. Oh, sorry.
Dangerous, first person. My name is Al Robertson. I'm a woodland owner in Sheffield, Vermont. I'm secretary of Vermont Woodlands Association, and also somewhat responsible for helping with policy in VWA, our organization. You should all have my testimony already. It was emailed to Mr. Kimball several days ago. So to paraphrase, you're going to read, when you read the testimony, that we feel there are a lot of new ideas and technologies that are available to improve the wood products industry and forestry in Vermont. We have reservations about whether any of that would ever happen because of Act 250. We feel strongly that Act 250 has been very, very good to Vermont in keeping its rural and forestry environment. But unfortunately, the last few years, some of the very things that have been good for Act 250 and keeping development under control have also stymied development of the forest products industry. One of the things you'll see in the package is a handout from the Eckley sawmill in Germany. It represents a very, very small micro plant that produces power and also uses waste heat to heat the local community. That's typical of the kind of things that you'll see in our submission that included cross-laminated timber, biochar, increase in use of biofuels, and combined heat and power facilities. But again, There have been numerous attempts to fix Act 250 over the past few years, and yet it's never happened. And I say fix because we don't want to disturb what works. What we want to see is the same respect for the forest products industry as we see for agriculture. Right now, if a farmer builds a barn, he doesn't have to go through Act 250. But if a sawmill needs to expand, or if a new sawmill wants to come into existence, sometimes the hurdles are just so overwhelming that it just doesn't get done. Same thing with energy facilities. So there are things that need to happen in Act 250 to make it better for the forest products industry, and we were hoping that would be something that your group would be looking at. Specifically, there are two bills right now in front of the legislature, S-104 and H-197. You'll probably hear about those later tonight. That do a lot to resolving the issues that we've identified in our testimony. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you very much. So Kathleen Wanner and Brian Sheldon.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm Kathleen Wanner, Executive Director of Vermont Woodlands Association and Vermont Tree Farm. I am also a member of the Working Lands Board as a woodland owner and tree farmer representing woodland owners. But Vermont Woodlands is a member of the Working Lands Coalition. And I feel like I need to say that I'm speaking for the coalition side tonight, not for the board. I've been involved with the Working Lands Initiative since 2012 when it first came to the House Ag Committee, which is now the House Ag and Forestry Committee, after a wonderful change of focus that included forestry. I guess nobody here tonight is from House Ag and Forestry, but I know I have friends there.
Representative Partridge would have been here.
Okay. Thank you. This was really, Working Lands Enterprise Initiative was a cutting-edge proposal when it came to the legislature. It was designed to assist businesses that rely on the working landscape of farms and forests. I've actually been asked to present information about Working Lands Enterprise Initiative in other states and at a national conference. It really is a flagship program that Vermont developed that signals a willingness to invest in economic development across the working landscape. Each year, the coalition comes to the legislature with asks for additional funding because we know what a difference it makes to have that funding on the ground. The grant requests every year overwhelm our capacity, and so we often need to turn down good proposals. Now, we know that the working group supports the Working Lands Initiative, and wouldn't it be amazing if it were funded at $3 million annually and we didn't have to fight for that year after year? That would just make such a difference. It would foster so much innovation and diversification across businesses that would lead to market and supply chain impacts for farm and forest enterprises. Now, this program has really been the best rural economic driver for working lands businesses throughout the state, and it can continue to drive the rural economy if adequately funded. Now, I know I'm often preaching to the choir. We do that a lot in forestry, but it's just important for me to underscore how critical these investments are for forestry and wood products businesses. We are really counting on this continued investment in working lands businesses that keep our forests working.
And just when you come up to testify, unfortunately you have to hold the mic sort of right in front of your mouth in order for everybody to be able to hear. So please do that.
So I'm Mike Greenville.
You really do need that.
I guess right up. Okay, we got you. So I'm a resident of Lincoln, and I'm the owner of Maple Landmark Woodcraft, which is a woodworking business in Middlebury. We craft small wood products. Business I started 40 years ago. We currently have, we employ 39 people. And I appreciate the attention that is put to the Working Lands economy. I sat on the Working Lands Enterprise Board in its first 2 years of existence. Got to be one of the people who kind of helped break in that process, which is arduous. I wish I had some brilliant ideas for you. I have just a few points I'd like to make. The first is about the Working Lands Fund. I've always been bothered when I was on the board and since that it seems that there's a lot of overhead that goes into running that, and which it doesn't bother me about the overhead. It bothers me that there's a lot of capacity. If there was more money to give, it wouldn't cost any more to give it out. It'd be a more efficient use of funds. So the extra money you put in can go right out. And I didn't explain that very well, but I think you get it. Also, perhaps a more flexible schedule for awarding the funds. Business happens fast and quick, and opportunities come and go, and the annual schedule of things just seems that it makes it difficult. Applications are only taken once a year. It takes 4 to 6 months for the money to be awarded. There's a lot of time delay in that. For me, as to my business, I'm just going to offer an anecdote to kind of call attention to concern. Is that I've always been proud of my business and dealing as local as possible, and I've always focused in having a short supply chain, and I've been fortunate that the lumber that I buy, and I buy 125,000 board feet a year, so it's not a huge amount, but it's no small amount. It comes from local mills. We offer health insurance. We offer Vermont Health Connect plans, and our premium increase for 2020 is $27,000, primarily because of cost shifts. I already spend more money on health insurance than I do on lumber. What am I to do when I don't have both $27,000 and a cost of living pay increase floating around in my back pocket? Last week I took delivery of a trailer load of lumber from Maine. That load of lumber saved me $6,000. So instead of $18,000 worth of money to Vermont mills, I sent $12,000 to Maine. That bothers me a great deal, but I have to maintain my business. I don't have a brilliant thing there, but this cost shift in the health insurance is just crazy. It's unsustainable. It's unsustainable years ago, and it's just worse now. So that's primarily what I have to say. I would like to be sure that you spend time on good legislation, not soundbite legislation. Be sure that it's funded, so there's proper guidance, compliance, and enforcement. I'm involved in several bits of legislation that don't have that, and it makes it real difficult to do business. So, thanks.
Good evening, folks. So my name is Jordan Giacconi. I'm the new public policy manager for Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility. This is my 7th day on the job, but it's a real pleasure to be here, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to testify. So as many of you know, VBSR is a business association with close to 750 members who advocate for policy. Oops, sorry. Thank you, appreciate it. VBSR is a business association with close to 750 members who advocate for policies that support workers, communities, and the environment. So really advocating around a triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity. We have members of every business size and every Vermont industry and sector represented, and also represent industries from every county in the state of Vermont. As of 2019, more than half of our members represent small businesses employing fewer than 50 full-time employees, and about a third of our members represent businesses retaining less than 20 full-time employees as well. Many of our rural businesses that VBSR represents are interested in climate action, not just as a moral imperative, but also as an economic development opportunity. Investments in weatherization, efficiency in electric vehicle infrastructure, and divestment from imported fossil fuels would yield significant benefits for rural and low-income Vermonters as well as ratepayers writ large. From winter recreation and local food production to our drink-driven and tourism economies. Climate change represents a very significant threat to the Vermont brand, way of life, and rural economies. So with that, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to testify and for all the important work you're doing to support our rural economies. And we'll encourage you moving forward to continue to engage in advancing key legislation such as the Global Warming Solutions Act, but also turning your attention as well to the forthcoming Transportation Climate Initiative to ensure that these rural communities are represented fairly and that we don't leave folks in the lurch as we move forward toward a greener, more climate-friendly future for the state of Vermont. So again, thank you all. I look forward to working with you and wish everyone a good night.
So I just want to say, first of all, good evening, everyone. Hi, folks. It's great that we're all here. My name is Nick Richardson. I'm the president and CEO at the Vermont Land Trust. I've been in that role for about 2 years. It's a real pleasure to be here with the Rural Caucus this evening. You are our people, and we are deeply connected to rural lands and working lands all across this state. We have relationships with 2,000 parcels and about 1,800 landowners who are farmers, foresters, working these lands, stewarding them on behalf of all of us. And so it's a real pleasure to be here with you this evening. I do have a couple of points I want to emphasize in the legislative session to come, but because we hardly ever look back and say thank you for the work that's come before, I just want to commend the caucus on the work you did last year. Particularly the expansion of funding for the Working Lands Enterprise Board. Kathleen Wanner spoke, I think, really eloquently to that. It's an important pillar of how we support the working landscape and our rural communities in this state. And it is a very innovative program. And along with a very strong support for conservation, low-income housing, and other key programs that really invest in rural communities, it's a part of what makes Vermont work, and I think it's a really important program. The regulatory relief was also, I think, really critical, and has been described around supporting common sense changes that will allow businesses to stay in business. Our working landscape really needs that right now. And I'll say that for the Vermont Land Trust, which has conserved 11% of the land in Vermont, 2,000 parcels, almost 700,000 acres over the last 42 years. We're recognizing, right, that as important as that is, we need to be doing more in order to make this working landscape work and our communities work. And so we're asking the question, what does Vermont need from us today? And the answer to that is different than it was 30 years ago. And it's about getting the next generation of farmers onto land in Vermont. We've done 100 farmland access projects over the last 10 years, working with, in fact, with many folks in the room who are great farmers who are connecting with their communities, investing in our rural economies. We want to expand that work going forward over the next 10 years to get 200 to 300 new and beginning farmers onto land in Vermont. We're working with landowners to participate in forest carbon offset projects, and there's been a great working group that's been working throughout the course of this last summer and fall to deliver some recommendations around that for policy changes, and also just what are the things we can do as a state to promote access to forest carbon and forest carbon offsets for more landowners. That's something that we would really support and appreciate going forward. This state needs more from us from all of us than it's ever needed. And these working landscapes that we participate in, that are such an important part of how we feel about this state, the connections that we have here, the community that we have here, they're really under threat. And I think it's important for all of us to be thinking outside of the box about what it is that we can be doing to support our rural landscapes. The Vermont Land Trust is here. We're all in. And we're going to be looking very creatively at new ways to participate. And we really appreciate the Rural Caucus, the work that you're doing, and I want to be a partner with you. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Amanda Carlson. I'm the town administrator for the town of Coventry. So on behalf of the small municipal towns, I know there's a lot of effective tools that you've created for local government to support the businesses. But that information doesn't always reach the small towns. These towns are dealing with one person and the select board member that's been there for 30 years. And they don't always share that information around. So to make sure that they understand what's available, I'd love to see state-supported or run regional workshops or meetings that would allow some of that one-on-one interaction for these towns to understand, to learn best practices for supporting local businesses and what they can do in their small communities. It's not always on a large scale. It's not always the big projects. Sometimes it's those small ones that need the most help. So for manufacturing, are there case studies and what funding is available and the permit process and where to start so that the municipality can assist someone looking into that. And on outdoor recreation economy, understanding what's proven to work and what are the pitfalls or what policies. We don't always need to recreate the wheel. It'd be nice to know kind of what is available. And also, sometimes it's really hard to find out what funding's available because they're all available in different places. And you don't know, and you have to just keep searching and hope somebody tells you which website or what agency to look at. It'd be nice to know where you can go for what funding and what's available to the small towns out there. So, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jenna Kolaski. I'm the Community and Policy Manager with the Vermont Council on Rural Development. I'm also the president of the Vermont Community Development Association Board, and I live in Huntington. So thank you for providing this forum. VCRD is a facilitator of public process. We facilitate conversations at the community level, and then we kind of add up what we're hearing in communities across the state, and we also facilitate statewide discussions as well. On the community and economic development side, through our community visit program, we've worked with about 70 different towns around the state on facilitated discussions to invite the whole town together, line up what's most important, set priorities, and then help to connect to resources. And we also provide coaching and leadership training in support of that work. And I thought, and just where we've worked in recent years, we've been in Montgomery, the 4-town region of Royalton, Sharon, Stratford, and Tunbridge, Greensboro, Pulteney, Westford, and now we're working in Rockingham and Wheelock. I thought it might be helpful just to share, when we work with towns, we don't know what's best for them, but we listen and we learn, what are the issues they're grappling with today. And I thought it would be helpful just to share a few things we're hearing in every town we're working with. We have communities lining up task forces around broadband and cell connection. Every town we're working with these days are setting those up. Traffic, streetscape, walkability, and bikeability, as well as trails and outdoor recreation. Most towns are setting up around some kind of economic development committee or even looking for funding to build staffing into their town structure to support economic development and small businesses. And then certainly in recent years, every town is prioritizing water and sewer infrastructure. They come into the room thinking about housing and attracting young people and supporting businesses and realize that to do that they need the infrastructure to support that vision they have for their community. So community leaders are working hard on these things all around the state, but it's tough work, and we see success where they're able to connect to resources and technical assistance that they need. And so there certainly have been some programs over the last couple of years that have supported many of those things I just listed, and any support in those areas are critical. On the state policy side, we facilitate the Climate Economy Action Team, a group of large and small businesses and organizations unified around the belief that Vermont can be a leader in developing rural solutions to climate change. Their priorities this year will be around the Transportation Climate Initiative, around liberating efficiency utilities to kind of do their work where significant financial and greenhouse gas savings could be realized, so extending services from electric efficiency to thermal and transportation efficiencies. CEAT, the Climate Economy Action Team, recognizes that this could help to increase affordability and savings, especially in the most rural areas where residents shoulder a lot of a much higher energy burden. And then finally, the Working Lands Initiative. You've all heard a lot about the importance of the Working Lands Enterprise Fund. We facilitate and convene the Working Lands Coalition. And the coalition certainly thanks you all for your leadership last year in authorizing the largest investment in that fund to date at over $1.5 million. And the coalition believes that they'd love for that to kind of become the base funding for this work in an ongoing way, and in fact increase that over time with a goal of ultimately $3 million to meet the needs of businesses that are critical to protecting and promoting the future of Vermont's working landscape. And of course, you've heard tonight all the ways that can support and grow the rural economy as well. So thanks so much for the time, appreciate it, and I will submit this in writing as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to interrupt for just 1 second here because the last two speakers reminded me of things that I was going to say when we started and forgot. I've been doing this for 11 years and I still get tongue-tied in front of a crowd of people. Earlier this year, our group took a bus tour of southern Vermont in order to do the same kind of thing, listening tour that Sarah organized, and it was a great thing. It was the first time that we've done it, and one of the things that we came out of it with is, wow, this is really great. We need to do this more. We need to keep getting out to other parts of the state, because I know not everybody can make it to Montpelier on the night when we have the hearing. So we won't do another one this year, but next year, maybe we'll show up in your neck of the woods. The other thing I wanted to say was BCRD that Jenna works for has been very helpful in helping us get the announcement out, and I forgot to thank them for that when I started, so I really do want to extend our thanks to them.
Hi, I'm Bruce Hennessy, Maple Wind Farm in Huntington, Richmond, and Bolton, Vermont. Running that with my partner, Beth. We produce 100% grass-fed beef, pasture-raised pork, poultry, and eggs from poultry, of course, and run a small USDA poultry processing plant that was funded in part by several Working Lands Enterprise grants. We feel like we're the poster children for Working Lands. We've had a tremendous amount of support from that organization and from partners with that organization, Vermont Land Trust, Vermont Housing Conservation Board, NRCS I know works in there, so we've taken full advantage of those, and somehow we've gotten the word, maybe because we've been the squeaky wheel asking for help for all these things. So I'm here in support of Working Lands, in support of increasing that investment, and also to ask the group to consider adding payment for ecosystem services into the mix. When Beth and I first got started, we thought it would be enough that if we worked really hard, we had a good resource base, if we were reasonably intelligent and diligent, that the business would just be successful. And the truth is that you can be all of those things and it still won't work out. You still need support. There's a tremendous amount of barriers between small agriculture and profitability. And even though Working Lands has been a big part in helping us solve those problems, we need to go further for us to stay in business. I was encouraged to hear that the gentleman in Wood Products was able to pay health insurance for his employees. We're not able to pay health insurance for our employees. And that's a major problem for them, and it doesn't feel good for us either. It's very hard to even pay, well, some would consider a living wage, and others would consider not a living wage, at least in Chittenden County, right? So I want to tell a story at the end. The last thing that we received through Working Lands was a 50% grant to attend the Ranching for Profit. We like to call it Farming for Profit, but officially it's called Ranching for Profit. That a number of Vermont farms were able to attend last year. And that is an ongoing and continuing program for us. It's a 7-day farm business boot camp, essentially. That's the initial course. And then you have an opportunity to continue on in a board of farmers from across the nation and continue to work on your business and develop and realize many of the things that we need to do to be profitable and also build soils and add to the health and welfare of our community. And I just want to encourage a real focus on those really long-reaching and far-reaching programs for the Working Lands group to help farmers really go beyond just that hard work and core intelligence to true financial literacy and the ability to become viable farm operations. And again, a deep thanks to all of you for that opportunity.
Good evening. I'm Christine McGowan from the Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund, and I coordinate the Vermont Forest Industry Network. The network was established in 2018 to help support and strengthen our state's forest and wood product sector, and now includes more than 150 people and organizations involved in Vermont's forest and wood products industry. I'd like to start by thanking you for your support of the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative. The Vermont Forest Industry Network's creation was a direct result of research commissioned by the Working Lands Enterprise Board's Forestry Committee back in 2015, and in the years since has increased awareness about the value of our forest and wood products industry to Vermont, and has embarked on several projects to expand or create new products for forest products, new markets for forest products and wood products. A few facts about our forests. Vermont is 76% forested, and 80% of those forests are privately held by small family woodlot owners. Historic land use patterns have left us with a considerable challenge. After depleting most of our forests for more than 100 years ago, much of what has grown back has not been well tended, so in a typical Vermont timber harvest, as much as 3/4 of what is removed is considered low grade, translate low value. Up until recently, that low grade wood had a healthy regional market in pulp used to make paper, but for a variety of reasons, one of which is probably within arm's length of everyone in this room, we've seen a sharp decline in pulp mills in our region, and that's had a ripple effect on the entire supply chain. 2 years ago, several Vermont loggers were stuck with wood they couldn't sell and expensive equipment they could no longer afford. Many of them parked their skidders and were forced to find other ways to make a living. Meanwhile, most of the sawmills that used to be economic drivers in so many of our rural towns have disappeared. Some couldn't compete with newer, bigger mills across the border in Canada. Others have struggled with the constraints placed on them by state regulations. Those that remain are faced with the reality that their owners are not getting any younger, but their younger successors are few and far between. So when a sawmill closes its doors, it's unlikely we will ever get that infrastructure back. Despite these challenges, Vermont's forest and wood products industry still represents a significant economic driver in our state, generating $1.4 billion in economic activity and providing 10,500 Vermont jobs. When you add forest-based recreation to the mix, you add another 10,000 jobs and $1.9 billion in economic activity. Take our wood heat sector. When Vermonters heat with wood, 78 cents of every dollar is retained in the local economy. Compare that to only 22 cents retained when we use fossil fuels like heating oil and propane. Some people worry that increasing the use of wood heat means we'll cut down too many trees, but the fact is we're harvesting less than half the net growth in our forests. The reality is Vermont is losing more than 2,000 acres of forest land per year to rural and suburban development, not forest products. Some worry that wood heat is bad for our climate, yet a recent life cycle analysis of pellets made and used in the northern forest region shows that from day one, using wood pellets for heat reduces greenhouse gas emissions by 54% compared to oil and 59%
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, additions to the agenda tonight. Have any? No. Good. I have no remarks. Open public comments regarding agenda items only, please. And our auditors are not here yet, so we will skip them. Approval of regular meeting minutes and budget meeting minutes, please, from December 3rd and 4th.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the minutes of December 3rd and 4th as printed. Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the meeting minutes from December 3rd and 4th as printed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? I'm gonna get you right where you sit down. Come right up and come talk to us.
Listen, man, I've been in the car for 3.5 hours, boy.
Walk slow.
Absolutely. Where you guys want me?
Right here.
Can we steal another chair?
Oh,
stop.
There's 2 chairs. Come on up.
Yeah, Cindy's gonna join us, all right?
Perfect.
Please. Tired. It's been a long year.
Yes, it has. Okay. You know, getting us all on camera.
Good evening.
How are we doing?
Doing good.
So you have the floor. Talk to us.
I'm Ron Smith, principal with R.H.R. Smith & Company. I just spent the past 4 hours driving in a blizzard over here, so if I'm a little off my game, I apologize, but certainly here to talk and close out 2018 and talk about 2019. I apologize it's taken me so long to get here. Let me tell you this, I had a death in my family this summer on the 4th of July, and I know Cindy's had a long year, so here we are, and certainly actually we're prepared to talk about 2019 as well. So we sent Cindy a draft today, so she hasn't had time to review it. We'll hit the highlights and certainly give her a chance to respond over the course of time and review, but I think we can hit some of the highlights of that and go back and start where we, this fiscal year, start the beginning of the year, 6/30/18 and come right up till today. Sure. And tell you where you're at financially and certainly go over any questions you guys may have.
Perfect.
So going back to June 30, 18, I'm going to start with your general fund. Your general fund had about $700,000 of surplus, of which I think $330,000 was unassigned. And then we had the rest of it, which is about $360,000, $370,000 assigned for a multitude of purposes, you know, that was certainly either committed or obligated, whether it be at town meeting or through the board, you know, through your statutory rights. Based on a general fund budget of about $2 million, we like to see your surplus at 30, 60 to 90 days of that. And that's what our industry benchmarks say. So where are you at with that $330,000? Probably somewhere right around 45, maybe 50 days on June 30, 2018. And we actually see that going up a little bit for 2019, up to around $400,000, just based on Cindy's review and, you know, whether or not we got all the carry forwards and restrictions, you know, in the right place. We actually see that going up on in 2019 to the unassigned, the unrestricted, to about $400,000. And I think the restricted is going to stay right about there too, you know, where it was on June 30, 2018. And Cindy just hasn't had the time to go over that, but
We just got it today.
yeah, she just got it today. We wanted to make sure we put it in her hands, you know, but we're pretty confident, you know, that the number she gave us, we made little to no adjustments on, you know, as far as the transfers go. So I think more importantly, it's just going to be a function of where the restrictions are with the balances forward, you know, at the end of the year. I think probably the thing that stands out the most, you know, is with this town is the fact that the money that it's obligated to capital improvements and infrastructure. And on June 30, 2018, you have a emergency capital reserve account with about $1.6 million into it. You have a capital reserve account with about $1.5 million into it. You have another capital account with about $400,000 into it, and I think you have a culvert account with $57,000, in it on 18. So you had about $3.6 million on 2018 in these various reserve accounts, and I think that separates you, well, from a lot of your neighboring municipalities, because obviously you had the foresight to put some of that money away, for those intended purposes. In 2019, you use some of it, and the expectations are it's going to go down to about $3.3 million, where we see it on June 30, 2019. Your emergency reserve dropped about 100. I believe your capital reserve dropped about 90. I actually think the culvert might have gone up in 2019, but your other capital reserve account went down. They all went down cumulatively about $300,000. But I still think that you get the A, for average and score for certainly having that money put away into that capital reserve account. A lot of municipalities of your size don't have that. So obviously at some point in time in need, at some point in time in the past, while you had the ability to do it, I think you did a lot of right things. And clearly that money is statutorily set. There's a statute that clearly governs what you can use that money for, in the future. And I think what that is. And my advice would probably be is to make sure that your plan, make sure that your future needs, and make sure that the stars align with that $3.3 million, because I'll tell you, I am sure when your largest taxpayer was here, that was probably a reason why you were able to move some of that money into that capital reserve. They're not here anymore, and certainly it's going to be hard to do that. So I think that, what I would probably recommend is maybe what your needs were once upon a time ago. Make sure that there's still needs today. And if you need to deobligate that or reassign, that money to other capital needs, or different capital needs, do that, while you still can and certainly have that money. You've got about $1.6 million sitting in trust in 2018 and 2019. A lot of that's in capital reserve accounts. Again, you've got a lot of capital reserve accounts. I think that there's like $300,000, sitting in the capital reserve accounts and the special revenues, that you have. You've got some road money that's sitting over there. You've got a bunch of special projects that are sitting over there. You've got about, I think, $250,000 in cemeteries, in 2018 and 2019, sitting in those permanent funds. So you got a lot of funds, you got a lot of, you're a busy town, and you've got a lot of funds, that there are purposes, for, whether it be an ordinance, a special town meeting, or an outside intervention looking in saying we want that money, put away, for us, for that day. You've got quite a bit of money put away for all those special purposes too. So I would argue your special purposes are actually healthier than the town of Vernon's general fund that you vote on every March, itself. But the fact that you've got all that money put away for those calculated reasons, I think really, depicts the whole financial picture of the town, which I really think puts you in a great financial condition, certainly for this town. So I give your, because there's always room for improvement, I give you probably a financial score, a B+, for sure. I think that you've done a lot of good things while you had the ability to do good things. I think there's some challenging times ahead of you now, with your tax base. I think you've got almost close to $200,000 in a reappraisal fund that will probably be, certainly discussed and talked about now, as you try to go through some revaluation with your tax base. So you've done some right things, to put some money away for that day, when...
We just did a townwide reappraisal.
You did, is it this year?
Oh, they just finished it.
Yeah, so obviously that, the intentions of that money, clearly, has been met and probably certainly necessary, to go back and see where your tax base is and what the values, of your grand list is, certainly for the municipality. So, yeah, but on June 30th, I think large part of that money was still there, to spend for the reappraisal. I know it wasn't 18, I actually thought it was in 19 too.
Yeah, we spent quite a bit of it.
Well, I can tell you exactly how much you spent. So if you guys all want to know.
19.
19. So again, the grade is I'd say is a B+. I think while you had the money, you certainly were able to put some of that away for the reasons, such as a reappraisal and that you had right now. What's that?
176.
176 on, so it's 176 on June 30, 2019. And it sounds like you've gone through quite a bit of that.
Yeah.
As of today. So without going through 70 pages, there's the standard of the town, for sure. And yeah, I think that Cindy does a great job with the books, where the fact that when she gives us the information, we're able to deliver it back the same way it looks, and that quite doesn't always. We do, Sam and I and our company, we've got 30 professionals. We do 350 governments in the states of Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. And let me tell you, your books are very clean, on how they're given us, and you can just tell the great pride, that goes into that work, and certainly it doesn't always roll that way, when you're doing these audits, for sure. I think we probably do about 150 municipalities, probably somewhere close to 150 school systems, and then a rest, including state government itself, and it just doesn't. The way that when you come in and do an audit, there's never an expectation that what you're going to be given is just clean, and your books are clean. They're very clean. So certainly I'll make that statement right now. I think one of the things that we had talked about, with points, is, and one of the things, topics of interest, is how you guys move pieces of paper. The library, I think was one of those issues and talking points, and clearly as far as following some kind of statutory protocol like the town does, my recollection with the library is that some of these bills that are being paid over at the library are actually getting approved after the fact. The checks are getting dispersed, yet not going, to the trustees, until after the checks have already been dispersed. I'm sure that's not a best practice and something that you probably definitely want to take care of. And there's a lot of statutory precedent when it comes to libraries and the Board of Trustees and autonomy. No matter what the statute says, there needs to be some control before those funds are dispersed, not after. And I think we saw clear instances in both years of that, and again, we discourage that practice for sure. So we're not saying anything's wrong with the disbursements, we're just saying the process and the protocol. Clearly, as you go through here at the town, you have a warrant that you approve at a public meeting, and then those funds have dispersed. It's actually, in the library's case, opposite. While those funds have been dispersed, then approved after the fact. And again, we don't consider that a best practice. So that'd probably be one of the bigger talking points that we had, I think, during the course of the year. Other than that, just minor things as far as what other municipalities do and conversations we've had in Cindy and getting into Vernon and how you guys do it here. I think she does a great job with your books. Absolutely. So.
Chris, questions? Jeff?
I don't. I wish I did to make your long travel a little
Hey, listen, no worries. We're going back to Brattleboro, have some fun, then we're working our way up to White River tomorrow. So
all right, I'm not going to hold you up there. Yeah. Thanks for coming.
Listen, glad we could. So, and I, again, apologize for taking me to it's been a bad year for me, a very long, heartening year, let me tell you. So.
There's New Year's coming.
What's that?
There's New Year's coming.
It can't get here soon enough, I can tell you that. So, today was a little bit more of a slap in the face on the way over. So.
I'm the library director.
Gotcha.
And I read that note, so I guess we have to work that out. I mean, the board only meets once a month.
Yeah.
And that's why that happens.
So a lot of times there's provisions, Gene, so a lot of times there's provisions, that where statutorily, what you guys can do is designate a member of the board until you convene, together. To sign, that warrant, I'll use the same word that that government uses. So many times for schools and municipalities, you're given some statutory immunity provided you have a policy, and usually it's ratified annually, where you say, hey, we're going to pick a member of our Board of Trustees, and we know we can't convene 5 together, but we can circulate and get 1 there to sign this off, and we're going to have a policy or procedure that allows us to do that. That's much better than what you have right now. It's probably the best way I can say that. And that would be one thing, certainly, that's a very common practice in the world of government, that you could use.
Okay.
So.
And then it's all only...
And I'm just trying to walk you through the logic. You're doing and you can't make this up. I'll give you a real life situation. You're doing a renovation project to your library. Heck, you're building a new library, okay? And, and your out goes, a $200,000 disbursement to the contractor. Lo and behold, to the satisfaction of your clerk to the works, that the work wasn't done and performed satisfactorily.
Right.
This is a real situation. I'm actually giving you an example. And that contractor has got and cashed his check, and the trustees say, don't pay him. I talked to the clerk of the works, and we're having a problem with the quality of his work.
Right.
Too late for that $200,000. It's been delivered in cash. I didn't see it. It never got signed. There's an instance, right there on that, and just take that and just apply that to any vendor, that you do business. And we're not necessarily saying, that the practice is wrong. What we're saying is the Board of Authority had no chance to look at and disseminate and ask questions regarding the funds that are going to get dispersed.
Right.
And there's a lot of money flowing through that library. That library is busy, and so is the town. So our advice would be is, in the worst case scenario, take a delegate of your Board of Trustees and have them sign off at least until you get into a public meeting.
Oh, okay, because then they would still require that.
Yep.
Right.
It can be circulated through, we can get into the whole issues of
Okay.
the best practices, but it could even be circulated through an email. So, where all the others, see it, but one physically would go on and say, I give permission to release these funds until we congregate together as
Okay.
a respective board, which is a much better practice than what you have now.
True, true.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
thing I do have to say is that all the bills that come from the library, Jean does review them
Yep.
and sign them before she gives them to us. We never pay any
Mhm.
bills
Right.
from our office without Jean
Yeah.
signing
Right.
off on it.
So.
Right. Yeah, it's just the timing
Yeah.
of things.
And-
I want
and it's-
Cindy to
and
have
if
time to do
And
it
if that's the
on
case,
time.
Jean, it sounds like you're the logical spokesperson.
Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
maybe where somebody with authority, you want to be careful, and just so I'm clear, I just want to make sure you're a select person at this town.
Yes, I am.
You just want to be careful, with any type of conflict of interest, and I'd be more than happy
Oh,
to
yeah.
talk about that.
Oh,
Make
yeah.
sure you don't put yourself in that role.
Right.
But I'd even argue that the board could designate somebody with knowledge to do that, in
Right.
anticipation of that board meeting. There's a lot of better ways to do it than what I think that you're doing now. And I would just probably improve that practice, and if you want to huddle up with Cindy and maybe we can
Yeah.
have a four-way conversation, we'd enjoy that, Gene,
Yeah,
for sure.
that would be great to
So.
help with that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Thanks for coming in.
Season's greetings, happy holidays. and
Thank you,
good to
you
meet you.
too.
Good to see you too.
Bills and warrants.
I move that we approve payment of the following warrants. 13T, accounts payable, $58,244.44. 48S payroll, $8,293.20. 49S payroll, $9,192.24.
Second.
Moving and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Can we go back and do the budget minutes? Oh, we didn't vote.
We did both at the same time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we approved them as written, both of them. Okay. Now we are about to head into an executive session on employee-related matters.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we board and
Cindy.
Cindy go into executive session.
Michelle.
And Michelle, on appointment or evaluation of public officer employees. Title I, VSA 3133A3.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into an executive session on an employee-related issue. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? We are in executive session.
You did number 2?
All right. We went into executive session at 6:55 p.m. Out at 7:01. No action was taken. Travel and reimbursement policy.
I underlined everything that's different from the one that was added, the one that we have on this now. It was in red, but you couldn't really see the color.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the travel reimbursement policy as amended.
May I add one more thing before we do that? Through talking with the VLCT, there's no record of whether we go to the trainings or whether we don't, and that was questioned. So I believe my addition to this would be that if we go to these trainings, that the literature that is available to us should be brought back, made accessible for everybody on this board, and I feel that we should at that time be able to explain during this meeting what the training was for, how it's going to benefit the town, and this is the literature that is accessible. So if everybody is okay with that, I would like to have that added here.
I'm definitely okay with that.
Yes.
I think that's great.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, Vernon is investing in education that shouldn't be limited just to the participants.
Correct. I also did find in the ordinance book that we have that there is, and I don't know the last time that it was actually used, but there is a reimbursement agreement for training. And I don't recall that that's ever been in there, or that it's ever been used, but it is still in there, and it clearly states that if we pay for you to go to a training and then you up and leave the board, you owe us that money back. And I don't know the board's wishes on that, but it's in that book, it's not being used, so we either have to get rid of it or start using it.
It's not just for the board, it's for anybody.
Any employee that goes to anything paid for by the town.
I think probably the reason you haven't seen much of it is because when they tried to enforce it, it didn't get enforced.
Which, understandable, but it is, so I don't know what the board's pleasure is with that, on whether that needs to stay or whether we need to amend that, look at that again, or what, but that is something that's in the book.
Do you want to look at that again?
Yeah.
Because I did see that when I was pulling this out, but I think that would be something you would probably sign with your personnel policy, like when you get it.
No, it's specific on there, which training you're going, what the date is and all, so it is.
So you sign it
is
after,
per
before
each
everything?
training, yep. And it looks like you sign that at the same time that you're requesting approval to go to that training.
So should we add that into here?
I don't,
Before you
I'm open
approve
for discussion
this,
on that one,
maybe?
because I didn't realize that until I found it the other
I
day.
think you should keep that separate. You were on the board when that happened, weren't you, Georgia? And it was like, yeah. I'll keep it separate.
Okay. Keep it separate from the policy on this? Okay.
Because it is different. You're not just going to a meeting, you may be going to a, training how to be a whatever.
So
I think what needs to be added, it indicates mileage reimbursement, but there's no specific language addressing where somebody would get that from. I mean, I realize, use the federal one, but I think it needs to be stated in here.
Yeah, every year, we as a board reset that.
So you're saying add the
Well, just
federal mileage reimbursement on C? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you guys think that addresses, the specific figure to use, yeah. You can't put in a specific figure because it's gonna go up with inflation anyways.
And federal is what we use for all town employees.
Yeah, I think that those words ought to be in there.
So just add something like next to mileage reimbursement at federal rate, or?
Yeah. At current federal rate.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yeah, once we get through, yep. It should have been done at the beginning of the meeting when you had the opportunity to speak regarding agenda items, but I know people are here to talk about it, so let's talk about it.
One other question I had was approved for training more than 2 hours, or overnight would be approved more than 2 hours. I was curious as to how long it takes to get to Montpelier, which according to my app is 2 hours and 11 minutes on average.
Oh, I must drive like a jerk then.
You do.
Oh. Well then, we didn't even beat around that one at all, Sandy.
You said it before.
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's totally feasible to get to Montpelier in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess it
I'm just
depends
saying it's on
on,
the borderline, but
it depends on how nitpicky you wanna get. Do you wanna choose an app that we, no, I swear to God, I mean, we're going to this length, so let's,
Well, another thing
it'll
is
change, but
Montpelier can have really bad weather when you get up there.
And that's why I asked to make sure that there was things in there that stated the weather. If there was a conference in Burlington that got out at 4 o'clock, I wouldn't, I mean, if you don't want to drive home, then that's a different circumstance that we could address, especially this time of year where it's dark at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or we had the storm that came in, we knew it was coming, and if there was a conference to go up last night, even if it is within that 2 hours, just based on safety, I think that there is some circumstances where we can certainly look outside of that.
so how do you want E to read? Your literature and getting training from the trainer, so to speak, section.
I mean, it's really the literature that I think needs to come back, and I don't know, somebody help me with the wording on this, but just, I think that it would be beneficial that we take the 5 minutes so that we know what happened and.
Do we include it in the following select board meeting packets?
I think so.
The literature?
I think, or yeah, we can do that. Yep.
Okay.
Some of it can be pretty I mean, that's a lot of paper, just warning you. Usually you get like the entire PowerPoint presentations,
And you can always download those from, look them up on VLCT's website too.
Sure, I mean, and it doesn't have to be included in the packet, but
Well, that's what,
I think that there needs to be something that comes back that says, yeah, I was at this training that the town is paying for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe made available to the board members?
sure. And I think that speaking about that for a couple of minutes, just to, hey, this is what it was great, this is how it's going to help the residents of Vernon.
Right.
I think that they're deserving of that since ultimately it's their money.
did you want that as number E, or can I just put that where it
Number
makes
8.
sense? I was thinking.
I wasn't gonna say it, Sandy, but well, you're on a roll tonight.
Funny. I said number 8. Because I think you already said it.
The only thing that I question on this is C. As much as I like both of you, I really don't want to share a hotel room with you, so if either of you want to attend with me, I'm going to pay for my own damn room.
That's fine. Go right ahead.
We won't fight.
well, they probably don't really want to room with you either.
No, that's what I'm kind of getting at, is we don't want to stay together, so.
So then on that, should there be something in there that if you're choosing to not stay in that room, that falls solely on, I mean, at this point now we've got to.
Well, I mean, it is. That if this is passed as it is, employees or officials of the same sex attending the same conference shall share lodging and blah, blah, blah.
But it should probably be.
That's part of the policy.
If choosing to
Or pay for their own lodging.
Oh, yes, there needs to be
There you
something,
go.
yeah.
Or pay for their own lodging. And you flip a coin of who does what.
I do need, before you approve this, can I get this approved by the attorney? Because this may, that actual, since you are delineating between sex and, I feel better HR-wise if that was looked at.
What do you mean?
That you are writing a policy to force somebody to share a room with somebody else. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female, or, I just want to make sure that HR-wise, we're not crossing a line.
If I identify as a female that night,
Right.
or
That's my only concern with that.
Okay.
Sandy identifies as a male.
And there may be another way to word it, so I don't see a problem with the current employees.
They could stipulate, depends on if you have a 2X chromosome, then that's the line. Yeah, probably is politically incorrect.
Yeah, that one might get us in trouble eventually. Okay. Do we have any other changes or additions to this policy? So we will have it
Well,
vetted.
going back to the question about, the GPS mapping program. I don't know, maybe that's not the worst idea in the world. I mean, apps are gonna come and go, but just say, a popular mapping.
I mean, you
Or
could,
put your mileage.
Miles away,
What are you talking about?
instead of hours, miles?
Well, he was, mileage reimbursement, is that what you're talking about?
No.
Oh,
the 2-hour
The 2 hour.
limitation.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, how do you, in other words, like, if my Google Maps says 2 hours and 11 minutes to Montpelier from here, Apple mapping might say.
1 hour and 59 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh.
It doesn't need to be more complicated than, but, some specificities.
So if you go to miles, you could do 120 miles, because at 60 miles an hour, that's 2 hours.
This is Vermont. I was just saying, depending on where you're going.
Vermont.
Well, I understand that, but
I would say that time, because that affects a conference starting in the morning, and
yeah,
mileage may not be that great, but if it takes you 3 hours to get there,
sure.
I think the time factor is still
But
appropriate.
I guess it's the which one do you use to determine the time? I mean, how because if I'm using Google Maps and Jeff is using MapQuest and you're using Waze, and you think you're okay based on your Waze, and Jeff and I look at our 2 apps and we're like, that was 1 hour and 45 minutes, and yours says 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then we have a conflict.
So print it off and add it to your request.
I like it.
Or you just keep searching for an app that's gonna tell you less than 2 hours.
That's your job.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so we're happy with the 2 hours, and when the request is made, we all use our heads about what 2 hours is. Yes?
Do you want to put the documentation from the travel app in the hours? I'm sorry, is that a joke or am I adding that?
You suggested printing something off.
Yeah.
I guess if there's some,
Although if you drive it all the time, you're not gonna use the app, But if there's, so I would leave it the way it is, and then if the question comes up that, I said it took longer, you can say why, and I said, well, this is what Rand McNally told me, and I can go back and, you can always reprint.
Okay.
Rand McNally.
All right, so it's old school. Thank you, Brooke. Yeah. I was
I
gonna ask
used
on
to,
MapQuest.
not anymore.
That's if you want us to go back and find it.
All right. Anything else on this one? On this policy? So we will get those couple things rewritten, throw it up to Larry, get his nod, and approve it next time around. Sound good? Okay.
Did I take 4 questions?
Sure. Questions?
2 questions. Why do you go with the federal mileage reimbursement instead of state mileage reimbursement?
Cindy always recommends.
That's what Cindy recommends? Okay. Yep.
That's what the board voted on.
Okay, thank you.
Years ago.
Okay.
It wasn't me that made that decision, it was the board.
Just asking. And why don't we look into renting a car instead of doing mileage reimbursement? It saves the state of Vermont a lot of money by renting a car as opposed to paying you back reimbursement for mileage.
Yeah, I can see that, because if you're running up to Burlington, it's 300 miles at, what is the current, 58 cents?
Yeah.
Times
You can rent a
58.
car around here.
That's $174.
Go to rent it.
You can rent a car for about $60.
Round trip.
From where?
Where?
Enterprise.
Where's that?
It's up on Putney Road.
Oh.
There's probably another one down. We use Enterprise. That's what I use when I go to Waterbury, Burlington, Berry. Yeah. Because they only allow us to use our own vehicles if there's no rent-a-car or no fleet car available. And if we have to use our own vehicle, we get half the mileage reimbursement. So it makes sense to rent a car for $60.
So what's the case, you're speaking of, that if there are multiple attendees?
We carpool.
Yeah, yeah, it's
One-
expected.
One
right?
rental car, four employees go.
We can look into it.
And again, if you don't wanna ride in the rental car, you
You drive
drive
around
yourself.
the house,
I
right?
mean, yeah.
I don't think any of us charge mile or reimbursement anyway. I mean, at this table.
I haven't.
So I've never charged for mile or reimbursement or meals. So.
But, yeah, you know, that's good, but we do need to
Well, yeah, for
not
future,
expect it.
for future use, yeah. So, yeah, that's something we can look into.
Yeah.
The only additional expense to that would be obviously filling up the car, but that's part of your rental. Do you guys do the automatic fill up?
We do the automatic fill-up.
So it's an extra $30 on top of your rental or whatever.
Depends on how heavy a right foot you have.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it varies from.
We all know Chris has a very heavy right foot based on.
But they fill it up for you.
Right, they fill it up, but it's part of your package.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. Save your
Yeah, I
car.
mean, I like the idea that if only it saves wear and tear on your personal vehicle, particularly in the winter.
It's true.
And you're getting a fairly new car and everything's ready to go.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Ordinance enforcement, appointment of custodial officials and appointment of enforcement officials. So this is gonna be a long one for us.
So speaking of bringing back from a training, what you learn at the training to help the town, this was the last one that I was up in Montpelier doing. So in order to start enforcing, and I gave you kind of a copy of what I wrote as far as a warning ticket, if people wanna use it. And that just kind of gives you an idea of what we have on the books that we have fines set for. Again, we've gotta get rid of the bicycle ordinance, but I'll get that, on your list to get rid of that. But these are all the things that we actually have fines for. We'd have to take the parking out of there, cause, our enforcement officials will not be able to do anything motorized vehicle related. So they can't do anything with ATVs, snowmobiles, cars. That's all has to be done by a law enforcement officer. But, I tried to think of everybody that might possibly want to, or that you might want to empower to issue tickets and fines. So this is kind of the list I came up with. We can start scratching off before I start calling everybody to get birthdays.
Why is it necessary to have a birthday?
The Judicial Bureau requires it has to be a name, it cannot just be a title. It's gotta be a name and a birthday of the person. And I would also, have a training session for everybody who decides that, yes, they're going to write tickets. Cause there's a lot of important stuff to know before you actually pick up that ticket book and start writing stuff out. It's a responsibility, that needs to be taken seriously. And there may be people on this list that you want that may say, no, I don't wanna do it.
Yeah, you can take my name off from there. I don't want anything to do with this.
See, that's what I need to know.
Yeah. Writing tickets to the
really?
taxpayer.
We can get,
I put.
you can get taken off?
You can absolutely get taken off. I just guessed.
Yeah, and if you read how
And,
that's
you know,
written
some
in
towns
there,
had the whole
it's not even
select board
written
on and some
properly in the
didn't.
ordinance
Because,
what they're
I know that like
classified
for noise
So
issues
they
and stuff, you
actually
guys
have
get.
semi-automatic into that.
I just put everybody on here.
So is everybody in agreement on this table that we don't want to be in this loop?
You do that.
No select board members
No
want
select
to be
board
on this
members?
list?
I don't want anything to do with
Okay.
that.
I don't need.
So no select board members?
Okay.
Question for you.
Sure.
What tickets are you using? Are you using the Vermont State VCVCs? Or are you creating your own ticket, or?
The tickets are issued through the Judicial Bureau, so we don't actually have them yet because we don't have any enforcement officials or, what's the other thing?
This is the beginning of the process
we
to be
don't-
able to do all of that.
Right.
Okay, because when I read the ordinance, I can't remember which one it was, but when I read one of the ordinances, at the very bottom of it, you know, should you be, I don't remember the exact wording, but should you be issued a ticket, you know, check made payable to the town of Vernon. If you read the back of the VCVC through the state of Vermont, there are 3 boxes which you check off when you get a ticket. And one of them is you deny the allegation, one of them is you plead no contest, the other is you plead not guilty and request a hearing. In the ordinance, all you have is that, you know, you pay the fine and that's it. So there's no ability for somebody to say, yeah, I want to check off the thing and I want to have a hearing. It was just an automatic, you've got to, you know, cut a check to the town. And so that needs to
We
be
will make sure our
changed.
ordinances follow the tickets. I haven't seen the tickets, actually, and no checks would come to the state, to Vernon. They all go to the Judicial Bureau and then they send us a check.
Yeah,
So
I
there are
realize that.
some logistics that need to be taken care of, but we need to get those
Like I
taken
said,
care
we are in the very beginning
This is-
process of this and
Yeah.
don't have that knowledge that you have
Right.
being a previous police officer.
Still there.
But this is the first, this is the first step, is to assign some people, get our tickets in order, get our ordinances in order, and then go.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because you can't send it off to the Judicial Bureau and request a hearing without somebody that's gonna, you know, you can't plead not guilty to something according to the ordinance.
I think it should just be the constables, the fire chief, the assistant chief, and the health officer.
Not animal control.
Oh, the assistant fire chief?
He's the second constable.
Oh,
so-
okay, yeah.
But yeah, I guess it should say animal control in case we have another second constable that decides they don't want to do that because they're an elected official and they have that right.
They don't even need the
they don't-
titles, I just put
I
them
question the same thing as why wouldn't we put second constable next to Jesse? And I guess we don't need the title, we just need the name and the date of birth.
Yeah,
And whatever
So
official
after
capacity
every
they sit
election,
in.
we have to change this? It can't be,
No, it's.
Yes.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
You cannot put just the title, it's gotta be the person and the birthday.
But if the person just doesn't get,
Then I just write another letter,
okay.
like the one that I'm writing, and give them the name and the birthday. and-
so what happens if somebody says, I'm not paying this?
Then they go to court, just like a speeding ticket, they will go to court.
What are these tickets you're talking about?
Well, right now, we have fines for mostly animal control is a big one, that our animal control officer has no meat in his, when he's trying to enforce the animal control laws. We also have fines for use of alcohol in public places, discharge of an automatic firearm, bicycles, that are not registered, which will take care of that.
You mean the bicycles the little kids ride?
Yes, it's just an old ordinance that really
Many,
needs to be
many,
taken out
many
of the
years ago,
books.
you had
Yeah,
to
my
register your
boys had to
bike
do
and
it, yeah.
and it's still, the ordinance
It's
still exists,
still there.
we gotta get rid of it. It's kinda like in Michigan, if you swear in front of a woman or child, you can get a fine.
We also have a noise ordinance and plowing and snow blowing, so like if somebody's blowing snow into the road. So those are things that we actually have fines for, but we have no medium to enforce them.
Is Annette still a health officer?
She is, she's an assistant health officer.
Even though she doesn't live in Vernon?
There's no requirement that she
Okay.
needs to, but, do you want me to take the assistant health officers off?
I'm not sure about that, because if Mark's not in town, they're
Right, I leave them on.
the people that we call.
I truthfully don't like anything to do with this, so I don't care what you guys put on there and take off. I think that this is insane and that we're only going to upset people and people are still not going to pay it. Because what's the penalty after you go to court? It's the same, are they gonna suspend your driving license, like if you don't pay a fine in the state of Vermont? What is the
I
ultimate
think that
penalty?
they could, yeah, actually.
But does this tie into the emergency service? Well, some of it does, obviously, because if you're, I don't really understand it.
I mean, the whole thing is that we have ordinances in town that say if you let your dog run on somebody else's yard over and over and over again, you can expect to pay a ticket for it. And right now, we have no way of doing that. So if there's not gonna be any enforcement, then we need to rethink the ordinances that we have. Because we've got it on there and it just doesn't mean anything unless we do this. And people like the animal control officer have specifically asked to have some sort of medium to do it. And that's why I did this.
I think that we are opening every person that we name on that list up to either getting yelled at, spit on, or, and these aren't law enforcement officers that we're asking to do this. And we are opening them up to just some type of unnecessary, it doesn't make sense to me.
And you don't have to do any of this.
I was just gonna say, you're gonna
You don't have to write a ticket if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
obviously
wouldn't
not
if I
want
could.
to. And they don't have to write tickets.
Right.
Nothing's forcing them, but if they are in a situation where they feel it's warranted, do you want these people to have the power to do that? That's basically the question. Or do you not wanna do it at all?
But just what you said right there, though, they can pick and choose, then that goes against the ordinance that we have in place anyway. If the person that is put on this piece of paper says you can write this ticket, and they say, I don't wanna do that, then that ordinance is still useless.
So if Jeff's dog bites one of my grandkids,
I only have cats.
I know.
If your cat scratches.
Yeah, well, the cat doesn't work, but we have a dog animal ordinance. So I'm going to sue the town because you didn't do your job.
But something like that, law enforcement would be involved in.
Yeah.
And then that takes the burden off from our,
So why do we have why do we have the ordinance then?
Well, it's the ones that are running wild too, and,
Yeah, I know, I get calls all the time.
you know,
Another question
harassing
for you?
people.
We'll hold off until we finish with the select board, and then we'll get you guys in the audience. Thank you.
I mean, this is something you have to do.
No, it comes up all the
It's
time.
just
It's like,
requested.
but if you have an ordinance, you should either enforce it or get rid of it.
and I agree with you, but if the person that is listed here has the ability to say, I'm not writing a ticket for that, even though it was a violation of the ordinance, then there's no point in any of it.
Right.
Well, law enforcement officials do that all the time. They have the discretion to, if they pull you over for speeding, they have the discretion to just give you a warning or.
Or not pull you over.
Yeah,
period.
so it's the same kind of thing.
Except that they're law enforcement with training and they're willingly put into that situation. These are our residents that we're asking them to do so, I don't know.
Well, can't
I
they
just don't agree with it.
Can't they refuse to do it?
They can, but then what's the
Absolutely.
point in the ordinance,
Well,
is what
there
I'm.
might be one or two on here that say we will do it.
Some of them have requested this. Some of them on this list have requested tickets.
To have something.
To have something because they're out there with nothing. And they are trying to do their job, so that's how this started, was
Is
they
there
asked.
a different way that it could be, we have a violation of the ordinance, can it just be billed from the town without doing this? Couldn't we send
I
them a bill?
don't believe so.
Okay.
Cindy's shaking her head no too, so.
No? Okay.
So between the two no's, that's a pretty solid no.
So I guess, do we want to give those folks that want the opportunity to enforce the ordinances that they're in charge of, the ability to do so or not? That's the question.
I think so. I mean, if people on this list already expressed an interest in doing so.
They didn't all, I honestly
No,
just guessed at anybody that might. You know, I figured, I put Dave on here because he's out plowing all the time, and if he goes over and he has to plow over somebody's snow blowing, their stuff, I just guessed who might want to
But
have the
yeah,
opportunity.
no, I mean, I agree, like, if they're not gonna be enforced at all, there's no reason to have any ordinances. And I think some of these are worthwhile in retaining.
Mm-hmm.
And then every March, we have to send the state of Vermont an updated list of who
Individuals.
has permission to write these out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But every March, we send lists everywhere.
I'm making sure I'm on the same page
Yep.
here, that's all.
Yep.
And then out of these, I mean, if we had somebody discharging a automatic firearm, then I'm pretty sure state police are going to be somewhere involved in that.
Yeah, cause I mean, that automatic is not semi-automatic.
Yeah, and the way that that's written in that book needs to be addressed if we're going to do this as well, because that makes it sound like any semi-automatic weapon is also included in this.
Wait, what book? The
In
policy book?
The ordinances, yes, where it defines automatic weapon. The way that I read it, it sounds like it includes a semi-automatic.
Cause didn't we just do that? Didn't we just update that ordinance?
I thought we did away with it a long time ago.
It's still in that book.
Is it?
Okay.
Maybe it's something else, firearm related.
Well, we spent a
did
lot
the
on the noise, yeah, which related, or came about because of
that.
firearms.
So are we happy, I guess the custodial, let's start at the beginning. If we wanna go forward with this, which it sounds like the majority of us wanna go forward with this, so those folks that want to enforce their ordinances can, we need to appoint a custodial official.
I thought we already did that.
No, we didn't. And then we need to appoint the enforcement officials that are on this list after that. So I would suggest that because Michelle sits in the office, that she is the custodial official, meaning, you know, the person that sends this list every year and that kind of thing.
Administrative.
Yes.
I agree.
That person does not have to get writing.
So I make a motion that we appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement.
Second.
So moved and seconded to appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. So, now let's get back to this enforcement list. We've already exonerated ourselves from this list. So, my suggestion for this list is to leave everybody as it is and address those folks that haven't said that they wanna, you know, be a part of it. So ask Dave, and if Dave says, yes, I wanna be able to say, stop putting your snow in the road because it's, you know, interfering with our plowing, that he has the ability to do that. I don't feel personally comfortable just appointing these people without having those conversations with those people. To Chris's point, if somebody doesn't wanna do it, then we don't wanna appoint them. So.
Agree.
Right?
And then if Jesse is out as the animal control officer and writes a ticket, and somebody is upset and beats the crap out of him, who covers that?
We have insurance for that.
But, okay, all right.
But I mean, that could happen in his animal control officer
Right,
function now.
yeah.
He can, go pick up a dog in the middle of the field and bring it home and why'd you touch my dog? I mean, it can happen regardless. Obviously, giving somebody tickets a little more tense situation than bringing your dog back, but
It needs a warning first.
yeah.
Question? Is there any cost to having people who write the tickets? Do they have to be bonded or any kind of extra insurance for them to be able to do that? No? Just anybody can write a ticket?
Yes.
If their laws are on that list?
Yeah, but they can't write a ticket for just anything. So that's why they need to sit down and have some training about what they can and cannot write tickets for.
Right, but there's no cost to the town, no added insurance because they're gonna be writing tickets?
No.
There's benefit if somebody pays their fee and we get a portion of it back. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of things. One of the things that Chris brought up, somebody gets a ticket and says, hey, I'm not gonna pay it, do whatever you need to do. Is your benefit off the tickets gonna cover either the town attorney or whoever writes the tickets for going to court to testify and do all that good stuff? Research, testify, get the papers in order and all that good stuff. Time involved in that, you gotta make sure that, you know, the benefit is gonna outweigh.
And who's paying for that person's time to go to court?
The person who goes to court is the person who wrote the ticket.
And who's paying them for their missed time at work?
They're all these people are on stipend, unless you wanna take Dave off, he's the only one that's salaried. Everybody else
So we're
on this
asking
list-
these people to take time away from their paying full-time job.
Yes.
To go to court for a town ordinance and we're not going to pay them?
Yes.
We're not asking them anything.
Well,
We're seeing if they wanna, that's why we're not appointing anybody tonight. We're asking them if they wanna be involved in this.
But even if they say, yes, I would love to write tickets, and then that person decides to take them to court, we're asking somebody that is a public servant, pretty much a volunteer, to give up more of their time to go to court over a $50 ticket? I don't know. I think this is ridiculous.
That would, whoever wrote the ticket, and if it is going to court, they don't show up.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
can,
then
and they own the
charges
ticket,
get
they could
dropped.
also just say, I forgive the ticket, it's up to them. Whoever
So
writes that
still,
ticket-
this whole thing is pointless because they can just not go to court because they're going to lose money. They can say, I don't want to write the ticket. I mean, it just,
I think it's important to have an enforcement vehicle if you're doing it.
Or-
If you don't wanna do this, I would just say to take all of your fines off the books then.
Or
That
another
would be
thing
my
to
suggestion,
throw in
that's
there
all.
is, if somebody says, you know, somebody goes to court and says, yep, you know, I was found guilty, well, hey, you know, I wanna take this to the next level. And, you know, I've had people, you know, want jury trials on speeding tickets. Is that gonna involve the town attorney? What's that gonna cost? And then the other thing about the tickets is, Chris, you're right, if you're gonna have an ordinance, it should be enforced, but tickets are discretionary. You know, are you also gonna have warnings, written warnings? Somebody's dog is continuously running at large, write a couple of warnings, after a second warning, okay, the next time, you know, it's gonna be a ticket, you write them a ticket, looks a lot better in court. So you have the discretion there. And then, you know, if you wanna be the hardcore, we've got the ordinance, we need to enforce it. Somebody's dog breaks their leash and goes taking off down 142, dog at large, technically, are you gonna write a ticket for that? I've seen some pretty big leashes busted by some pretty strong dogs. Are you gonna write a ticket for a dog that broke a leash? You know, it's discretionary, so you can't sit there and say, you know, yeah, because we've got this ordinance, we're gonna write a ticket.
But if we don't enforce our ordinances and some dog bites somebody,
That's true.
we're at fault.
So here's kinda my take on this, and take it with a grain of salt, is we're empowering these people to do what they do or do not wanna do. We are not asking them as the town to go out and write 5 tickets a day. and bring in X amount of revenue. We're not asking them to do anything. They are signing up saying, yes, I want to be able to enforce my ordinance in this manner. That's their choice, with the understanding that it's a possibility that they have to go to court, and it's their choice whether they go to court or not, just like it is a police officer. There's times that you can't show up to court because you're doing something else. So you miss a traffic court date. So we're not asking these people to do anything more than what they want to do. We're empowering them to have the ability to enforce the ordinance that they're in charge of if they so choose.
The one big difference with what you just said is, if I'm scheduled on something else, I'm up at training, I'm incapacitated, and I can't go to court, they postpone the ticket hearings and they postpone it until a later date. But as a law enforcement officer, we just can't sit there and write tickets and then tell the sheriff or tell whoever our boss is, I don't feel like going to court. I'm gonna write all these tickets, but I'm not gonna go to court.
I understand that. It's just, I'm not showing up because I don't want to show up.
Yeah.
Kind of thing with a police officer. I was just trying to use that as an example.
But if we're empowering these people to enforce the ordinances, which yes, they should be enforced, but there is nothing here that one protects these people, that whether they can voluntarily say yes or no, we're still giving them that authority. And we're giving them no protection on top of that, and we're offering them absolutely no financial reason to go to court to try and get the town the $50 to enforce this ordinance. We're asking them to lose money
The animal
to make
control
us
officer
money.
gets paid. I'm sorry, I should correct that. He does get paid, like $15 an hour. So he would get paid. Other than that.
He would get paid to go to court?
I would assume that if he's in court for his animal control duties.
But that's not the way that that's written down, so why would,
Do you have a contract with Jesse?
that says,
He gets paid.
He gets
Out of
paid.
the dog fund.
but how is that
So far, we
worded?
submitted 2 months' worth.
But does that, and I haven't seen the contract,
What
would
he
that
does-
cover him if he went to court?
He would put down on his timesheet, if you want to call it that, the date, the time that he was at court, and then he'd submit it, and we pay it because we have a contract with him. But he's the only one we have a contract with. And it's paid out of the dog fund.
So I guess, again, the question comes back is, do we want to allow these people to enforce their ordinances, or do we not want to allow them to enforce the ordinances? That's it. That's all this is about.
I move that we ask these people to be fit enforcement officials.
Second.
So moved and seconded to offer these people the opportunity to enforce their ordinances. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
So we will table the appointment of the enforcement officers until we hear back from everybody.
Okay.
Accept Recreation Board resignation from myself and appoint Amy Emery.
I move that we accept Josh Hunter's resignation from the Recreation Board, and furthermore, that we appoint Amy Emery to that board.
Second. Ooh, look at you.
Moved and seconded to accept the resignation of Josh Hunter and appoint Amy Emery to the Recreation Board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Policy to bill for emergency services.
So I apologize, Chris, I could not get all the information together quick enough to actually write a draft policy. And I figured before I jumped into that maybe if the board could discuss this long list of billable items, then I will jump into whatever you decide you want me to write a policy for. I hope that's okay.
Have you checked with other towns to see how theirs are written?
It's hard to find written ones. I did give you a copy of Milton's, I think it is. And different towns have different policies. So Guilford charges for some things. Chris was telling me that Putney charges for other things. Some towns don't charge for anything. It was a little tough digging, but I spoke to a couple of different towns and did find like night and day. I mean, the towns are so different in what they've decided to do. So I'm sure that we could find a policy that we could work with.
Did the LCT have a sample policy?
Ultimately, the thought process behind this, and I started talking to Todd about it 2 years ago, that I don't care if we recoup $20 or if we get enough to fill the tank back up with diesel. I think anything is beneficial here, especially since it's going to the insurance companies. We're not asking the residents to pay for it. I believe, with the exception of a non-permitted burn, and was there one other one that was discussed or no? But anyway, otherwise it would all be charged to the insurance company. So I don't see a reason not to take their money.
I'm with you.
That's why you pay for insurance.
Exactly.
And they have to be there anyway,
Mm-hmm.
you know. I think I should also, do our guys go to 91?
If they did, it would have to be mutual aid, because
Okay.
Guilford covers our small section of that, to the best of my knowledge, because they have the emergency entrance over there.
Okay.
I do not think that we should bill for mutual aid. I think that that's a bad practice to get into. We see a lot of bigger towns like Brattleboro starting to bill to come here, or to other small towns, and they bill simply because they know that they're coming here and our guys aren't going to be here, or Guilford isn't going to. There's a reason that they've been called, and to start billing them when we're going to ask them for help at some point, I think is bad practice.
So you would keep that as an exemption?
Yes. I also don't like the allow chief, town administrator, or select board to not bill for services. I think that that sets a bad precedent and some favoritism. I say we bill them all, and then we could address that as a board should they decide to appeal it.
I agree.
I agree.
The person responsible for the billing, coding, follow-up, I think that that needs to be our treasurer's office. But I think that there needs to be something clearly spelled out in there that if it's John or JJ responding for EMS, or Todd or Keith, I think that their paperwork needs to be done in a timely fashion so that we can bill. But I think that the billing process should actually be done through the treasurer.
What's the equipment usage charge? What would that cover? Because I don't know.
So some towns, and I believe you included one in here.
Yeah, that's like.
They charge differently for how long they were on scene.
Okay.
Each separate piece of apparatus would be worth something
So
different
apparatus.
depending on size and how long and things like that. I believe some, and I'm sorry, Michelle, I didn't look through this,
No,
but I
it's right on
believe
the
some
front
of
page
them
this
bill
policy.
for
It had the equipment, like the light truck.
individual man hours, depending on how many people we have on scene.
Okay.
That's per call. That's like per hour use.
That's a good idea.
And I don't know if there is a way, Michelle, to write the non-permitted burn. I don't know if there's a way to put something in there. Where was it the other day? They just had the large tannerite explosion that was felt all over. That was up in Cavendish. Fireworks. I don't know if there's a way to write it so that if you're doing something stupid that creates a fire, that you're also billed for that.
Would that fall under the hazardous materials incident?
I don't know. Fireworks, that, I'm just thinking somebody setting them off and catching somebody's
There
field
is-
on fire.
So in addition to non-permanent burn, I mean, there is the whole nuisance charge. You know, like if you have faulty wiring in your house and you don't fix it and.
That's
they're
fine,
out there all
yeah, I
the
could see
time
it
and
added
have
to that,
said-
that if you're doing,
Doing something stupid?
yeah, just put that right in there.
Or put your name next to it.
Yeah, please.
Example?
I think I did see a policy that had something that alluded to that. So I can find that.
And
But
as
see,
for
now,
what that money gets
a
off,
bill like that would go to
the homeowner,
the homeowner,
correct.
okay? There's also,
Which I think that nuisance charge needs to go to the homeowner as well. I don't think that that should be an insurance.
okay, and, there was also, let's see, homeowner, there's also, reference, it's like, if it's a DUI or another violation, and that's why you're getting your vehicle towed. I forgot where I was reading it, but those bills would go to the homeowner instead
Right.
of the.
And hazardous materials, I think that that could be two separate things. There can be an accidental one, but then if somebody is dumping used motor oil over their embankment, then
So
that
that
would
should
be
go
a
homeowner, I think?
I think that that needs to be two separate things.
So how would-
One that's almost malicious and one that is accidental and it's just what it is.
Why would the fire department be called for someone dumping?
I don't.
Okay.
If somebody dumped 10 gallons of gas on their bonfire and
Yeah,
decided
I
to
can
touch
see that.
that off, now we have that incident plus the fire. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure that we're not billing an insurance company for something that they're gonna be like, what?
And I think, doesn't it turn into a hazardous material if oil starts spilling on the highway, on the road?
Yeah.
They have to start picking that up.
Yeah.
Oil, fuel.
And we just dealt with it on this pond up here, whose pond that the car rolled into a couple of years ago, that I don't believe they can still use that pond because of the hazardous.
Jared
material.
Skibbs.
Yeah.
And the insurance company doesn't cover that? Or will
I believe
cover it?
they would have
They
if,
would have if there was.
yeah.
She's still working on it.
So those, like, the vehicle recovery really needs, like, in Guilford, it goes through the tow companies. So we'd have to set up a meeting with all the tow companies, and, the town of Barnard would submit their bill to the tow company, whoever towed the car, and then they submit it to the insurance company with their bill,
Right.
along with their bill.
And I think every tow company around here is being used by the same fire departments, so it's
Yeah, I
pretty
think they
common
have a
practice to
list.
them, yeah, so.
And then for the EMS, when you start billing for that, then you're looking at medical coding that needs to be done. So, this is something that's not gonna get done in the next two weeks, but, I'll look at what we need to know to get that done, especially for Medicaid and Medicare.
And I think that Rescue Inc. would be extremely helpful in getting squared away with that as well.
So true. Another town only billed for non-residents for vehicle recovery. Do you wanna do that, or do you wanna bill for everybody? I'm just trying to get a basis of what I'm writing, that's all.
Go ahead.
I think that would be for everybody.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
If not, it should say something to the effect of criminal activity, DUIs or things like that.
Okay.
But I agree with Jeff that it should be everybody.
And do you wanna, exempt payment if insurance doesn't cover the cost? You wanna keep that? kind of
Unless it is
wording in there?
one, unless it's one that's billed directly to the homeowner.
I agree.
And I know that that's what some of the fire chief was a little reluctant to do this. He was afraid that we were trying to get more money out of taxpayers, or that this was kind of a punishment to them if they had an accident. But as long as we're keeping it with the insurance company, that's what it's there for. And we can recoup some of our costs.
Okay, and so I'll ask you, did you get a chance to see the prices that Milton had? Is everybody okay with that? I mean, I would be totally guessing, I have no idea where to start with how much it costs to run that truck out.
It's big, it's big.
It's a big
I would go, where's Putney? Do you have Putney's?
No, we do not have puppies. I'm actually waiting for them coming back.
Yeah.
He hasn't called you back. I'll go up and see.
But I think the rates make sense because regardless of the size of the town, depending on the, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never been on the fire department, depending on the size of the incident is how many trucks you roll and that kind of thing.
Correct, yeah. I'm just wondering if is there anything in this that talks about man hours? Because I believe that we can bill for that too.
This one has, yeah, that one. It just says hazardous material fires, $100 per truck plus $30 per hour per fire. Suggestions. They're just suggestions.
So this one says $1 per every $1,000 of estimated value of the vehicle.
I mean, if nothing else, I think that we should be able to bill for whatever the state's minimum wage is per person that is responding to that call. Because we're offering them missed wages, so we should be able to recoup that somewhere.
I'll check to see if we can do that, just to make sure, because on the University of Vermont thing, it doesn't say time, it just says standby and fire guard fees. But it doesn't say, but I'll find out as we go through this to make sure that, so.
I think Milton has a paid fire department, but maybe
They must up there. They're
It's similar size to Broward population wise.
Yeah.
I know that because my in-laws are from there.
Would you say to guess $15 an hour for a firefighter?
I said at a minimum wage until we find out what we can do, but yes, I would.
Because it's gonna be 15 in a year anyways.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and then the other part of this whole thing is, well, if we make this money, what do you wanna do with money? Do you wanna allocate it back to the fire department? Should that be part of the policy? Should it not be part of the policy and just go into the general fund? Should it go specifically to the capital plan toward purchase of fire trucks? I mean, it's up to you.
Where does the money go that we get sent back from tickets that are written from the sheriff's department? Where does that money go?
I have no idea.
That's, isn't that an income line on that? Safety, contracted safety? I thought he
not
had
sure.
that in the budget.
I just don't know where it
is, but I don't know
disperses.
where,
You know
so
what
it just
I mean?
goes to the general fund then, if it's going
Yeah.
on a line out there.
I think it should go to general fund because we're asking the treasurer to do a lot of the bookwork. And so, to the fire department budget, that doesn't go, I think it should go to the general fund. Because there's more than just the fire department involved here.
I'm fine with, yeah. I just want the money to come to the town one way or the
Yeah.
other.
General fund, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And depending on what that is, we can allocate that much more to the fire department, a percentage of it.
Also, if it showed as income for the fire department, it would end up in the general fund anyways.
It would.
So they can show it as income.
But if you wanted to put it toward like fire trucks, then we could, if you would write a policy, it could be part of the capital plan and be put every year to defray that, but that's totally up to you. Just if you're gonna bring money, and this could, if we're charging for everything, it could end up being a significant chunk
I
of.
think the
of money.
EMS one is the one that would be the most money brought in. And that's also the most calls that they run, so.
Okay, so that gives me something. Anything else that anybody wants me to make sure to look into as I'm crafting this? Oh, okay. And I'll talk to Cindy about that too, so that she knows, so that she doesn't get surprised by having that put in her office.
And I would imagine that there would be, we would have to find some kind of training for that medical billing to get her into.
I'm guessing,
Okay.
yeah, and hopefully in the research that I do, I'll be able to find something that.
Okay, we're skipping the salvage yard permit, public participation on non-agenda items.
I have a non-agenda item, actually, it's about the agenda. I know that Melissa Allen had requested to be on the agenda.
Mhm.
She's not, she wasn't called down for any of the items that are on the agenda. Where would she fit into this agenda? She specifically asked to be on the agenda, you said she would be. But
I
she
told
was
her that
not called down.
She could speak in public comments regarding agenda items or non-agenda items.
Okay, so is this my opportunity?
Sure.
Okay. I have a little presentation.
Okay.
Should I come up to the table?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. So my name is Melissa Allen. I live on Tyler Hill Road. I've been in town for a few years now and I grew up here. I started noticing a few discrepancies in some of the select board spending, and so I've kind of put together a few things that I wanted to share with you. Because I know that taxpayers have entrusted you with their tax money, and I would just like to point out some things and see if we can all work together to be a little bit better about it. Give you this.
So many each today.
Staples
Yeah.
are quite expensive today. So I can just, so I'm just gonna start out and I'll just go on my spreadsheet here. You'll see that it's cut quite small. I wanted to get it all on one page, but I have everything in chronological order so you can follow along as I kind of tell you and kind of break down the last year and a half-ish of some things that I noticed. The first item that I want to point out is Michelle's timesheet, and this was dated the week ending 2/24/18. Specifically noting 2/21 was a full day of work for Michelle.
So if we're gonna be talking about
Yep.
somebody's personnel,
Yep.
we need to do this in executive session.
Okay, gotcha. There are some personal items, but I don't know exactly what that would qualify for.
Well, if you're talking about people's timesheets, their pay, their vacation time, any of that is
Because I
a
took
personnel
all of
item.
these from public records.
Mhm.
So there's nothing that the public can't get
Correct,
that
but
I
if
have.
you're discussing changes or those things that needs to be done in executive session, it'd be because it's a personnel issue.
Okay,
It's the
there's-
same thing that we just did with Cindy.
Gotcha. So there's nothing in here that I'm recommending for a change. That would be up to you. I'm just pointing out some discrepancies that I found. So if that needs to be executive, I guess it can be executive.
It probably should be, I think.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion that you go
Okay.
into executive session.
Sure.
My glasses back on. I'd like to go in executive session with Michelle.
Melissa Allen.
Why do I call you Michelle? With Michelle and Melissa.
Yeah.
I've only known Missy since she was little.
Sure.
To evaluation, let's see. Discussion or consideration of records or documents accepted from the access to public records, no. Hold on. All right. I'd like to go into executive session to discuss grievances other than tax grievances. Premature general public knowledge and its personnel.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session.
And then I move we go into executive session.
Oh, sorry, based on personnel.
Okay, then I move we enter executive session to discuss this personnel.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed? We are in executive session at 8:05. executive session at 8:05, out at 8:34. No action was taken. Correspondence and town admin report, please.
You have all of the correspondence in your packets, and yesterday, speaking of travel, ran up to Montpelier for a photo op and a press opportunity with the governor for our big check of $5,000 for the rec center, so.
Thank you very
That was
much.
pretty awesome.
Yes.
And that's it.
It's the first rec one we've got, isn't it?
What's that?
It's the first rec one we've got, isn't it?
Is it? Is it?
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Anything
It's a
else?
small one.
Did you get to talk to the governor?
I did.
All right.
Said hi, Suzanne.
Does he know where?
Got my picture taken with him. Got it emailed to me today. And actually got to meet face to face to the woman that I deal with a lot of the state, who, and I see her on email all the time, so it was nice to finally be able to put a face to her name and be able to shake her hand. And that was cool.
Great.
All right, that's all you got?
That's all I got.
Next meeting is tomorrow at 6:30, same bad time, same bad channel. We are adjourned.